shown. Do we have a quorum? Okay. I would like to invite everyone to join us in a pledge of allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, for all. And this technology issue, but they'll figure that out. We're okay. It is so nice to have so many young folks with us today. It's really great. As you know, our state board meetings are recorded, and the public can access our meetings on the state board website or through our live stream vendor town hall streams or YouTube. As you know, people can register to speak. They can do it virtually or in person. Zoom is our platform. And if for some reason there's an issue with the Zoom platform, you can call us, call in audio. If you have any meeting items or notes, anything you want to share with the board, please provide those to Mr. Hands. The meeting videos, agenda, and materials are posted online. That's great. Absolutely, absolutely. You guys need to come back every month. Oh, yes, we are. We're going to make you come back every month. Okay. Speakers will be called in the order in which they were registered. We'll start with our virtual guest first, and then we will then come to our guest in the room. Will be allotted 3 minutes for comments. Mr. Hands will monitor that. When your time expires, we ask you to simply complete a sentence and make no further comments. Please direct your comments to the entire board and not to an individual. The board will not respond, but believe me, we take your comments under advisement. And again, on behalf of the board, we really want to thank you for participating, and we look forward to your comments. We're now going to go to our guest virtual, Ms. Donna Blaney. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
If you could just turn up your volume just a bit.
How about now?
Perfect.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President Crawford, members of the Board of Education, and Mr. Chowdhury. I'm Donna Blaney, the Local Accountability Coordinator for Montgomery County Public Schools, and on behalf of MCPS, I'm here today to once again request that the State Board consider a delay to the implementation of the high school end-of-course assessments for one more additional school year. With the recommended changes going for potential adoption at the July 2023 State Board meeting, this compact timeline causes great concern. Although districts have been made aware of the proposed changes since January 2023, and many of us have been making plans in preparation, an official adoption of changes to the high school graduation requirements just 1 month before the school year is to begin is too late for districts to put into motion all the necessary changes that are needed. Districts still do not have all the necessary information we need to plan for implementation. Although we know the dates of the general testing windows, MSDE has still not shared when the scores will be returned from the test vendor. Without this information, we cannot publish our own district testing calendar that also allows us to also coordinate with our district's report card processing timeline to ensure that the assessment grade will be calculated into the 20% of the course grade. MSDE shared a frequently asked questions document with districts and the community back in July of 2022, with a statement contained within that it would be updated regularly. However, a new FAQ and other supporting resources have yet to be released that codifies and answers all of our implementation questions. The original FAQ shared that the end of course assessments would include all 4 content areas: algebra, English, government, and life science, yet the proposed amendments exclude algebra and English. What is the rationale for excluding those core academic assessments, and is it reasonable to make that decision just 1 month before the school year begins? Without these details about implementation of the end of course assessments and many others, we are not able to provide our students, families, and staff with timely and accurate communication before expected implementation at the beginning of the 23-24 school year. In the best interest of students and their success, MCPS respectfully requests that the implementation of the end of course assessments be delayed for 1 additional school year. For districts to be successful in implementing and communicating such high-level changes, we respectfully request that adoptions of changes to COMAR are made at least 1 year in advance. This will allow considerable time to collaborate with MSDE to bring clarity to the details of the implementation guidelines and to create a comprehensive communication plan that district leadership can use to respond to community questions. If we are requiring the best of our students in these courses, then we, MSDE, and the 24 school districts should work together to ensure a successful implementation of this large-scale change. Thank you for this opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you very much. Just as a note, I have to, I'm scheduled for cataract procedure tomorrow, my left eye. So they're going to contact me sometime today to let me know what time I got to go through the pre-op stuff and all that stuff. So I tried to get it done yesterday. They don't do it yesterday. They're going to call me today. So at some point I may have to pop out to do that. Ms. Hallie, while I now, with my one good eye, I can see the ball, but my golf game has not improved one. Okay, all righty. Just wanted to let you know. So I'll be just sort of checking this and try to get this thing squared away. At this time, I'd like to turn to Ms. Sharon Saroff. Welcome. Good to see you again. How are you doing?
I am doing well. I was not able to come last month because I had to work. I had an IEP meeting for a client. So I'm here today to speak to all of you about a new law that was just signed by our governor, HB 0448, which is also CH 0648. And that is concerning non-public placement of students with disabilities and teacher salaries. But I'm going to focus on the fact that this law requires that students with disabilities who have a need of IEP services that cannot be provided in the classroom in a public school or a regional or a state school be placed into a non-public placement. I have a few questions for the Board of Education, and I think that these are things we need to think about and look seriously into before we implement such a law. First of all, how are we going to enforce this? Currently, I have clients who really need to be in a non-public placement, but I'm dealing with school districts who keep claiming that they can provide the services that are needed. We show them data such as progress reports, testing information, and performance in the classroom, and the school district still claims that the child is doing well and that they are providing what the child needs because the child is getting A's and B's. Even though those A's and B's are in modified classes, they're not getting the skills that they require. I can give you an example. I have a client who is in high school and still doesn't know how to multiply and divide, period. Yet he's getting A's in his math class He took geometry this year. He supposedly got an A in that geometry class. And the school is telling us we can provide for this child's needs, but you look at the progress reports, that's not happening. So first, how are we going to enforce this? Second question I have is, what if there isn't an appropriate non-public placement? And that situation does exist. I know because I have, again, a couple of clients who we do not have a placement for that child. And the child is basically in limbo. One of these kids has been in limbo for 2 years, and we haven't been able to find a placement for this child. The other one, he would like to return to a public school environment, but there isn't an appropriate public school environment, and the current environment he's in is not really appropriate either. So what do we do?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for your comments. We will take those comments under advisement again. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
I'd like to, at this time, recognize Mr. Buzzy Hedelman. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Crawford. Thank you very much. Fine. Thank you. President Crawford, board members, and Mr. Chaudhary, it is encouraging that the strategic plan phase 3 will move us forward towards a comprehensive literacy plan that focuses first on early literacy in grades K to 3. Mr. Chaudhary has commendably supported early literacy as a paramount priority that requires LEAs to follow the science of reading and the non-negotiable he has set forth in the MSDE roadmap to implementation of the blueprint. This means that a literacy work plan should include evidence-based instructional programs, an MTSS RTI framework for interventions, uniform data collection, and teacher development. Last week, the Accountability and Implementation Board expressed strong support for floor, not ceiling, statewide standards within a comprehensive literacy work plan developed in collaboration with MSDE. Such a work plan will be compatible with state law that gives LEAs control over, quote, curriculum resources, end quote. In fact, virtually all of the science of reading and non-negotiable standards would fall outside the boundaries of curriculum resources, and they are well within the existing authority of the AIB, the State Board, and MSDE. The relationship between MSDE and LEAs has been misunderstood. It has been and can be complementary. LEAs are already subject to extensive controls under ESA, ESSA, IDEA, the Ready to Read Act, the TSI program under the blueprint, and innumerable other state laws and board policies and regulations. Educators on the ground will welcome clear, reasonable, evidence-based standards. Happily, all the stars seem now to be aligning for a major initiative in Maryland to improve literacy. The leadership of the State Board and MSDE are key to this effort. Thank you for your efforts and the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. At this time, we're going to now turn to our guests that are here at the State Board meeting. And I'd like to first recognize Dr. Derek Simmons, Superintendent, Caroline County. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Morning. Good?
Morning.
Good morning. Morning, President Crawford, Dr. Lawson, and members of the State Board of Education. I appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts from local superintendents as it relates to the first submission of local blueprint plans and their subsequent reviews. First, I'd like to acknowledge that everyone involved in the implementation of the blueprint is laser focused on its success. That includes, I know, this board, the MSDE group, AIB, local superintendents, and our local boards. Everyone understands the stakes are high and understands the importance of this moment. Currently, all local school systems are finalizing their plans with feedback from the department and the AIB. As we move into the next round of submissions, we respectfully request that the department and the AIB work hand in hand in the plan review process. It is imperative to iron out perceived areas of overlap that leaves local school systems feeling stuck in the middle. We all acknowledge that this was going to be less than perfect in the first year. Things usually are. But we believe greater cooperation between the two entities would have prevented discrepancies and misinformation that occurred in determining how submissions would be completed and the criteria for success of those submissions. The unexpected multiple review processes that occurred left many school systems scrambling with short timelines for completion and required rearranging schedules of key instructional leaders to participate in technical assistance calls and draft revisions to submissions. Moving forward, we request that the department and the AIB prioritize aligning the review process with the submissions. The review process has some seemingly duplicative tasks, which fuels frustration on behalf of local systems. This also creates the impression that these entities are not fully understanding or take into consideration the operations of the local school systems with meeting some of these short timeline turnarounds. In some instances, we had about a week timeline in place to provide revisions to a 190-page plan, which can be a little challenging in the middle of a school year in the second semester. And again, we understand in the first year we run into these bumps. We want to make sure that we really consider that moving into our next submissions. All of our local school systems operate their budgets close to their margins, and there's no funding to add staff to handle these new and unfamiliar tasks. The blueprint wants the money at the student level, not at the central office level, and we understand that. We are transitioning most of our staff to take on those added responsibilities and realigning priorities. We appreciate any assistance the board can provide in streamlining work between the department and the AIB. Our folks do their best work every day on behalf of our students. We are encouraged and motivated by the promises of the blueprint, and we hope that we can count on continued support from the board, MSDE, and the AIB at the local level. On behalf of our local superintendents, we look forward to working hand in hand with all entities to ensure full implementation of the blueprint on schedule. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming in. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Liz Zogby. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, President Crawford, members of the State Board, Dr. Lawson. I'm Liz Zogby, co-chair of the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, and I'm happy to be here this morning with Hope, Ellie, Baraket, Patrick, Ian, Becky, Sophie, Gabby, Khalif, Helen, Camille, and their families who got up early to be here.
You guys are welcome to come every month if you'd like.
We're here with the intention of making our students and families who often feel unseen and forgotten visible. Today, our community is here to ask for your help. I've sent along stories from families and supporting materials, and I hope you'll review that. I'll just raise a few points here today. At my nephew's recent graduation from a Montgomery County high school, he saw two students with Down syndrome he had never seen before. Not in a club meeting, in a dance, in the hallway, or at lunch, let alone in one of his classes. Those two students and my nephew lost out on being in community with one another. Only 20% of students with intellectual disabilities in Maryland are included in general education classes 80% or more of the time, and only 3% of students who take the alternate assessment are. Too many students are being routinely segregated. Too many families are fighting one by one for the supports their children need to be successful, and ultimately being worn down by low expectations and pressure that segregation is somehow beneficial, inevitable, or just common sense. Sometimes we call ourselves the lucky few, lucky enough to have an individual with Down syndrome in our families. But you shouldn't have to be lucky to attend school with your siblings and neighbors. You shouldn't have to be white, speak English as a first language, live in a certain zip code, have a certain IQ score, or have the financial resources to hire an advocate or an attorney. All kids deserve that. So how do we get there? MSDE should establish statewide standards for evidence-based instruction and special education service delivery models and require that IEP goals and services align with these models. It should monitor district staffing plans and ensure that funding is being allocated to appropriately meet the needs of students with disabilities, including those with significant support needs in the least restrictive environment, and use its authority to ensure that educator preparation programs equip all general and special educators to serve all learners, and that licensure requirements and professional learning programs explicitly serve this goal. We look forward to the convening of the Blueprint Special Education Work Group and its comprehensive review of special education that will bring together diverse perspectives, experts, and policymakers to forge consensus on solutions that will dismantle the long-standing barriers that have thwarted durable systemic change for decades. Thank you for your time and for your efforts on behalf of all of Maryland's children.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Gabby Fleming. Good morning. How are you doing, Gabby?
Good.
Good.
Sorry.
Take your time. You're fine.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabby Fleming. I want to tell you my story of inclusion. I just graduated from Walt Whitman High School in Montgomery County with a certificate. When I was a little girl, I went to a preschool in Israel and Oman. When we moved to Bethesda for first grade, I went to 3 schools before I finally go to my home school where I could walk to school with my sister and my neighbor friends. It was so fun. In elementary school, I sang in the choir and ran in the girl on the right. In the summer, I saw my friends at YMCA camps. As a pool for summer swim team, we all grew up together. High school was my school experience. I was in high school for 6 years. I'm so grateful to all my friends and teachers. My living for independence, and my teachers were good teachers to me. I love making new friends. I also took classes like Elsa in Spanish. I love music, technology, band, and body. My favorite memory are singing women idol, dancing before field at homecoming, winning at budget. Well, it's so much fun. It is so important. A leader in your community. I am a leader of kindness and spirit. My community is full of people who are kind, who include me. Inclusion, if it's just my story, it's our story. I wish for every child knows that belong to the home schools with their siblings, the neighbors, to be a part of the community. Thank you for letting me tell you my story.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Gabby. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Letitia Asembo. Hopefully I got pronounce your name correctly. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leticia Isambo, and that is my son, Patrick Lyle. Patrick is 5 years old and was born with Down syndrome. We live in Waldorf, Charles County. Patrick is in K class at Mary B. Neal Elementary. He loves schools and learning along his typical developing peers within a general education classrooms. His favorite subjects are reading, math. Patrick also enjoys taking the bus to and from school. And when not in school, Patrick enjoys listening to music, just like he's doing now, taking riding lesson on a horse, swimming, going to the public library to check out books, and traveling with mom and dad. So many parents have asked me, why do you want Patrick in general education? And my response has always been the same, why not? Patrick benefits from inclusion as much as his typical peers benefit from having him around in the classroom. Placing children with special needs into a regular school setting is incredibly important to their self-esteem, confidence, and overall ability to handle social situations. In my district, students with Down syndromes are usually placed in self-contained classrooms starting from kindergarten. I have been warned by several parents to get ready for third grade, since that is when the school pushes for self-contained placement for those of us who started with inclusive general education. Though I am not there yet, I still think about the fight and how I can prepare for it now. That is not fair. Patrick deserves to be exposed to an appropriately ambitious curriculum in school with support in place to ensure his success. My hope and dream for Patrick is that he continues to be included through high school, that he has access to quality higher education to allow him to have a fulfilling career, lead a happy life and healthy life, while being a respected member of his community. I would like Patrick to be given every opportunity to shine in this world, that he is able to share his strengths and abilities, be loved and share his love with others, be kind and have others treat him with kindness. I envision a future where Patrick is included in all aspects of life and not one where he's segregated by what the world perceives to be his limitation. I hope that he continues to lead his warrior spirit, overcoming things that people say could not be done with grace and light that is unique to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment. Caleb Rose. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning, Merlin State School Board members. My name is Khalif Rose Solomon. I am 17 years old, and I'm a rising senior in high school. I am homeschooled, and also I also have Down syndrome. I am self-advocate. I'm here today to advocate for students who do not have a mom like my mom. She homeschooled me after third grade. Even when I was in Baltimore City schools, I advocated at my IEP meetings starting in kindergarten. My mom believed that the early intervention I received up to third grade was very helpful. After third grade, she felt the supports were not enough and that I deserved better. All students should have an opportunity to be exposed to the best education possible. However, my mom felt that my school was not giving me the best education possible. Because of my mom's decision to homeschool me, I do have times that I miss being with my friends, but she did not to risk me not getting the best opportunity to learn. She is here to support me and advocating for students to get inappropriate supports throughout all of their schooling. I was just want to know I may have a Down syndrome, but it is considered a disability. But me and others in my community have many disabilities please allow us to be the best that we can and give us the supports we need when in school. Also, by the way, when I finish high school, I plan to attend Harvard University.
All right. Okay, all righty. Excellent. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Cheryl Boast.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing? Is it?
Okay, now you can hear me. Good morning. Tough speakers to follow. But this is why we're all here, is for our students throughout our state, so I'm glad that they're here with us. I'm Cheryl Boast, fourth and fifth grade teacher from Baltimore County, serving as the president of 75,000 members, part of the Maryland State Education Association. I first want to say thank you to the board members who this is your last board meeting, and thank you for your service. I especially want to thank Lori Morrow as setting the pathway for our PTA members that are coming on to the board. You were the first, and you set a great path and model for those coming behind you. I also want to congratulate the principals that we will recognize today. As a teacher, I can tell you the person or persons who set the tone for the entire culture in school and provide vision, enrichment, and support are principals, and we need so many dedicated, supportive principals who believe in shared decision making. And we could all try to get those principals who have national board certification the same salary enhancements that I know teachers are receiving in the state. Today you are going to see a comprehensive report that Mr. Chaudhary put together for our CSI schools, our comprehensive sports intervention schools, which I loved reading it last night because I like to read those things. But I want to encourage you to do a crosswalk between schools that have labels such as CSI, community schools, Title I, economically challenged schools, because for many of them, they have to do a needs assessment for each label that they have. There are check the boxes for each label that they get. But what I'd like to see is to have that be comprehensive and say, now that we have these resources because we're a community school, we're a CSI school, we're a Title I school, how can we best plan a comprehensive model to turn around the school? From someone who has been in schools with labels, too often it is a check the box because we have to meet this regulation or that guideline or this federal mandate. And instead coming together and helping principals and our local superintendents to really build a comprehensive plan using all of those resources, all of those needs assessments will truly help turn around a school instead of it being a checklist. So I encourage possibly the next step then to do that crosswalk to identify how many of them are hitting in those different sections and how can we look at them more comprehensively. So I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. And I believe Mr. Carlisle is not here, so he set written comments? Okay, great. So we'll take a look at the written comments. I want to thank all of our guests who took time out of their schedules to come and to be with us today and to share their perspectives. We listen intently, and we learn so much. As Mr. Hans will share a little bit later in the session, give you a sense of the extent of the outreach of the board. This year we have been all over the place. I think for myself and Vice President Getty, we have, in addition to all of the virtual meetings and calls and things, we probably put over 3,000 miles on our personal vehicles this year getting out, and we're just representative. This board has been out, we've listened, we've It's very important to get out, to just hear what people have to say, see things, and I think that helps us in terms of what our responsibilities are. I'm going to take just a little bit of a liberty to share a few observations and thoughts about some of the issues that have been swirling, and I want to give you a different perspective on some of the things that are being said. The first thing I want to make very clear to you, to the children, to the citizens of Maryland, the teachers, administrators, and leaders in Annapolis, my priority, and I believe I'm speaking for the board on this, is educate children. That is the most important thing. I've said this to the superintendent. I'm very fond of the superintendent, but we're here to get a job done. So what I've learned, this summer will be 60. 60 years ago is when I started my first job, and as an 11-year-old, because my parents wouldn't buy me Chuck Taylors. So I fixed that problem. I've learned that I'm engaged and supportive of people and pay very close attention to people, but as I've shared with the superintendent, with the board, with the leadership in Annapolis, there is absolutely zero confusion about what our priority is: educate children. We have a window of opportunity here, and we cannot afford to allow this window to close and miss this opportunity to do something special for our children. When we hired, in this hiring process that we had, we looked, and we were very blessed. We had some extraordinary people apply. We had 50-some people apply, and we narrowed it down to 4 truly outstanding individuals. And as we talked to them, we were very clear. We were not interested in window dressing. We were not interested in stuff that would make people feel good. We're interested in doing things that matter and making necessary changes where we'll be responsible, we'll be respectful of people, but the number one thing that we did not want to do was to be associated with window dressing. We recognized that in doing that, we were going to have some pushback. Anytime you're involved with transformation, you have pushback. We also, the search firm that we had was a very good group, and they also said, you need to think about some other things too. And they said, you need to think about other issues that may pop up. And they said, when you look, and when we got down to selecting our superintendent, the board looked through a series of issues. One, our superintendent is young. For some people, that's going to be a problem. Our superintendent comes from a non-traditional background to superintendent role. For some people, that's going to be an issue. Our superintendent is not from the state of Maryland. For some people, that's going to be an issue. Our superintendent is brown, and for some people, that's going to be an issue. Our superintendent is Muslim, and for some people, that's going to be an issue. And our superintendent wears a beard, and for some people, that's going to be an issue. We recognized that on the front end, and we said, even with that, we looked, every time we have had to make a tough decision, we have set forth very clear criteria. If I remember correctly, what we said was, as we looked at the candidates, was, number one, as I said, we had some truly outstanding people. Who's the person that is the most likely to take us to the next level? Because when you look at our performance over the preceding 11 years, what you see in most instances is declining or flat performance, or where there has been an improvement, it's 1% or something like that, which is totally unacceptable. And we had a lot of good people. There are a lot of good people that just needed the opportunity to be able to express their ideas. So we have a wonderful cadre of educational professionals here at the department and throughout the state, but they needed an ability, somebody that would help facilitate and make this happen. So we said, first thing is, who would give us the greatest likelihood? And then the second thing we looked at is past performance. What have these individuals done? Because one of the best things that you can do when you're trying to hire is look at past performance. I've been hiring folks for over 40 years. And so with that, we made the decision. Even before we hired the superintendent, or even before we even got down to the 4, this board was forward-thinking enough that says that we need to make an investment in the superintendent and in the leadership. That's what forward-thinking organizations are doing in the private sector and throughout government. We said, this is what you do. This is what you do. Every one of these jobs, my experience is not, I'm learning public education. My experience is in transformational leadership over the last 30 years, taking on assignments like the superintendents, reviewing programs for the United States Congress around this issue, being in the White House and supporting policies around this issue, being a senior partner at the largest professional services firm in the world, consulting on these issues. And let me tell you something about these assignments. No one ever comes into these assignments 100%. And if you are crazy enough to pursue transformational leadership as sort of a career path, one of the things that you will experience, and Gemma and I were talking about this, is these jobs will humble you. Because no one ever comes into these roles 100%. If I were to take on a transformational leadership role, I know that there would be additional development, both professionally and programmatically, that I would have to adjust to. You know, in my own development, IRS spent, I would guess in today's dollars, probably $30,000 sending me to different training courses. Some people would say probably didn't get much value for it, but nevertheless. And then when I went over to the GAO into their SES candidate program, they took us offline for a year of intensive training, development, and shadowing senior leaders. And even in my last federal assignment, after I had been designated as a meritorious SES senior executive, which means that you are recognized as one of the top 5%. So there are about 1.8 million federal employees. There are about 7,000 SES. And I was designated as meritorious. So that puts me in the top 5% of the SES. Even with that, the last assignment I had, I was the equivalent of a 4-star general. And the leadership made a decision to invest in the leadership. We were creating a whole new organization, and the leadership brought in a coach and also other support. So for 2 years, they made this investment because they could see what the potential and the return on investment would mean for the organization. In general, in my opinion, public education woefully underinvests invest in our leaders. When you look at what we're asking our leaders to do, whether it's the superintendent, the deputies here, whether you're looking at the local superintendents, the local boards, and my goodness, the administrators, we're going to recognize some administrators. We are way behind where the military is. We're way behind where leading federal agencies are. We're way behind where the private sector is. One of the things that I would like to see talk to the superintendent about is, and this I believe is consistent with the blueprint, is there a way to get money to establish a special leadership institute for our leaders? Transformation is not going to happen if it doesn't happen in the 1,400 schools throughout the state. Yes, we need to pay teachers better. We need to respect them. We need to do things to improve the quality of life for teachers and education professionals, but we will not get there if the leaders, the administrators. We've heard administrators come in as part of the briefings that the superintendent has raised, and you notice a common thread. The leader set the tone. So I really would like to see if there's something that we can do to set aside and set some money up and to set a leadership institute up that deals with transformation, provides coaching, and helps them think through how do you actually create the high-performance work environment at the local level if we're serious about helping children. There have been some issues raised about workforce. And it's been reported in the press quite a bit that there were about 8 or 9 letters that came in. We looked at those letters. We looked into those issues. And those 8 or 9 letters have taken on a life of their own. Well, it's time now to put some of this in context. Just recently, the conference board issued a report, their annual survey of job satisfaction for 2023. And they said they were pleased. We've hit a record high in job satisfaction, 62%. What that means is that 38% of workers are dissatisfied with their jobs. If we applied 38% to MSDE, then we would say then there should be about 400 people. All of this attention to 8 and 9, dominating the conversation. The fact that we said we've looked into this, irrelevant. There are many things I would love to say about this, but council says you can't say that. So I've been talking to council. Council, can I say this? Can I say that? Can I say that? So council said, well, you can say these 2 or 3 things. That's it. You can't say no more. So I'm going to say these 2 or 3 things. In one of these instances, an individual that had prepared part of one of these letters, there was only about a 6-month overlap between that person's time and the superintendent. I believe there was only 1 meeting involving the superintendent, and that was when the superintendent was doing his round-robin sort of meetings with all of the staff. This individual is about 4 or 5 levels removed from the superintendent. Having run large organizations as a practical matter, if you are 4 or 5 levels removed from me, I rarely ever see you. I see you in the elevator. I see you walking down the hall. That's about the extent to which I see you. There were also concerns about vacancies. We're going to be issuing a press release that will go into the vacancies issue clearly. and you'll see data. For the first time in almost a decade, the number of vacancies in MSDE will be, I believe, below 100. Is that correct, Superintendent? That when he came, there were about 100 and almost 190 vacancies when he arrived. We were also then under a hiring freeze from the former administration. So the number of vacancies actually rose to almost 260. So you'll see the exact numbers in the press release. We're now down to, will be down to less than 100. So he has cut the number of vacant positions that we had when he arrived by about 50%. The second thing I want to highlight on that issue is that when he arrived, the attrition rate, I believe, was about almost 23%. That was July of 2021. The attrition rate now is around 15%, or about a 35% reduction in attrition. You also, if you look at what's been happening, he's been able to hire and promote about 35 folks within the organization. If you look at the quality, we have outstanding individuals. He's been able to secure, and you'll see all of this in the press release, significant pay raises for some of our lower paid employees. We've been able to address major issues in the disability area, which was causing high attrition. We also have a number of very valuable employees involved with child care. I believe we have about 7,000 centers that we're responsible for. They were greatly underpaid. That has been addressed. These have been issues. We also, if you just look at the quality, the diversity of ideas, backgrounds, people from within Maryland, outside of Maryland, male, female, whatever dimensions of diversity that you're interested in, you will see a leadership team, management level and leadership team that more accurately reflects that. I want to say a word about grants. I have a little bit of familiarity with grants from my days at the GAO. Part of what I did for several years was look at the implementation and the execution of federal grants for education, HHS, and labor, going out into the field. These are grants that were targeted going to states, local municipalities, and nonprofits. We saw some exemplary programs, but we also saw a lot of issues. We saw issues where grants, what they could basically tell you, most of these grant programs could basically tell you is how much money they got. Sometimes they had difficulty showing you how much they've spent. Most of them didn't have good outcome measures. Some of the intermediaries weren't sending money forward. Now, what I'm going to say about with MSDE, the thing that I would just ask you to do is just be a little patient. I think we jumped the gun a little bit. We're going to ask the superintendent to do a deep dive. He shared a lot of information with us. I want to do a deep dive and do it at one of our upcoming meetings so that everyone can see. And the goal, again, is not to punish anybody, but to be a good steward of dollars and make sure that the dollars that are being spent are giving us the highest return on investment. So you'll be seeing that perhaps in the August time frame, but we'll have that conversation. I think you need to see it. So if you can just reserve some judgment until you see the data and see what we're doing. And again, our goal is not to harm anybody, but to just be a good steward. Make sure we get good value for what we're doing. You know, one of the comments that we've heard when Dr. Getty and I think we've met with probably everybody in Annapolis except for 3 people. One of the comments that we heard was that the AIB has major concerns with the superintendent, the department, and the board. What people don't realize is that we have a good relationship with the AIB. So I periodically call the chair, he periodically calls me, we go to lunch, we sit, we talk, we try to figure this out. The structure is not optimal, but the commitment that we have from both boards is for the children, we will do our absolute best to make this thing work. So I asked him, I said, I'm going over here to Annapolis and people keep saying that this is what the AIB is saying about us. He said, that's not what we're saying. He said, I don't know where that's coming from. Not only did he say that, but he said that from his perspective, continuing with this superintendent is absolutely critical to the success of where we want to go in the blueprint. You know, the interesting thing with all of this controversy over the last few months, there's been something that's been absent. We got a number of calls from media and from a whole bunch of folks, but there's one thing that's been real absent. Nobody's asked us about the children. Nobody's asking us whether the plans that we are working on will actually educate children. Nobody's asking us whether there are any preliminary results coming from Maryland Leads or any other initiatives that show any indication that any of this stuff is working. Nobody's been asking us about the children. Superintendent, have there been any recognition of anything that's been going on here nationally, here in the state?
Absolutely. Is my mic on? Yes. So we have had several. The way we have been leveraging our federal state set aside has been recognized multiple times over in how to best leverage this one-time funding to seed permanent change needed. Maryland Leads is something I'm very proud of. Our school systems, I'll let them speak for themselves and what it's meant for them to be able to do, that bridge funding to be able to catalyze the changes that they want to see in their systems. And most recently, we were the second state to partner with the Biden administration to launch Maryland Tutoring Corps and to really, again, take one-time funding and not squander the opportunity to seed permanent change that's needed, because we can't just go back to normal. And so, yes, absolutely. And not something that we went out seeking, but something that came to us. So, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to just close with, you know, I keep citing this 1916 report. The more I go back and read this report, I say, my goodness, these folks got it right. They say, you know, in the introduction, they say the people of Maryland will find some grounds for gratification as they read this report. Public education in Maryland is, on the whole, soundly well organized. They pose a really interesting question, though. They say, if the system is soundly well organized, why do we keep producing such poor results? And he said, you know, there's some good reasons for that. In a few words, suffice to explain. Public education in Maryland is politics. Politics are apt to prevent the state board from acting with vigor. In general, political and personal considerations of adults impair the vigor, independence, and thoroughness and the efficiency of the school system. And they make this other statement, and I will stop at this point. The public doesn't understand or realize the seriousness of this issue or the damage that it can cause. We at the State Board of Education are focused on one simple thing: educating the children in the state of Maryland and doing everything that we can possibly do to educate. You saw these wonderful children here today. Our goal is to be able to educate all of the children, to provide the kind of workspace for our teachers and administrators that they can be proud of, because we can't educate the children if we don't have strong administrators, if we don't have excellent teachers and education staff to support us. So that's what we're about. One of the things I think that I'd like to do, Mr. Superintendent, would be to potentially work with your folks to put together an op-ed to capture a number of these points and to put them out for the public to see and to put some of these matters into context. We take all of these issues seriously. We have intense conversations. We ask direct questions of the superintendent and everybody else. The board members can challenge. The board members are free to speak their minds. And we do it in the context around an organizing principle that says, educate our children. We do it with the goal of being respectful and civil with each other. Every time we've had a major issue, this board has risen to the occasion and done the right thing, even when doing the right thing may not be the most popular in the short term. Okay. I think I probably said enough. Okay, thank you. We're going to now move to the consent agenda items. We have 3 items: approval of the minutes, the personnel actions, and the budget adjustments for May 2023. As has been our past practice, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, then the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no disagreement, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Can I have my HR staff stand up, please?
Please, absolutely.
Right. This team has been working around the clock, both first with short-staffed, then investing in them and expanding their staff. This is the recruitment and staffing team. This is the team that has cut the vacancy rate in half, that has developed the incentives, that has have me fight and win raises for our lowest paid employees. This is that team. We are at 96. That has not been true for over a decade. We have data going back to 2013. I couldn't get it past 2013, but I'm pretty sure it's been above 100 even past 2013. This is that team. These headlines didn't exist when I came. They have now surfaced. Great. I want more attention to it because this team is going to beat any other governmental entity as we bring vacancies down to 0. This team is amazing, and I will go up against any governmental entity to also wind down their vacancy if they need it, because this is the team that's going to do it. We are at 96. By raising the quality of candidates, by recruiting the heck out of the country and Maryland, we are at 96. By over 50%, we have cut the vacancy rate. That might not make headlines. I don't care at the end of the day, but MSD is on the move, and I'd just like to recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we can't.
They need to go find the other 96. So we got.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Nicely done. Nicely done. There was some question about the special ed. I know we're not prepared to talk about it right now, but you're moving on that. You got some ideas.
Yes, I am working directly with our coalition to begin to put together the work group. What is important to me is that the work group is reflective of the diversity, both in disability and income and class and race of our state. And so I'm looking forward to them bringing me names to put together that work group. I'm working closely with Liz Zogby and Leslie Margolis to be able to do that. So we're on track. Remember, the work group was modeled after our English learner work group, which started after I started. and we met 16 times, and it created the playbook for it. We are on track. We are on time. So that's the update on that. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Again, this has been a great meeting. This is an opportunity to recognize the 2022-2023 Principals of the Year. Going to first have Terry Ball come up as the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals, and then we'll have Addie come up for the secondary. And again, we the board understand the value and the importance and the critical role that administrators play. We recognize that we can have great teachers and they will do their absolute best, but if the tone isn't properly set at the top, nothing happens. So we recognize that, and Terry likes to give you now an opportunity to recognize or identify the principals, and I believe assistant principal. Okay.
Correct, thank you. And good morning to President Crawford and Vice President Getty and Superintendent Chaudhary and the rest of the school board. I think if I was in my building right now, I would say let's stand and take a quick brain break, but we'll go on. And thank you for your remarks about professional development, because you have two organizations here that support that 100% at all levels: teachers, principals, superintendents, supervisors, so thank you for that. I am here this morning as the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals, to recognize two people that our organization has honored. One is our National Distinguished Principal, E. Rodney Walker, and Mr. Erod, as he is called, sends his apologies. Before he was named National Distinguished Principal, him and his family decided to go on a long cruise to celebrate the end of the school year, so that's where he is this morning.
You'd rather be on a cruise and
I'm
not
sorry.
be here with us?
I shared with him that each of you would have grace and totally understand, so, but I would still like to share about Mr. E. Rodney Walker that his friends and his colleagues call him. He has been described as a peer, a beacon of hope, wisdom, and optimism. His coworkers say that he advocates for all students, believing that all students are capable of success. And with that, Mr. Walker was primarily and instrumental in establishing a male mentoring group called Boys of Distinction, with the purpose of supporting African American males, providing educational and experiential opportunities to close the achievement gap. His parent community cites that their brown, their black, and their diverse population supports Mr. Walker because he has developed positive relationships with all students, all families in the community. and has brought the school culture and climate back to such that it's positive and welcoming and inclusive for all students. So we celebrate Mr. Walker. He will be celebrated along with our other national distinguished principals at the National Association of Elementary School Principals. We call it a principal prom at the Williard Hotel in Washington, D.C. in October. And it is truly a wonderful and humbling experience to be honored in that way. I am also very proud and glad to have with me, and I'm going to ask Heather to come up, please. And she is supported by many of her supervisors and the superintendent from Howard County. Whoops.
Superintendent, do you want to come up? Welcome. Or however you, guys, or whatever you want to do is fine.
So Heather has been recognized as our National Outstanding Assistant Principal of the Year, and our organization, along with the national organization, recognizes the assistant principals as key to supporting principals and honoring and supporting the school culture in elementary schools. Mrs. Maraf was chosen by her peers, and she has also been described as someone who celebrates students and staff. I have been doing this for almost 7 years, honoring principals and assistant principals that have been selected by our committees. And I can tell you, this is the first time I've gone into a school and into a school community where spontaneously the staff starts affirming their assistant principal. It was humbling, it was heartwarming, and I'm sure brought some tears to Mrs. Maraf's eyes as her staff described her as passionate, as a school leader, as a mentor, as a coach, and someone with heart. And she has been mentored by her principal, who is here to support her, taking pictures. So we are very honored as an association to say that Mrs. Maraf from Tridelphia Ridge Elementary School in Howard County, yes, is our National Outstanding Assistant Principal of the Year. Heather.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. We have a Tridelphia Ridge fan out there, I see. I was honored and humbled to receive the MAESP Outstanding Assistant Principal of the Year award. This is an award not in recognition of my work, but also a reflection of the phenomenal staff, students, and families that I have the privilege of working with each and every day. I would like to thank the Maryland State Board of Education for taking the time to recognize this today. I would also like to thank the Howard County Public School System's Superintendent, Dr. Michael Martirano. He has trusted me, he has visionary leadership, and I am so thankful for both of those things. He is joined today by Dr. Nessa Dennis, Chief of School Management and Instructional Leadership. It stands for SMILE, and she has a great one. And Mr. Pat Saunderson, our Area Community Superintendent. All of them have provided me with constant support and encouragement throughout my leadership journey. Lastly, and I'll try not to tear up, I would like to thank my current principal, Dr. Tiffany Tressler, for her unwavering support, encouragement, and true partnership. She has been the best boss, mentor, and friend that anyone could ask for. She has always challenged me to grow and take risks. We're getting sad because we're moving apart. I'm so proud to be a part of Howard County Public School System. We have amazing students who are eager to learn and teach us something new every day. They feed and motivate me even on the hardest of days. Thank you for this incredible honor. I will continue to do my best to fulfill my new role as proud principal of Hammond Elementary School. Go Tigers!
Congratulations.
I would just like to thank Heather and congratulations. Our outstanding assistant principals don't stay outstanding assistant principals for long. They are usually promoted within several months of being named. So she has joined the list, yes. I'd also like to thank the board this morning and thank Zachary for helping to make this possible. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Yes, Senator Bates.
I did a lot of our simulated congressional hearings this year, something that should be a statewide program. And Tridelphia Ridge was one of the most outstanding. It was such a joy to be there and hear those students talk about what this country is about, what the government's about, and where their roles are. It was just fascinating. So, great job. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to have you come up and like to get a photo with you and the folks that have accompanied you. Please come on up. We'll do a quick photo here, and then we'll move to the secondary principal. So the board would join us here, so much. Good to see you again, Addie. And again, we value the important role that administrators play and will continue to play, especially as we roll out the next phase of the implementation of this blueprint, and our strategy and everything is implementation. So it will rest. Our success will be dependent upon the administrators, and we just got to make sure that we're supporting them appropriately. So welcome again, and please feel free to introduce the principal and assistant principal for the secondary.
Thank you so much. And thank you, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, Superintendent Chaudhary. We love being here, and we love celebrating our administrators. And in particular, I want to take just a moment to thank all of you for being so receptive to hearing our voices, working with us, and taking the time to visit schools and principals, and just knowing that you value, based on what you shared today, but also by your actions in working with us, we feel supported, and we're so proud to be part of educating all children in Maryland. So thank you for that. So I am really pleased because we have not been able to do this since COVID, so it is so exciting for us to be here. And I'm pleased to first introduce the MASSP 2023 Principal of the Year, Mr. James Ulrich, who is the principal at Argyle Middle School in Montgomery County. And James, do you want to come join me? Meeting James was a breath of fresh air. We did not know each other prior to this, but we have now become great colleagues and good friends, and he has represented Maryland incredibly well throughout his year of conferences and meetings and presentations, engagements, and just last night shared with me how much he's enjoyed the celebration of not only himself, but of Argyle Middle School, the staff, and everybody who's been there. So just a little bit about James. He's an accomplished educator who received his Master of Arts in Educational Administration from Kean University in New Jersey, and then his master's at Rutgers University in New Jersey. And I want you to know that before receiving our award, he was also a Washington Post Principal of the Year finalist, which is not easy to obtain. And he also, right before he received our award, was celebrated as the Dr. Edward Shirley Award for Excellence in Educational Administration and Supervision in 2022. And so in a very short period of time, Mr. Ulrich really stands out, or has continued to stand out, as leadership excellence and someone for whom others can learn and grow. He was also named, and I did not know this until he sent it, so this is more recent, as one of the 3 principals to watch, Reshaping Learning Landscapes Through Creative Solutions by the website's District Administration. And I sent Zach, and Zach, thank you for working with us, actually a link to that site if you are interested. James, Mr. Ulrich, is a true example of educational and leadership excellence. He shares his work, which is most important, at the local, state, and national levels. He will be presenting in Denver at our National Association's conference this summer. He is known for his work with restorative justice. He has done a lot of work with social emotional learning and student and staff wellness for the students during and after COVID, and he is adjusting beautifully to what we're going to call the new normal since COVID. He is so passionate about the success of all of his students, and when I read the recommendation letters, they are all clearly very, very proud of him. In the interest of time, I will not share them, but we are happy to, and I believe Zach has a much greater detailed explanation of James's accomplishments. As a futuristic leader, he has just recently presented on AI and ChatGPT. He shares many ways in which these topics can and will benefit school leaders as they are becoming the future of education, and something for which we should all be concerned and yet embrace. He understands the changing needs of students, families, and business partners, and continues to focus on the well-being of everyone in his community. So with that, I introduce to you James Ulrich.
Thank you. She said so many great things. Thank you so much, Addie. So first, thank you to the board. I really do appreciate just taking this time to recognize me, but really principals in general. I did want to take just a quick personal privilege to say thank you to Superintendent Chaudhry, who actually came to visit me way before I got all these acknowledgments, just to shadow some students. And I just remember his presence in the school building, and people didn't know he was there. And people heard later through an email and how excited they were to know that this was about kids. And his visit was about students. And I think it just really shared a really clear message about what this board is about and what Maryland is all about. I want to also just take this time to really just thank MCPS, Montgomery County Public Schools. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this work. Not only have they been supportive, but they have developed me through just the several different ways in which they develop principals. By first being an assistant principal, obviously a school leader and things of that nature, and now actually an award-winning principal. So I'm so thankful to Montgomery County, to our superintendent, Dr. McKnight, and as well as Greg Mullenhals, who's here. They called him my supervisor. I really call him my coach because that's exactly what he does. He really supports and coaches. Of course, to my family, and of course to my school community. The students, the staff, and then of course our parents who have embraced me and who's connected with me, and I'm just really, really, really thankful. So with that, I just want to just say thank you, and I really appreciate this, not just for me, but for all administrators, assistant principals, central office workers, central office administrators, as well as principals, to get acknowledged this way, and particularly from the board at this level, I think means a lot. So thank you.
And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you, and this is new, Dr. Kimberly Culbertson, the Assistant Principal of the Year 2023 for MASSP, and Assistant Principal of the Year, and the AP at Towson High School. Welcome. Dr. Culbertson received her Doctor of Philosophy at Notre Dame in 2022 with a major in instructional leadership for changing populations. Previously, she attended the University of Maryland for a Master of Science and Salisbury for a Bachelor of Science. So she is a true Maryland woman. We're happy to have her associated with our organization. Kim began her career as a science teacher and quickly became a professional development coach at Delaney High School before becoming assistant principal at Towson, where she also serves as a mentor to new Baltimore County School System assistant principals. She's been at Towson since 2018, and having attended just recently our newly formed MAESP, MASSP, and Region 4 Comprehensive Center Network Next Level Maryland Leadership Academy, she is completing her 5th year as an AP and looking ready, and she is ready for and excited about hopefully receiving a promotion in the near future, and we look forward to hearing all about her future endeavors. Using the knowledge gained from her experiences, leadership programs, and professorship, Dr. Culbertson has brought a wealth of knowledge to Towson. And as she continues to lead the attendance team, which I will highlight, she works with students, staff, and families to increase attendance for all students. This year, Towson High School had their highest overall attendance rate since returning from COVID and reducing chronic absenteeism for both African American and Hispanic students. It has been something to celebrate. Coordinating attendance-based interventions for over 260 students, she and her team have truly made a positive impact on the school. One way to raise attendance is obviously to reduce suspension rates. And this year, Towson had their lowest suspension rate since returning, and just in general, reduced the rates of incidents leading to suspension by 17%. When students are in school, we all know academic achievement increases. So to that end, she continues to collaborate with the school's communities of practice teams, which promote equitable access to and achievement in rigorous courses. This year, Towson High School had a record number of African American students request at least one GT and/or AP course for next year, and they had a 91% pass rate for the African American students who took that first GT or AP course for the first time. Dr. Culbertson's roles and achievements are not limited to Towson. Last year, she completed her Baltimore County Schools Principal internship at Owings Mills High School and was a superintendent's fellow. Kim is also a data analyst at the Notre Dame, Maryland University and presented the 5-star school year at the MAESP, MASSP Annual School Leaders Conference in 22. And can kindergarten reports of students' attention levels predict scores on a standardized reading assessment for the American Educational Research Education in 2021. Since 2016, she's been a co-presenter for MSDE's Data Summit, the Maryland Society for Educational Technology, and the Character Lab. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate and introduce you to Dr. Kimberly Culbertson.
Good morning, and thank you, Maryland State Superintendent Chowdhury, members of the State Board of Education, Dr. Kaufman, and Mr. Sam Mussafer. He's an executive director in Baltimore County Public Schools, and he's joined with me today for recognizing me and joining me as the 2022-2023 MASSP Assistant Principal of the Year. Receiving this honor has been one of the highlights of my 17-year career with Baltimore County Public Schools, and I have been incredibly grateful and humbled to represent the determined students, dedicated educators, and supportive community of not just BCPS, but the entire state of Maryland. In reflecting upon this honor, I recall the quote from Sir Isaac Newton: "If I have seen further than others, it is by standing upon the shoulders of giants." This quote reminds me that I am where I am today because of others that have lifted me up. From my grandfather, who came to this country with little education, a few dollars in his pocket, and a dream to build a life right here in Baltimore, to all of my colleagues, mentors, leaders, and friends in BCPS that have supported and guided me along the way, and to all of the students that have and continue to inspire me, teach me, and fuel my passion. These are the true giants, the true heroes of my story, and the true reason why I sit here before you today. These giants have instilled in me the values of service, equity, justice, kindness, and gratitude, and they serve as my motivation each day to be the best educator and human I can be. Although I've held many positions in BCPS, being an assistant principal is one of the most rewarding I have had, because every day I have the opportunity to lift others up and truly make a difference. Speaking of making a difference, this past school year, our faculty's theme was "You Make a Difference," which is inspired by the starfish story. In this story, a boy is seen on the beach kindly throwing starfish back in the ocean. When questioned about the difference he is making, the boy responds, "I made a difference to that one." Together, through our collaborative and collective efforts, my team at Towson High School, under the leadership of the incredible Principal Charlene Domino, worked diligently each day to make a difference to not one, but to over 1,600 students, their families, and members of the community in which we serve. We made a difference each day by providing a world-class education, a safe and supportive environment, and instilling strengths of character that will undoubtedly lead to each student having the opportunity to build a great future in this state of Maryland. I look forward to continuing as a school leader that is committed to lifting everyone up by raising the bar, closing the gaps, and making a difference each and every day. Thank you again for this tremendous opportunity to be with you today and to represent and give thanks to all of the educators, leaders, students, families, and community members in this great state. Thank you.
So thank you again. I think you can see why for both organizations we have such outstanding folks representing Maryland, and we are all so proud.
I'd like to have come up and do a photo first with the principal and then with the assistant principal. This is great. Come on up. We do both at the same time. We do both at the same time. So, okay, so okay, we're gonna do one at a time. One at a time. We're flexible. Very. Congratulations. Thank you. Again, congratulations. Thank you so much. This is, you got a chance to see our board in operation. They're not shy at all about providing feedback. No, we're going to do it this way. So, and we listen. Yes. Again, congratulations. Thank you. Check on them. I've not heard from them. They probably call my home phone. That's what they tend to do. We're going to take just about a 10-minute break. Just so we will reconvene in about 10 minutes. Give us a break. I'm going to also call and check on and that's going to be our board self-assessment. And Paolo will come up and want to just say a word. Paolo, we really appreciate the support from the National Association of State School Boards of Education. We have attended your sessions. Our board members have found those to be very good. The content is very good. The office hours, and just the opportunity to be able to talk to other state boards. Find that a lot of the issues that we're dealing with are not unique to Maryland. So there are opportunities to learn from that. One of the things that the board, when we broached this idea of having a self-assessment, the board enthusiastically thought it was a good thing to do, and I couldn't agree more, and I'm hoping that as we go, we'll continue to evolve it. I'd like to see us build in more stakeholder input in the future, and also we will have our measures of success for the implementation and the like. So I wanted to figure out how we, as part of these annual assessments, we sort of take a look at how we're doing. One of the things that we're hoping to do once we have the measures of success in place is to encourage all of our local education agencies, including ourselves, to put on the front page of their websites so that the public can see immediately when they come to our website or they come to another website how we're doing. How we're doing. So again, thank you so much, sir, for everything, and appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much to you as well for your commitment and to all of you members of the board. We always recognize, and I especially recognize, that you are giving of your time and your talent and your commitment to the excellence of the education system in Maryland as part of your work. And so I celebrate that. And I really appreciate the opportunity, the fact that you all were running a little late gave me the opportunity to cherish hearing from the public servants that you recognize. It is always a source of hope and inspiration to me to know the amazing individuals that work each and every day in the interest of the excellence of our education systems and student learning and student success. So I salute you for celebrating those individuals. And I know that's a regular feature of your board meetings. And to me, it's such a hopeful and energizing and inspiring part of board work. As the chair stated, my name is Paulo Di Maria. I'm the president and CEO of the National Association of State Boards of Education, the National Association of State Boards of Education. And as he indicated, we are the only organization in the country that is solely committed to the kind of work you all do in this forum, as well as others like you across the country. And we take great pride and commitment in terms of supporting the work from every aspect, both operationally in terms of the actual activity that a board undertakes at its meetings and the work that it does, as well as in the policy arena, helping to educate board members about different policy issues. We do that in our conferences, our publications, our office hours, and other activities. For those of you who would like more information, please pass that along through Zach, and I'm happy to share with you. Make sure you're getting our newsletter. Make sure you know when our office hours are and other great opportunities. I'm here today to share with you the sort of key takeaways and the results of the board self-assessment. Thank you to all of you for responding to the survey and being honest, as I think the chairman said before the break, in providing your honest feedback and your perceptions and reflections on the work of the board. And so I prepared a little bit of a PowerPoint deck that I'd like to use as a way to sort of talk you through those results. Now, me talking to you is going to be less significant than you all talking among yourselves, to be honest with you. And that's what I think this survey really helps accomplish. It gives you a few touch points to be able to say, you know what, we need to have as a board a conversation about this topic or that topic. And you'll be able to identify some of those from the self-assessment. There may be also other things that maybe don't come out of the self-assessment, but part of my message to you is just the tremendous importance of open communication among and between board members, with board staff, with board leadership, and this notion that the strongest boards are the ones where people build relationships with each other. That doesn't mean you always have to agree. That doesn't mean you have to come to an issue or a policy area from the same vantage point, but you have to be able to engage in the conversations and the back and forth and sharing perspectives in order to accomplish what the collective voice of the board is really, authorized and challenged by the Constitution or the laws of the state of Maryland to accomplish. And so, this begins to shed light, but I hope it also fosters a culture of open communication, relationship building, and honesty, to be honest with you. So let's go ahead and flip to the graphic, because ultimately this presentation is really designed about the survey that you were kind enough to respond to. And let's go to the second slide and dive right in. The survey was divided into 4 sections that you see listed here. The first one is really these high-level issues of mission, priorities, and goals that, the mutual anchor points, right? What is it that drives the work of the board, and how much consistency is there across the board in terms of that drive, that direction, and that vision? The second section is about agendas, meetings, and support. It's really more focused on some of the technical aspects of board meetings and board work, and that has a slightly longer list of questions, and we'll get into those as well. The third one is really this notion of, I sort of call it the culture of the board, collegiality, collective voice, and your reflections on those aspects of the board work. And finally, the fourth segment is really about stakeholder engagement and public interaction. This is how does the board operate in this, multifaceted ecosystem that we call the education sector. And so my remarks are going to focus on the different questions that are in each of those sections. So let's go to the next slide. Now, what you're going to see is for every one of those categories, you'll see a little bit of a grid like this one that has the question on the far left. And these are, sort of summary statements. The actual verbiage of the question is generally a little bit longer, but for purposes of succinctness and display, we've abbreviated that. And then you'll see the different categories. We asked individuals to gauge and respond to the questions and the statements about whether they strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree. And then for purposes of processing and synthesis, we combine, we show all the response areas, but then we also combine them into sort of an agree column and a disagree column. And that allows us to reflect a little bit more on the things that are happening in the respective arena. So the other thing that I do in these slides is I do a little bit of color coding. I'll also point out there's an insufficient knowledge column that I don't think got very many responses in this particular case, but sometimes we have those as part of it. I do a little bit of color coding, and you'll see this consistently throughout. So the blue shaded areas are those where agreement is 100%. Now, I want to acknowledge that doesn't mean it's always strongly agree. And in fact, on this slide, you'll see the first 2 items are really good examples. The first one has almost 77% of strong agreement. That's really powerful. Whereas the second one might have 100% of agreement, but it's slightly more tilted in the somewhat agree area. But the thing I like about these blue categories is, generally speaking, there's agreement. That doesn't mean work can't be done to strengthen the level of that agreement, but you're often, you're starting from a really good place. The second color that I use is this green area. And the green area is really designed to capture that somewhat disagree, but no strongly disagree. Okay, so again, you see 3 items here where there was some somewhat disagree responses. But I think the fact that it's somewhat means that there's potential to, shift that into the, either the somewhat agree or the strongly agree column at some point in time. So it merits some attention, but it may be that very minor things can be done to help, accomplish that bit of a shift. You don't see any in this slide, but in the next slide, or the next table of this type, you'll see yellow. Yellow indicates that there is at least, one response that is a strong disagreement. And I think that calls out, the need for perhaps a deeper discussion and a deeper attention to some of those areas. So let's talk a little bit about this one. I think this is a wonderful slide to start with, because I think it shows a great deal of coalescence, shall we say, around the key, mission, vision, priorities, and goals. So, shared understanding of the mission and vision, appropriateness of goals around, Maryland students and Maryland schools, that there's a data-drivenness or a data-informedness to the work, that there is also an equity focus to the work, and that there's also we usually allow states to sort of add questions that are particular to their own context. And so the last the last question, and it's great to see that there's 100% of strong agreement to this, is that the priorities of the board are consistent with the pillars of the blueprint for Maryland's future. So again, really strong sense that the high-level mission, vision, priorities are fairly strongly embraced by the board. Again, some people were a little more, somewhat tentative about their agreement, but generally speaking, these are really good numbers. In the green areas, you have a little bit of where you have some modest disagreement on evidence-based decision-making, which is interesting because in many respects, this evidence-based and data kind of go hand in hand. So it may simply be strengthening that connection between the data and the evidence in terms of supporting and fostering the discussions that the board makes. And then you have a couple of areas where it's, sort of communication issues, whether that's with the state commissioner and also in terms of stakeholder understanding around the board mission and goals. You'll see this theme about the role of stakeholders kind of recur throughout this presentation. And I think it ultimately becomes one of those areas where some additional focus and attention really makes sense. Let's go to the next slide just to it has a few summary statements. One of the things that came out is that while there's a general sense that the focus of the work is on the right place, we picked up some sense that maybe the focus needs to ensure that it's reaching all students, both those that may not be performing well, but then also those that are highly performing, and what are the ways in which the needs of those students can also be captured in the work of the board. There was also some reference made to the role of the board in terms of legislative advocacy and its role in advancing the goals of the education system in the legislative session. And again, that theme also will come out in some of the later slides, and that's really speaks to a recognition of the board's role in the broader ecosystem and a shared understanding of the different roles and responsibilities of different actors in the education system. So again, I summarized the key takeaways as generally good agreement in this area, not a lot of actually no strong disagreement. And foretelling sort of a further reflection on the stakeholder theme. Let's go to the next slide. This slide deals, again, with more of the technical aspects of agendas, meetings, and support. Again, here you begin to see a little bit of yellow show up, which, again, just to remind you, is those areas that had some amount of strong disagreement. But let's first start with some of the blue areas. Again, there's a sense that the agendas are well developed. They focus on the mission and goals. They build on past work. There's also a sense that there's a good time to review the agendas, to review the resources and materials for the meetings. Those are the key blue areas. In those, in the green areas where you have a little bit, a slight amount of disagreement, somewhat disagreement, the first one is really the one that has the strongest in that category, which is adequate time spent on right issues. And again, from that, we kind of got the sense that were times when, a lot of time was spent on going through presenting some sort of issue, but it wasn't necessarily followed up by, some segue into action or some, policy development work or what have you. So it was a matter of, the effective use of time? And were there certain presentations that were, overly lengthy that weren't necessarily contributing as impactfully as other presentations or other topics that might require attention as well? There's also, again, some technical things that I think are easily addressable. Discussions about the frequency of board meetings. There probably isn't a board in the country that doesn't periodically step back and talk about, both the length of time of board meetings, their frequency, and when they're scheduled. And those two green bars towards the bottom of this table are to those points: the frequency of board meetings, as well as the support needed to make informed decisions. It's interesting that the resources and materials seem to be sufficient. It may be other types of support that need to be addressed in terms of the decision-making process of the board. And again, one of the things I hope you take from this is the importance of people being forthright in their own perceptions about the board's work. That you should be able to go to the chair, to Zach, to other support staff, and let them know what the challenges that you have are, so that they can be addressed. Because a lot of times if people don't, say anything, then no one really knows. And it's important to, be open and specific about the information needs that you have and the support needs that you have. Let's look at the yellow items. Again, the first one talks a little bit about the board's role as citizen voice. And I take this to, sort of be an ancillary notion to this idea of stakeholder and other voices, and are the voices that are represented both formally by board members and then through stakeholder engagement really factored into the work of the board in an effective way. Because again, that role as citizens' voice is really essential and critical to the effective functioning of the board, and the fact that multiple perspectives need to be brought to bear on the board's work. That doesn't mean that it's always easy then to come to consensus, and we'll talk about those kinds of notions in the collegiality section. But it also it's reflective of the fact that people need to be able to hear and listen to the different points of view that may be impacted or otherwise interested in the different work and activities of the board. There's this notion of prioritizing student achievement and well-being, which again has a lot of support, but there is some strong disagreement to that area, which really speaks to it kind of dovetails with the other thought about are all the students being represented in terms of meeting their needs, and how does that factor into the board's work. Some of these items are technical in terms of understanding the process to submit items for the agenda. That should be a fairly straightforward item that can be remedied with some better explanation. And then moving further down the list, the time that meetings take place. This is always a challenge, because anytime you bring a number of folks such as yourselves together, there's likely to be those timing issues that aren't particularly conducive. Again, it makes sense from time to time maybe to call out what those issues might be and whether there are reasonable ways to accommodate them. Sometimes, to be honest, it's very challenging, because once you make some accommodations to meet some people's needs, you might create challenges for other individuals. But there again, it's a matter of putting specific information on the table and engaging in the discussions that are necessary to make that happen. The last issue here in the yellow category is really served well by staff of the department. And sometimes this is one of those things too, that's a matter of identifying what the challenges are, what the needs are, understanding that they're often varying needs, both from the department staff point of view as well as from the board's point of view, and coordinating those kinds of activities. But at the end of the day, making sure that board members are supported in the work they do is always something that I know chairs and departments want to achieve. Let's go to the next slide and just do a little bit of summary. So again, this idea of, while there's strong sentiment that the agendas are well constructed, making sure that the way time is allocated to priority issues is important, and that they're streamline any presentations that are really more ancillary or not necessarily focused on the highest level and highest priority work. It's worth having some further discussions about the use of time and meeting frequency, and how time is allocated on agendas, and then, very specifically the process for submitting agenda items. We'll talk a little bit more about the stakeholder side and the citizen voice side and in the next, not the next one, but two tables out. So let's go to the next slide. This is really a relatively short set of questions, but it speaks to collegiality and collective voice. Again, it's very heartening to see that there are a couple of these areas that kind of fall into that blue category where everyone is either strongly or somewhat in agreement, and that's that there's healthy, effective collaboration. That to me, that's a definite look for, because when people feel like, look, we're able to voice our perspectives, we're able to work together. There's a strong sense that we are all, aligned around a particular vision or mission, even though we may disagree on some of the specifics. There's a sense that we're working together and moving the direction of the state education system forward. And then also that the board makes effective decisions, that they make decisions effectively, right? And again, some strong agreement in that area. Which is very important because we know that there are going to be issues where everyone is in agreement and everyone votes yes. We know there will be times when there are differences of opinion on how things can be approached. But if people feel like decisions are being made effectively, that's a very positive outcome. You also have, again, in the green category, this notion of how easy is consensus being reached. And there's only a slight bit of somewhat disagreement on that point, which again, to me is a telling sign, even though the strongly agree is less than 50%. I think this is an area where, again, strategies to build consensus are, in my sense of these numbers is that they're effectively being used. Sometimes everybody's not always happy with what those outcomes are. But again, it's one of those areas where continuing to communicate and articulate the different points of view and be open to what that middle ground that often forms that consensus point looks like, and where the flexibility might be in any particular issue is important to helping achieve that consensus in a way where more people are satisfied with the outcome. Finally, you've got a couple of places where there is some strong disagreement. The board operates in a nonpartisan way. Again, partisanship often, reflects on the different positions or perspectives on different policy issues. Sometimes it may be less about partisanship as it is about just honest disagreements about, policy direction or what have you. But again, this is one of those areas where, open communication is always helpful, both in terms of, the belief that partisanship may be making its way into the discussions of the board. At the end of the day, boards are political. Serve the body politic and are done in the service of the public. And so, public and political aspects of the work enter into it. But I think it goes back to some of the issues on the previous slide about use of data, use of evidence. Those are always ways to help people coalesce around, okay, what are some of the right answers? What does the research show us? What does the data show us? And how does that inform our decision making? Finally, the last one is really this notion of easily engaging in conversations and discussions during meetings. Again, this is an issue of trust and an issue of relationships. From the responses that we saw in this survey, people seem to be very open in terms of sharing their perspectives. And again, some of this may be just making sure people feel comfortable and are given those opportunities to speak their perspectives and understand that they have opportunities to do that in the course of the work of the board. Let's go to the next slide and do a little bit of summary here. Again, I think that fostering of honest and meaningful conversations is so essential to all the elements in the previous slide. It's about, collegiality. It's about how to get to consensus, how to effectively make decisions. It's all about communication, relationships, trust, and being willing to engage, and being able to, listen to each other and find those areas where there's common ground. The key takeaways are ensuring members feel comfortable. And again, if there are senses that partisanship is creeping in, making sure people are cognizant of that and sensitive to it, and really doing their best to focus on the students at the center, the data and the evidence, and engaging all the multiple perspectives that can be brought to bear on a particular issue. Let's go to the last slide. Not the last set of slides. Again, this is really about stakeholder engagement and public interaction. And you'll see this is the one that probably has the most, yellow categories. There's only one category that reached that, blue, where there's either complete, strongly agree, or somewhat agree. And that is that the board convenes the right groups to inform decisions. And that's a really good starting point. I think in the green categories, you also have, hints. Again, these are areas where there's somewhat disagreement, but my guess is those things can be easily, pulled into the agreement column. The board working with other state agencies, which is usually a fairly, straightforward process of really making sure that there's an awareness of other state agencies and the activities that they do and how they integrate with the work of the board. Creating a strong strategy about how to communicate. I thought the chair's comments about, making sure you leverage other opportunities to help people be aware of both, that the board exists, the kind of the work the board does, the different things the board is working on, their accomplishments, and so forth and so on. Accessibility to the public, again, seems to be a lot of strong agreement, but a little bit of disagreement, which to me really means that, some conversations need to be had about what does public interaction look like. This is one of the most common areas that we see boards deliberating about, because on the one hand, there's always this balance between public interaction and making sure you give lots of people the opportunity to identify their perspectives, put their perspectives in front of the board, but also ensure that the time allocation to that work is appropriate in the context of the amount of time the board has to perform its functions. And yet, we find that there are many places, and again, I think by looking at some of these numbers, that there is a strong commitment to effective stakeholder engagement, and I think a strong sense that there is quality stakeholder engagement taking place, but those who may have ideas for how to further improve, refine, and create greater effectiveness around that engagement, I think it's worth having those conversations. So that really speaks to a variety of these green areas, accessibility of the meetings to the public, getting the necessary stakeholders appropriately involved in the policy process, and then many of these yellow areas are similar. Are there good public resources that allow individuals to understand and engage with the board? Are there efforts made to ensure that you're receiving valuable comments from the public that can help inform decisions, making public engagement easy and accessible, and then making sure there's time appropriately allocated for that public engagement. So let's go to the next slide, again, with a little bit of summary. We noted as we put this together, again, an emphasis on making sure the voice of parents are reflected. I know you have some board representation that carries parent engagement and parent voice, but continuing to pay attention to this very significant. Parents are their child's first teachers and are fundamental to the education and the growth of a child. And how do we create strong partnerships? It's not just engagement as much as it's partnering with parents in that interest is hugely important. Continuing to entertain and invite and identify a broad range of voices in the work of the board, making sure those perspectives are brought and valued in the discussions. So again, maybe some process of better defining how stakeholder engagement takes place, what activities can be done to improve it. My guess is you've already had some of those conversations, and because it continues to be something that people want. People don't join boards and serve on boards thinking that these things are being done without openness and transparency, because the more people who are aligned to the work of creating an excellent education system in a state, the more likely it's going to happen. And so how do we make sure people are aware and engaged and partnering with the board, with the department, and with others in that work is very important. And ultimately also, clarifying the role of staff, how staff is engaged, and the kind of support that staff provides in the work of the board is also one of those key takeaways from this slide. With that, I think I'll go to to the last slide. Oh, just a couple other comments. I mean, in general, I think the numbers sort of demonstrate that the board members, generally have high regard for the work of the board, various aspects, in particular, the fact that people are, coalescing around the mission and the goals. There was, comments about the agenda, about good efforts made in engagement. I know, and even this notion that geographic engagement is an important objective as well. And, a couple of reflections on missed opportunities around the interaction with the legislature coming out of the legislative session, really building stronger community and parent support, and really looking at some of those ongoing stakeholder engagement issues. Let's go to the next slide. So really, you've listened to me, but the real power of this kind of information is the conversations that it stimulates among and between all of you. What are your key takeaways? What are the things that may drive short-term actions? What are those things that might infuse into your strategic planning work for long-term actions? And how do you continue to share, reflect, consider different ideas and approaches, identify, what they look like, and then gauge whether they're making a difference and working or not, and how does that then contribute to the strong leadership that this board provides in collaboration with the governor and the legislature and the State Department and the superintendent in advancing the cause that generally everyone agrees to, which is how do we create an excellent education system for all the students of Maryland so they can be successful and create a wonderful future for themselves, their communities, and the state. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions about NASBE's work. And again, I commend you for engaging in this process and look forward to any other support that we can provide as you go forward.
Great. Thank you very much, Paolo. I think that was very good. Let's just open it up for any comments or questions from the board members. Dr. Getty?
This board just completed the survey and have the results today. And immediately in July, we bring on 5 different members that will be new to the board. So to me, we need another time in the year to complete a survey such as this. What is your recommendation for time of year to give people time to adjust to the board as new members and develop a cohesiveness of the board? So what's your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, Board Member Getty, that is a wonderful question. And to me, the primary objective when new board members come on is to really engage them in an onboarding process, right? Because, I mean, and many of you can think back to when you were first appointed to the board. And I always love talking to board members about this very fun. What were those things that caught you off guard? What were those things that surprised you? Did you realize you were going to have to do so much reading and preparation, that you were going to get a lot of emails and people wanting your time, that you were going to, that these meetings had certain things that maybe policy areas that you really didn't know much about. So I think it was wise to get the current seated board to reflect on the board's, status currently, because those elements then infuse the improvement activity. If you ask a group of 5 new members, like, how do you feel about the agendas? A lot of them are going to say, well, I've just looked at 1 or 2, right? So my sense is, and it varies. Sometimes if a new board member comes out of the education community, their onboarding, trajectory is a little bit faster, because they know things about assessment and standards and, the whole gamut. Sometimes people come from the business community or from other sectors of the public service or what have you, and they're less familiar, and it takes them a little while longer to engage, to understand the policy issues, to build those relationships, to understand the need for trust and openness and so forth and so on. So my sense is that at a minimum, I think one needs to go through being a board member for at least a year before you can really reflect on that first, that early impressions and early experience. Sometimes it could be, as much as 18 months to really kind of get into the groove and the cadence of the board's work and one's own sort of comfort level with that work. Any other comments? Again,
Thank you so much, Paolo. We really appreciate that. And oh, I'm sorry, Smorl.
I'll just make one quick comment. First of all, I've worked with NASBE a lot, and I want to thank Paolo for the work that he does, both with us and nationally. I appreciate that we did this self-assessment and took this opportunity for feedback. And I think one of my goals as a board member really was to increase stakeholder engagement, community awareness, just of what we do as a board. And I think we've made a lot of progress. Still, always room for more, but I do think that we have really shifted that focus and made a lot of progress on that in the last few years. So I appreciate that.
Very good.
Excellent,
Thank you.
excellent.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. Again, thank you so much for this, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a pleasure. Keep up the great work you do for the students of Maryland. You guys are doing amazing things.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. We're now going to go into our priorities, and the first item up is the deep dive into the comprehensive support for improvement and the additional targeted schools. So we'll do about 45 minutes. This will not be the last time we talk about this. We're going to be talking about this as we look at big rocks and things that we're going to do. But this is an opportunity for us to begin to look at this very, very important issue, and how do we. And the thing, I appreciate the superintendent's engagement and support and the team support. And again, for me, what I think about is, I don't think about targeted schools. I think about children. And I think about, from my own experience, so many of, in particular, the guys that I grew up with, I was very fortunate. Didn't feel that way at the time. My mother had me transferred to another school where I was exposed to new stuff. But for a vast majority of the guys that I grew up with in this kind of environment, it didn't turn out well. And it didn't turn out well, I think, in part because what I saw going through junior high was that what they presented in a lot of ways just didn't matter. I mean, it just didn't, there was no real relevance. I tell the story about my eighth and ninth grade English teacher who would come in every day and put a list of vocabulary words on the board. We would research those words, write the definitions, turn the paper in the next day, and that's the last we heard of. Then there'd be another set. And I think when I think back, a lot of those guys were a lot smarter than me, and I just think they just got turned off. It was just they just perceived that it was a waste. So when we talk about these schools, we need to think about the children and the long-term impact that this kind of environment is having on people. These are going to be adults. So as we look at this, a real seriousness, and I know you have that, Superintendent, but a real seriousness in looking at what do we do to help create the environment to give them a really good shot at life. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, I'm going to call my team up. So we're going to jump around a bit. So if you want us to hit a certain section, just let me know. But if you look at the table of contents, we're going to really hone in on the accountability system and how we arrive at our federally required low-performing schools, identification process. We will then jump into the lowest performing group. Those are called your CSI schools, Comprehensive Support and Improvement Schools, and we're going to give you what the features of these schools are. Then there's another set of categories. There's low graduation rate schools. There's schools that may be a 3 or 4-star school, but the achievement gap is so wide that they get identified as something called Targeted Support and Intervention School, TSI. We won't do those deep dive. Those are leave behinds. The data set is there. And then where I'm going to really stress after that is what the requirements are, what enhancements we're thinking about this work, and then where we're going forward. And then I really want to spend most of the time on the school profile that we invited today, Principal Najib Jamal, and I want you to see, because they are a current CSI school doing the work to get out of that state. And we'll talk more about them. I don't want to tease his presentation too much, but with that, so team, we're going to focus on Maryland Accountability System, Comprehensive Support and Improvement, Lowest Performing Schools. Then we'll jump to requirements for CSI and ATSI schools, and then we'll jump to the funding mechanism, and then the school improvement support. All right, sounds good. With that, let's just go ahead and begin.
Hello? Okay, good. All right, good morning, or almost good afternoon, but thank you for letting me present to you today. Were you going to start off, Dion? Dr. Collins? Okay, let's go. Sorry. So I'm going to start off by just providing a refresher or a high-level look at the accountability system. The Maryland Accountability System has in total 6 indicators, which vary by grade span. Every school receives a star rating based on the overall performance on these indicators. The star rating of a school is a balance of academic and non-academic indicators. The school quality and student success indicator includes the non-academic measures such as chronic absenteeism, school survey, and well-rounded education, and is 35% of the final score for every school, regardless of grade span. The other indicators are considered academic indicators. The result on the school report card of each school is based on the performance of all students in the school, and although results are provided by student group, the results by student group are not part of the calculation of the final result. So looking at the next slide, this is the Maryland school report cards and star ratings were released earlier this year after a pause due to the pandemic. Due to data limitations and challenges associated with the pandemic, states were provided flexibility in certain ESSA or Every Student Succeeds Act requirements. Maryland requested and was approved for 1-year adjustments, including targets, growth calculations, and timeline for the identification of schools. So a requirement to receiving the accountability and assessment waivers that U.S. Department of Education provides to states, there was a requirement to provide assurances that identification of schools would resume in the school year 22-23 school year, which is where we are here today. As noted in the prior slide, 1-year adjustments were made to the Maryland Accountability System, which the following 2 are specific to the process for the identification of schools: adjustments to the timeline, and then the exit criteria. But it is important to note that the criteria for the identification remains unchanged and includes all indicators in the system. So the next, this page shows high level the main identification groups. So these are the 4 types of comprehensive support and improvement schools. Lowest performing is a Title I school that meets the criteria when the total points earned % is lower than the bottom 5% of all Title I schools. The cut point for this particular year was 29.67, was the determination of whether or not a school was considered a CSI lowest performing. Then you have the low graduation rate. This is a high school would meet the criteria when 1/3 or more of their students do not graduate within 4 years. Any high school can meet the criteria if they have at least 100 students enrolled and 1/3 of their students not graduating for 2 consecutive years. Not exiting schools is a CSI lowest performing Title I school or a CSI low graduation rate school that was identified in the school year 2018-19 that did not exit or was re-identified for the 22-23 school year. And this new group, which is a low-performing student group, is a Title I school that was identified previously as an additional targeted support and improvement school. They would have been identified in school year 2018-19, and they did not exit in 22-23. And again, this is a brand new designation, so we'll go through that in greater detail as part of this presentation. So additional targeted support and improvement schools. This A school becomes an additional target support and improvement school when at least one student group performs as low as the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. They are identified every 3 years. Again, the first cohort was identified in 1819. In order to exit that cohort 1, the school needed to demonstrate that the student group identified was no longer performing as low as that lowest 5% of Title I schools. So in 22-23, a school first identified in cohort 1 of ATSI schools became a CSI low-performing student group if the following criteria were met. The school was a Title I school, and the same student group that had been identified in 2018-19 as the ATSI designation continued to perform as low as the lowest 5% for the school year 22-23, which is using data from the 21-22 school year. This is considered having a chronic student group, a chronically low-performing student group. Next slide. So just going into the comprehensive support and improvement schools, the low-performing student groups. You can go to the next slide. So here's where the 27, oops, I turned my page too. This is a map showing where the 27 lowest performing schools were identified. They are located in Baltimore City or Baltimore County. The Maryland accountability system gives the star rating to each school, with 5 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. So all CSI low-performing schools were 1-star schools. And taking out the CSI low-performing schools, less than 1% of 1-star schools were not identified as CSI. As a reminder, most Maryland schools were identified, had a 3 or 4-star schools. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Matt to dig a little bit deeper into the data.
So when we look at the academic achievement of the average CSI school, so for ELA, math, as well as science, they have much lower proficiency rates than the average Maryland school, which is represented by the yellow blocks. Also in our accountability system, we look at the percentage of students that are not chronically absent. You'll see the blue bar represents the average CSI, lowest performing school, has more than twice the percentage of students that actually are chronically absent than all Maryland schools. And on the right, we look at the survey results for students and educators. We see CSI lowest performing schools on average have lower Maryland school survey results as well. Now turning to the middle school, CSI lowest performing schools is the same story as the elementary level, much lower average percent proficient for ELA, math, and science than the average Maryland school that's not the CSI lowest performing. And for middle school, we also see higher chronically absent rates for CSI schools and somewhat lower Maryland school survey scores.
So just turning it back to the timeline and what this means for schools. So schools are identified again on a timeline as required by ESSA and outlined in our ESSA state plan. Then the modified, this timeline was modified as part of our one-year changes and the flexibility provided by U.S. Department of Ed. But as you can see here, the cohort 1 schools were identified in 18-19, and cohort 2 have been identified in 22-23. You can see that with the ID listed in the years. Schools could exit from cohort 1 in 22-23, or they move into the category of CSI not exiting. The cohort 2 schools identified in 22-23 will be able to exit in 26-27. So the next slide provides kind of a summary of the disposition of the cohort 1 CSI low-performing schools. Schools can exit if they are no longer in the bottom 5% and meet their targets. So focusing on the 21 currently open CSI low-performing schools identified in cohort 1, you can see that 4 schools exited CSI status, 10 schools continued as a CSI low-performing school that did not exit, and 2 schools transitioned to low grad rate, and 5 schools did not meet the targets.
Ms. Halley.
Yes. Okay. Am I on? If not.
Yep.
So there's 21 and 26. Can you help me
So that
understand?
actually took out the 5 that were closed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so the comprehensive CSI low graduation rate. So this is a map of, skip that one, sorry.
If you want to, if you're fine with it, I want to jump to what the requirements for improvement are. All the rest are just different categories of how you get designated federally. So if you want to deep dive into them, I will do that. Is there, or can I jump into what my original plan was to jump into the improvement chapter? Is that okay with the board? Okay. All right. So let's jump to page, I think I marked
42.
it. 42, chapter 42. So the takeaway is that federally we are required to identify the bottom 5% of schools. Those are known as your CSI schools. And then there's another set of schools that come after that. There are schools that get identified for low graduation rate. There are schools that get identified if they have a big achievement gap. That's where you start seeing, if you start including achievement gap schools, it is not just a Baltimore City challenge. That is a statewide challenge. So you'll see that in the dots. The goal is, right, by the nature of the accountability system, we are always going to have a bottom 5% of schools, right? You will always have, right? What we want to see over time is the bottom 5% of schools, the proficiency rate is 50%, not 5% or 0%, because we want our floor to keep increasing, but you will always have a bottom, there's no such thing as not having them. What we want to do over time is increase the floor. So that's what I want to see. And then 2, I want to stop seeing the same schools on the list over and over again. That's the goal. That's the work. We need to stop having the same schools appear over and over again. That's unacceptable. And 2, we need to raise the floor, because we will always have a bottom 5%. Because if the bottom 5% is 50% proficiency, wow, like we are at a whole other league, right? So that's the goal over time, right? So this is my administration's responsibility and our chance to revamp school improvement. So I'm going to take this moment to do that. And so we're going to talk about what we're about to do and what that looks like. This will be an ongoing theme going forward, right? I've been waiting for this moment because I inherited the plans that were approved, that were a compliance exercise. That's not going to happen anymore, right? I don't have a lot of teeth like I did in other places, but I will leverage what I have. And with your support, I hope to get more in order to do that. And you heard our partners at MSCA, she's absolutely right. The overlap between community schools and these schools are very high. There is a significant amount of dollars going in these schools, and we need to leverage them properly. So I look forward to revamping the template process. So community schools and school improvement is one big strategy. So that's what we're going to do. All of these schools are pretty much community schools. It's not a dollar problem, right? We still have other problems outside of the school, right? But we need to make sure that the dollars land in the right place and the educators are supported in that place. And I do think we can do better, but I'm going to use the tools I have and continue to fight for more tools. So let's jump into it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, board members. So I'm going to discuss the requirements for the CSI and the ATSI schools and then follow with supports. Mr. Crawford, thank you so much for talking about focusing on the students, because that's a lot of the conversation that Mr. Chaudhary has had with the team around how we get closer to these schools to provide support. So next slide, thanks. So in the state plan that MSDE submitted, it clearly outlines the different requirements that we're supposed to implement. So we've broken the information down in terms of what are the requirements for school leaders, for our LEAs, our districts, as well as MSDE. So in terms of school leaders, they have to conduct a root cause analysis with a partner that we'll provide the support with to uncover what are the causes of those performances. Many of our LEAs are familiar with conducting a root cause analysis process, so it won't be new. But one of the things that we need to support them with doing is narrowing down to the most smallest factor so that they can build a plan that doesn't have like 10 or 15 things to do, but really small, big wins that they can do to move the needle on student achievement. So they'll do that. They'll develop an action plan, which we're calling an improvement plan, that's focused on benchmarking towards meeting those outcomes and targets, and then also developing a sustainability plan, which would need to be approved not only by the LEA, but also by MSDE. Then for the LEAs, they need to implement a collaborative process, and that would include a variety of stakeholders, from parents to teachers, even students, to look at the results of the root cause analysis, complete the needs assessment, and to build a plan that everyone can see themselves in, and that's really grounded in evidence-based practices. And then also those sustainability plans would need to be approved. And then as part of MSDE's role, we'll help to facilitate the root cause analysis and improvement plan process. We'll collaborate with an external partner. Again, we'll approve those plans and monitor them annually, and we'll also approve the sustainability plans.
We will approve those plans when they're ready and they're good, at the point where they have a solid plan. That has not been the case. Now, I'm going to get some pushback for that because I am revamping the template. I inherited the template, I inherited some of the plans from before, and we're gonna ask for revisions in July. We're gonna ask for a revamp. So I'm gonna get pushback for that, but that's pushback I'm willing to take. But I just want you to know, I'm not gonna placate convenience. We're gonna push back on the plans because they need to be revamped. Some are strong, and they need to, some are not. And so those need to be revamped. I have let the superintendents know that is coming. But that is very important. That plan is going to be an actual plan that we hold them accountable to. If that's the teeth I have, it's the space I have right now, that's the space we're going to use. And yes, we're going to make sure that their community schools work is interwoven into that and anything else. There are some annoying federal things we have to do. I didn't come up with that, but we'll take care of that. We'll check that off. But the heart of it is your master schedule, your teachers, your curriculum, your instruction, your interventions, all of those things. We will not approve any plans that are not where they need to be. And that is something I plan to update you regularly as we go. That's why I invited a school today who is a model for what it takes to get out. So I just want you to know that.
I would just say, I'm confident that you have the full support of the board. I think as you get ready to start to provide that feedback, my suggestion is engage the board. We have great confidence in you and your team, but we also understand that these situations have existed, like you said, repeat schools for years. So these are some of the tough legacy issues. When you touch them, there's going to be a lot of screaming and yelling. So leverage the board to provide the necessary air cover for you and your team as you push back on this, because we're very focused. And if we don't get this right, I'm going to hear from Senator Bates. Ms. Howley.
This is just a context question. So as these schools are going through doing their root cause analysis, I imagine that there's some consistency across the root causes.
Yes.
And so as you look to formulate your support services, what have you identified in terms of these consistent themes that need to be addressed?
So we have to go through the root cause analysis process. This is my first time that I get to do it. I've been waiting for this moment. And so we're doing that. I'm revamping, I'm replacing our partner. I'm bringing in I'm going to wait till the school profile presentation happens. But yes, there's going to be, when we identify specific issues, like if this group of schools is really struggling with culture, not necessarily academics, then we're going to group them and provide intensive support. The other thing is our content teams, they know that they have to hang out in these schools, the math team, the reading team, etc. One of the things that has not been true, right? These schools are 5 minutes from this building, and the content teams have never stepped in them. That's going to change. That's going to change. We have brought in the very best, right? It is free of charge. We should be hanging out in these schools and helping them and supporting them. And so that is something that's going to happen, and I'm looking forward to you meeting our new math director, our literacy work, our social studies work. They are a team that believes in changing the world, and they're crazy enough to think that they can do it. That's exactly what I want. And so I'm looking forward to you meeting them as well. That's going to change about MSD. They cannot check in with me without telling me what they know about each one of these schools. We don't deserve our jobs if these schools are not thriving.
Okay. Very good. There are also requirements and supports for CSI schools not exiting. So for school leaders, they have to implement resources and strategies
Those are around professional learning experiences. They have to meet established benchmarks and accountability measures based on their improvement plans, and they have to participate in targeted professional learning. Again, that would be identified by them based on their root cause analysis, but also MSDE. So that also gets to your question, is those root cause analysis will really help us to narrow. And you'll hear me talk about some of the feedback we've already gathered from LEAs in terms of what support they see they need. In terms of local school superintendents, they can make staffing and resource allocation changes based on recommendations from MSDE or stakeholders. And then, as Mr. Chaudhary alluded to, we will lead the implementation of intervention strategies at schools. We'll convene stakeholder groups to provide support in reviewing the recommendations for the root cause analysis and improvement plan. And then we'll also identify targeted professional learning for LEA staff, principals, and teacher leaders as well. For the ATSI schools, this is another group of schools that we didn't talk about, but you'll read it in the presentation. Those schools develop an improvement plan that also identifies measurable benchmarks for exit criteria and a sustainability plan. And the ATSI school plans are approved by the LEA. So as part of the improvement plan process within the districts, they are responsible for monitoring the performance of these schools. They are monitored annually, and they also have to complete sustainability plans. MSDE will provide technical assistance and support around goal setting, also provide them with tools and resources and other things that they feel are necessary to support their needs. Our state accountability plan also clearly outlines areas of continued support for different types of schools. Linked into our presentation, there is a link to the plan that was developed for Maryland, but we just wanted to highlight for you a few different areas that we thought were important. So in terms of the type of support for those schools that are exiting, they're schools that no longer meet the identification criteria and meet the targets for 2 years. They have an improvement plan that must be approved and monitored, as well as a sustainability plan for all of the CSI schools, and again, that's by MSDE, and also the improvement plan and monitoring by the LEA as well. For more rigorous intervention schools, those are schools that fail to meet the exit criteria for 3 years. Again, a stakeholder review team led by MSDE. The local superintendent can make staffing changes and follow some recommendations by MSDE. There's target support, as I mentioned earlier. LEA and school-based staff would participate in targeted professional learning. There'll be on-site monitoring visits to the LEAs in schools, and also more enhanced fiscal monitoring for those schools. Again, ongoing professional,
Sorry. Can you talk more about the enhanced fiscal monitoring? What is your objective there?
So as a practitioner coming from Montgomery County, what that looked like is we actually had MSDE fiscal staff working closely with us more of like a monthly basis to look at first how our resources were allocated, and then looking at if this is what your data said, how are you spending your money to align with that resource, and then is it being spent, right? Oftentimes, I was over Title I school, so I would have to get my administrators to say, let's start with what the data says, what does the need say, and then we'll look at the money. And sometimes the money drives the need, and so they really helped us to look differently also at, is the spending line to the needs of what the student needs? And then if the data shows that we've been doing something that's not working, then let's stop spending our money there. And then also that enhanced monitoring includes, again, are you being fiscally responsible with your funds as well?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's also can be more than that, which has not been exercised, is you are not putting in enough in there. You need to put more. The teacher quality there needs a revamp. That lever's not been used, and so that's something I plan to push on if it's not already there, which I would hope. Yep.
Ms. McCusker, question.
Yeah, and I'm sure you know this, but I'm going to give voice to it anyway. I mean, when we talk about staffing allocations, there are 24 different teacher contracts in the state of Maryland, and some of them do contain language about that. So it's just something, it's not the kind of thing that can just be done in a large sweeping manner, that there are local rules, contractual obligations that have to be met in that process. So just something to keep in mind as you work through how to do that effectively. And when you talk about requiring staff to do targeted professional learning, I would hope that that would either be something that's done during the contractual day, or if it's not during the contractual day, that it would be paid, or it would be credit bearing, so that it works towards recertification. Just a couple of things to think about as you look to implement those types of interventions.
All right. So I think I covered all of that. Did I do this one already? Let's see. The last area of support is around, again, is the professional learning that we talked about. Some of the things that weren't mentioned is we may do some vetting of the curriculum that the LEAs are currently using. We've established, MSD has established in the past a resource hub, which the LEAs have appreciated, where they can find resources and support. So establishing that. And also a network of partners that will be resources for our CSI and our ATSI schools. MSDE would also support, as I mentioned, a resource allocation review as a part of the root cause analysis process. Again, I won't be repetitive, but it's some of the things that we mentioned as well, just to support the schools. So in terms of funding for the CSI and ATSI school, I'll talk a little bit about the funding formula allocation around the school improvement efforts. So MSDE's funding allocation, go to the next slide. Overall funding is lower compared to the last iteration for CSI and ATSI schools. And that's based on the most recent census, where Maryland's share of the eligible population is lower than relative to other states in Maryland. The wealth is higher. MSD considered 3 approaches to the formula to allocate. There's a 7% set aside that goes specifically towards school improvement for these CSI schools. There are some states that do competitive grants. You can also do a school level formula allocation. And this is the approach that MSD utilized in 2017 and 18. And then also a per pupil formula allocation. We will need to update our ESSA plan if we wanted to use a competitive grant approach in future years, which we've been discussing. But right now, we will leverage a per pupil formula allocation to make sure we're more precise in the allocation that's provided to schools. Again, this is because MSD's overall allocation was reduced to schools. The preliminary allocation for Maryland was about a little over $23 million. Those funds expire in September of 2025. And again, as I mentioned, we'll allocate the funds to the LEAs based on the per pupil counts. That's $75 for the ATSI schools, and then $146.50 for the CSI indicators. Our decision to use a per pupil rather than school level calculation for the different types of schools was driven by, we wanted to identify the total preliminary available allocation and then model that by what the districts would receive. So in a nutshell, this is just saying, where would the districts get more bang for their buck if we provided the funding? Where might they get a little bit more, even though our total allocation decreased? So we found that the per pupil allocation was a more equitable way to distribute the funds to the LEAs. And this is why their root cause analysis process and needs assessment will be really important to how they make decisions in distributing their funds to schools. So once the districts get their overall allocation, they will have some internal conversations looking at, okay, what are our needs and what do we want to allocate to our different individual schools. So the root cause analysis and budget process have to be tied and is a very important process. Next slide. On this slide here, just what you see is just a summary of the funding that's being allocated to our LEAs. Across the different LEAs, you can see the difference in funding that was provided in 2022 and the funding that's going to be provided. We have what's called carryover funding that the LEAs, it's just a compilation of funding that wasn't spent. So that's already actually been distributed to LEAs that they can start planning and building. And there'll be also another round of funding that will be distributed to the LEAs more so in the fall, September, October timeline. So again, the LEAs will be using this time not only to do their root cause analysis process, but to continue to work with us and think about how they want to really distribute their funds. And then, as I mentioned, there are different indicators. There are the lowest performing, the lowest graduation rate, schools that did not exit, and the lowest performing student groups. And we did not differentiate funding depending on those categories. Again, it's looking at the per pupil allocation, and this allows the LEAs to use their discretion to determine, based on those categories, where does it make sense to allocate the funding to the different schools. So this gives them more flexibility. Also, in the state ESSA plan, it mentions that a review of resource allocation, including identification of resource inequities, will be a part of the root cause analysis and monitoring process. Local school superintendents will be held accountable for developing and implementing strategies to address resource inequities in the CSI and ATSI schools. And so we will be supporting the LEAs to do that.
Sorry. So you said that the funding's dropping. Do you mean as a percentage? Because it's on this chart on 51 that you showed, it's going from 19 million to 23 million?
Which column are you looking at?
I'm looking at the state total for school improvement support, and it's going from, and you're allocating it on page 51. In 23, the total is 19,470, and then 24, it's 23,500. So it's increasing, but so I'm misunderstanding something because I thought your earlier comment was it's decreasing.
So for this, in prior years, the amount of funding was a little bit higher than it is right now. So the overall allocation that the state got this year was a little bit lower than in prior years. I don't know if that answers the question.
5 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So in terms of school improvement and support to the LEAs, you can go to the next slide, Matt. We've already been working and providing technical assistance sessions to our LEAs. We met with all LEAs that had CSI and ATSI schools in one-on-one technical assistance sessions that were really, really helpful. They included an overview of Maryland's accountability system, the identification and exit criteria, and a data simulation that modeled how each LEA could make ambitious yet feasible adjustments to pre-existing results to improve the school and student performance. They were provided with tools to support data analysis. The list of each LEA received a list of their CSI, ATSI schools, and an individual data simulation that they could play around with and look to see how they may improve their results. We also provided office hours to LEAs and will continue to provide more office hours during the 23-24 school year. The next two slides, I'll let Chandra speak about the simulation tool, or Matt, the simulation tools that were used with the LEAs.
This is a screenshot of the spreadsheet that Dr. Collins mentioned. So each CSI and ATSI school had their own spreadsheet that looked like this, included all of their accountability data, upon which the identification was determined. So their data that went into identification is in the blue. The green section, they could simulate what-if scenarios. What if their proficiency rate went up by X%? What if their school survey increased? And so on. And see how that would impact their percentage of points they earned, and then even if their star rating would have changed. So it provided this to each LEA for each school, and we went through different examples so they could see how the simulation worked. They could look for areas of strength and improvement in their data and see, again, how those changes, possible changes, would impact their overall scores, as well as they were able to see not only the academics I mentioned, but other areas like absenteeism and the school climate. Now, I should note this is what we're calling a reflective tool because it's based on the 22 data and also the 2022 accountability system, which you remember had 2 one-time changes to it, specifically the growth measure and the absentee point system. So in fall of this year, we're rolling out a similar tool, but it'll be predictive. So it'll be based on next year or this year's current accountability system without those 2 changes that I mentioned.
Thanks, Matt. So the LEAs were offered an opportunity to provide feedback via a survey at the end of each of the technical assistance sessions. So we wanted to highlight for you some of the results from the evaluation. 19 of 23, that's 82% of the LEAs participated in the sessions, with the majority of the LEAs finding that those technical assistance sessions were very useful. Again, they appreciated the accountability data analysis overview, as well as understanding how they were identified to be a CSI or ATSI school. We asked some open-ended questions to the LEAs, and we just pulled out a few that we thought were important to highlight. Some of the lingering questions that the LEAs had was information about templates, funding allocations, and support networks for the schools, annual targets and criteria for demonstrating progress. Some future topics that they hope we would cover with them is the ability to collaborate and share examples of suggestions and activities with other LEAs, sort of a professional learning community, and strategies for supporting their schools. And then they identified additional support that they expressed around support for special education students, developing their school improvement plans, again, data analysis, a root cause analysis, and strategies for meeting school goals.
Jump to slide 68. We're going to jump past what all the root cause analysis and everything entails. If you want to talk about it, happy to talk about it. We give you examples of what a thorough root cause analysis looks like, such as the 5 Whys protocol. But we can jump back if you want, but I want you to get the overall timeline of things. And then I want to be able to jump into the school profile. That's the heart of today's presentation. Go ahead.
So I'm on slide 68. We also wanted to note, as we talk about different plans and requirements, the LEAs have completed their initial implementation plan for the blueprint, where they had to address literacy and mathematics so that students have equitable opportunities. So the LEAs have already been doing a lot of planning and implementing. They have identified comprehensive math and literacy plans. Many are making revisions. They've talked about training and professional development, high quality content-rich instruction materials, also sometimes known as HQIM, how they're going to do progress monitoring, training and coaching around data-driven instruction, and interventions and structured tutoring programs in reading and math that's aligned to the state standards. So again, the theme here is our LEAs have plans, and we need to support them in making all of these plans comprehensive and aligned to one another. So that's another level of support that we'll continue to provide. And we just wanted to highlight for you sort of the plan for LEAs to submit their plans, their budgets, how we'll provide some ongoing technical support. So the root cause analysis and needs assessment will be conducted using a variety of data, a framework with guidance and directions, help with the root cause analysis process. We're looking at a window between July and October of 2023 to support the LEAs. The results from the root cause analysis will be used for the LEAs to develop an improvement plan. Our goal is for those plans to be submitted in September, October, but as Mr. Chaudhary said, it's a very iterative process, so the LEAs will have a chance to go back and make revisions as necessary. And then the LEAs will have to include individual plans for their CSI schools to MSD for review and approval. Hopefully, we can approve those plans no later than mid to late November. We'll continue to provide the TA and technical assistance aligned to what the LEAs need. So we are spending a lot of time listening and hearing. A lot of the feedback we're getting right now is around data analysis. What can we be doing differently? What is the data telling us? What is the data causing us to do? So that's why you'll see Chandra's team and I working side by side to really make sure data and program are working hand in hand as we support our LEAs. In terms of the school improvement budget, as I mentioned, the LEAs have received some initial allocations, and they'll also receive additional funding between October and December. We'll support them with technical assistance in developing their budgets, aligning them to the needs of what their root cause analysis says, and they'll also have chance to make some revisions and amendments to their budgets as well and submit those for approval to MSDE.
Okay. Any other questions on this? I'm not sure how you want to do the timing because everything, we started later today than what we wanted to originally. So let me know what you would like to do, Vice President.
I would suggest some time for the board to ask questions before we move to the profile.
Okay.
We're at that point?
We're at that point.
Okay. Mr. Michaels, Dr. Michaels.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to emphasize how encouraged I am by the superintendent's focus on school improvement. I would estimate we have not had an administration this focused on improving our lowest improving schools for at least a decade, and it couldn't be more important. So just want to commend you, Superintendent, and speaking for myself, just how focused I will be as a board member on ensuring that we see this work as a success. One small piece I wanted to just lift here, the bulk of our schools here are in Baltimore City. This budget timeline falls 3 months, I would estimate, behind the school budgeting process in Baltimore. So that means it's probably lagging and not aligned with the actual work that's going on in the school. So I don't know if that's something we can look at, just as we think about systems alignment. We heard about that earlier today. It might be something to raise. And the second thing I think just for us we should think about, when we look at these per pupil allocations, we're talking about less than 1% of the total per pupil allocation, or maybe around 1%, maybe just more. And it's discouraging for me when we think about if we're actually focused on school improvement, we should have more investment around school improvement plans and school improvement work. And so as we think about Big Rocks, we think about how the allocation of funds are coming through the blueprint and others statewide. We should be more focused behind a concentrated effort around school improvement. So this is important, this is good, but we have a ton of money flowing and we need to get it aligned around coherent plans and funding that's actually going to move this work. So just wanted to lift that as we think about Big Rocks moving forward.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before? Yes, Ms. Jang.
Yeah, I do have a comment about the root cause analysis. I know it could be a change from the current practice, and that you bring in and incorporate, develop all this action plan and all this monitoring system. Just want to make sure that it's non-punitive, because it's a cultural change. If you kind of tie it to some sort of consequences, you want it to be good initially, yet people could look at differently. So just a word of comments.
I appreciate the comment, but I will say, and it is up to this board and eventually Maryland to think about, if you're not getting out, there needs to be something eventually. I'm not going to say what that is. I can tell you what it's in other places. But if you're not getting out, it takes 3 years to turn around a school. That's the research. It's really strong research. I can tell you I've worked in some of the lowest performing districts and have done it. If they're not getting out, using the word more rigorous intervention and doing more of the same in another template and another plan is not enough. So we need to have that conversation, but I don't hope to get to that point, right? And 3 years is enough to turn around schools. But if you're not for some of them, then what is the answer then? That's not a conversation we can have today, but I just want you to think about that. Yeah.
So most of our schools from the first cohort did not get out, and they've been trying for their requisite period of time. So my question to you is, can you set expectations for us about, do they need 3 more years because we're starting a new process? Is it something that we can expect some early wins with because they've been in the process?
Can you give me a chance? I didn't get a chance yet to take them out.
Okay, so yeah.
Let your new superintendent get a chance, a crack at it with his administration.
Yeah.
So give me the next 2 or 3 to get them out, and then I'll let you know. That wasn't my administration's doing.
No.
So that's
what I
I'm
was asking
yeah,
is set the bar for your new
Yeah.
initiative. Should we
Yeah.
look at those and say you need 2 or 3 years because the past hasn't had
Yes,
an impact?
I would like the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank
It takes 3 years we have 3 years. We are in a state where there's policy making that happens year long, right? But let's start off with this year. This was our more normal year out of the pandemic. There's that too, guys. Like, let's not forget that did a haymaker punch, and so we're rebounding there. But the next 2 to 3, which is also where blueprint funding is increasing exponentially, is also at the critical years of the 3, 4, 5 years of blueprint. We should know. We should know. If not, there's an intervention needed. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
I love to hear this work, and it sounds wonderful, and I thank you for it. But you know what's going to happen, what my next phrase is going to come out of my mouth is this focused work for CSI schools is intentional, it's data-driven. Can we apply this same approach to the status of our 3 lowest performing groups of students? Can we?
I think it is. It's red. Yeah.
All right. Can we apply this same intentional, thoughtful, data-driven approach to our lowest performing students in the state? And you know that I'm looking at children with disabilities, children who are not English-speaking originally,
Yep.
and also are children of color who have
Yep.
the lowest performance.
The-
So it's not just the CSI schools, it's an intentional approach to this lowest performing. You have said it, I have said it, we don't have time. And so I applaud this work, but I ask, when can we apply this type of work to our lowest performing students across the state?
Well, the TSI schools, the schools that are in that category that we didn't go, you'll see in the slides, they're identified because of special education performance, many
And
of
I was
them.
gonna ask
So yes, they have to also do plans. It's not a bigger plan, but they have to do plans. But at the end of the day, we have to care equally as much. So yes, we will apply that. No, absolutely. There's a significant amount of dollars going into children in poverty, children with special needs, children who are English learners, plus the base increasing. We will be one of the highest in the country at the 10-year phase-in mark. Like, it won't be a money problem at a certain point. Yeah. Yeah.
And just to add, I think the other note is that's why Mr. Dayhoff has been working closely with CFOs around braiding of funding, because the data shows those, the groups you mentioned, is where we need to provide the support statewide. So we're trying to help our LEAs also to look at all the different funding streams they have and how can they braid some of those funding streams to support the student, so.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Any last questions? All right, we're ready for the profile.
Great. Okay, so today's profile is a little different. We've done 3 so far. We did Snow Hill, and then, which was a small school, but is a mighty school doing great things for kids. And then we did Thomas Garner and team out in Salem in Washington, which is a large school, also doing extraordinary things. Today's profile is also a school that was doing extraordinary things, and then the pandemic hit. It was a 4-star school, rising with the highest depth of poverty that you can think of in the state of Maryland, more than those other 2 schools, including with demographic challenges. And then the pandemic came, and now it is a CSI school, and it's on its way back up. And so today with me is Principal Najib Jamal, and I'll let him introduce his team member, and he's going to tell their story and what it took to get out before, and then how they're rebounding back. And then I want to share something else afterwards. Go ahead. All right. We'll do the intro like we usually do. Sorry, I should have queued up, Matt, and then you'll go. Thank you.
So a little background on Lakeland. It's a combination elementary middle school in Baltimore City. Serves pre-K through 8. And as the superintendent alluded to, one of the reasons that we're profiling them is prior to the pandemic, you'll see their proficiency rates, their achievement in both ELA and math increased by a lot. So in ELA, more than doubled over these 5 years shown, leading up to 2019, and in math, more than tripled their proficiency rate. So the effect that had is when we look at these scatter plots, when we get to 2019, so that they outperformed what the state trend would predict for them to perform at in terms of the students they serve, specifically economically disadvantaged students. Another interesting story is their growth over time in terms of the enrollment. So the dark blue line shows Lakeland's enrollment, and you'll notice right around the middle, starting in 2011, going up to the pandemic in 2020, they almost doubled their enrollment from about 600 students to 1,000 students. At the same time, you'll see the light blue line represents citywide enrollment, and that declined at the same time. You might ask, where did all these students come from? So a big part of this increase is English learners. You see their English learners went from about 200 students to 600 over about a 7-year period. I mentioned they serve pre-K through 8, and with the exception of pre-K, they have about 100 students per grade. Their enrollment, their demographics, they're about a quarter of their students, at least, are Black or African American. More than 2/3 are Hispanic and Latino. Over 40% are economically disadvantaged, and more than half of their students are English learners. We also look at, so where do their students actually come from in terms of neighborhoods? So you remember we use Maryland neighborhood tiers, using data from the American Community Survey and drilling down to the census block group, using these 4 measures of household income, home ownership, single-parent households, and education level. We categorize every block group in Maryland into 5 tiers according to their poverty or socioeconomic level. And in Baltimore City, 2/3 of the students live in Tier 5, which is the highest poverty tier, and an additional 20% live in the next highest poverty tier, which is Tier 4. What does it look like in Lakeland? First, where is Lakeland located? It's in southwestern part of the city. It is located in a Tier 5 neighborhood, which borders another Tier 5 neighborhood, but then there's also a Tier 2 neighborhood there. However, when we look at their students, more than 95% of the students come from a Tier 5 neighborhood, regardless if the students are economically disadvantaged or not. Now, adding to the first slide, what happened after the pandemic? So as happened statewide and even nationwide, we saw proficiency rates take a dive. In both ELA and math, you'll see that their proficiency rates fell off from 2019, but in 2022 have started to climb back. They're not quite yet at where they were pre-pandemic, but that's the statewide trend. So looking at the most recent data we have, KRA, you'll see that they're still below the state average in KRA for ELA and math, grades 3 through 8. Looking by student group, so for students that are economically disadvantaged, they're performing in the latest year of data right around the state average for economically disadvantaged students for ELA as well as math and KRA. And by race ethnicity, again, somewhat similar, specifically for ELA, their proficiency rates are similar for that of the state for Black and African American students, somewhat lower for Hispanic students, and somewhat lower for math for both groups. As the superintendent mentioned, if we look prior to the pandemic, they were a 4-star school in both 2018 and 2019, which are the 2 years we had when our accountability system started. We see the drop-off due to the pandemic, and that resulted in them falling to a 2-star rating. The other thing you should note is that their middle school rankings, these are percentile rankings within the grade band, are much higher than the elementary. And then when we look at them compared to schools with similar percentage of the economically disadvantaged students, in the latest year, we see that in math, they're performing similarly, but they're performing a little below the average in ELA, but right around the median in math in the latest year. And then on the 4 accountability indicators for last year, they're right around the average for what we're calling similar schools. So these are schools that have similar proportions of similar demographics, so proportions of English learners, economically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. That's for elementary, and the same story for middle school. On most indicators, they're right around the average for these similar schools comparison group. The last look is in terms of funding. You'll notice that they have lower funding per pupil levels, around 15 to 18% lower compared to the median for Maryland schools, the median for city schools, as well as the median for their comparison schools that have similar percentages of economically disadvantaged students. So with that background, I'll turn it over to the principal.
All right, thank you and good afternoon. And thank you, Board President Crawford, Superintendent Chaudhary, and to the members of the State Board of Education. So I'm excited to be here today. My name is Najib Jamal. Thank you. I'm excited to be here today. My name is Najib Jamal, and with me I was able to bring one of my leaders, Karen Horrigan. And, you know, I'm speaking and I'm here today presenting on Lakeland and the great work that our team has done. We have amazing students, we have an amazing community, and we have amazing staff members who really have put together the work that I'm going to share. So today I'm going to share a little bit about the story of Lakeland. So I arrived at Lakeland in 2010, and at the time we were a school that was under corrective action by the state of Maryland. So we were identified for as failing to meet adequate yearly progress for 7 years in a row. And so initially we were a school that was being looked at for alternative governance. At that time, there was a transition and the state standards were starting to change. So we got a window and an opportunity to really dig into the work. And really, when I think about what that meant for us at Lakeland, that meant focusing on some core beliefs that I had. I'd worked at several schools prior to coming to Lakeland that had struggled to meet success for students in the way that we would all want to see. And so for me at Lakeland, I didn't think that was the way it needed to be. I really believed that there were 3 things that I thought could be really what propelled a school like Lakeland, and that was a focus on instructional strategy, aligned partnerships, staffing, and professional development. So those were the 3 anchors that I brought to Lakeland. You know, I labeled this slide Reimagining What is Possible. In 2012, I got a call from Dr. Freeman Rabowski at UMBC, and that was my 2nd year into the principalship, and he says, I want us to reimagine what's possible in public education. And that was really the work that we were trying to do at Lakeland, really thinking of what was possible and what could we do if we put students first. So when we think about that, we had a couple of accolades and highlights, and we did see those MSA scores over the next 4 years go up by more than 18 percentage points in math and ELA and science as well. So that is a statistics. It's not on here, but first round of testing, MSA scores. So we did become one of the higher performing schools in Baltimore City at the time. So you fast forward, and at one point in 2016, we were named a National School to Learn From by Teach for America, and we had the chance to step back as a leadership team and really reflect on what were some of the practices that made the work transform at Lakeland. For us, we think about what were some of those initial anchors, and thinking about professional development, the work we did as a staff and a community focused on initially building a culture around belief in what students could do, to focusing in on data-driven instruction, small group instruction, and differentiation. So we did a lot of work together and a lot of professional learning that really accelerated the work. In terms of staffing, we made some quick pivots. We departmentalized as a school in grades 3 through 8, and that really helped us dive in and have our teachers become specialists in certain areas. And we also went and invested in adding teachers and adding staff members to support students, really looking at a village approach to the work and how do we make sure there are more adults who could significantly support our students. So we went from an average class size of around 26 to around 23 in those first years. When we think about instruction, we began to normalize classroom observations and feedback, and teachers visiting other teachers' classrooms and making that a normal practice that was something that was a part of our day-to-day communication and the way that teachers interacted with each other. Initially we started to look at that data-driven instruction, and one of the challenges was, well, where do we have time in the curriculum and with all the confines of the demands? And from there, we started to look at building in, and we built in an intervention block where we were able to support students with intervention and enrichment, and we were able to provide reteaching and pre-teaching of some skills that really helped dig into that data-driven instructional cycles. Thinking of key partnerships, we have been very lucky with some amazing partners. Initially, there were partners who we reached out to bring to Lakeland. So, initially as a principal, I remember going out and looking to Experience Corps, looking to higher achievement, and looking at bringing in higher achievement to do after-school programming with our middle schoolers. As time went on, we had some incredible opportunities to become a community school. We initially were named a community school and partnered with higher achievement as a community school, later transitioning to a community school partnership with the YMCA of Maryland. And of course, we have some anchor partnerships. I shared a little bit about UMBC, but I'll even share a little bit about Northrop Grumman. So after the Baltimore uprisings, we had the honor of hosting some of the leadership team members from Northrop Grumman, and they came and they wanted to visit and they wanted to see what could we do and what's possible to support students in Baltimore City. So we walked the building and we shared what we were doing and we shared what we were working on. And towards the end, they said, "Looks like you guys have really got this, and congratulations, and we're looking to see you guys grow." And we said, we don't have this. This can't be something that is done in a classroom. This can't be something that is done in just a 60 or 70-minute block of instruction. This has to be something where students have support that wraps around them, and it has to be something where the neighboring recreation center becomes a STEAM center that's open in the evenings and in the weekends for students and community members. By the end of that walk, Northrop Grumman ended up committing $1.6 million. They renovated and transformed our Lakeland Community Center to the Lakeland Community and STEAM Center. So that is some of that work that initially happened when we think about what were some key pivots. Other things I think about when I think about, and the chart kind of captures some of it, but Lakeland is a community of problem solvers. So we have teachers, we have students who are coming, and we have family members who are coming with solutions and coming with ideas, and that is the community where we are looking at what is needed for our community to really help accelerate the work. We talked about the growth in our ESOL population. So seeing that growth in the ESOL population and thinking of the immense demographic shift that was happening in the district, in our neighborhood in Lakeland, one of the things we started to look at was the possibility of starting a dual language program. So Lakeland is the only dual language program in Baltimore City. We started it 8 years ago, and we started it initially partnering with the district and looking at exploring what was possible for supporting English language learners and our community. We have a two-way dual language program where our students start in kindergarten with 80% of their day in Spanish and 20% in English. That is a strand within our school. We are a large school, so looking at how can we offer opportunities and pathways for students within the school. So we're the 9th biggest school at this point in time in Baltimore City. So we have that opportunity
opportunity. So it now represents about a quarter of our school, and the program is just completing its 7th year, where 6th graders are in the program. Next year, we'll add to 7th grade, and every year we continue to grow the program. So that is a little bit of the background of kind of our initial trajectory. So if you want to go to the next slide. So when we're thinking of the data, it's been the work along these years that has helped rebuild and, help shape the work of Lakeland. So initially, we were a school that was 94% poverty rate, and we are currently at around, I want to say 40% was the data point highlighted. And you wonder, how was that such a shift? So, that shift is how poverty gets accounted for. And that had an initial significant impact on us as a school. When you think about the success we had as MSA, then you transition to new standards and new way of accounting for poverty. And so you see us kind of back to that starting point in that year of 2015. At that point, as the partnership with UMBC had continued to grow, we initially had a lot of focus on culture and community engagement. So that was where the work started. And out of that work, we started to make a pivot, and we started to look at how do we get students to read at higher levels and to achieve in math at higher levels. I can remember a conversation with Dr. Rabowski where he said, what do you need? What do we need right now to really take math to the next level and to accelerate math? At the time, the answer was pretty simple for me. It was, we need time. We need time for our teachers to be able to dig in with students. We need time for our teachers to get more professional development and support. And we need time to make sure that the students who weren't working with the teacher in small group were able to get valuable valuable work happening in that same time. So, board member Dr. Josh Michael was around at the time. He had just come on board with UMBC, and at that point, he jumped right into that work. So we ended up partnering with Dr. Michael, and from there, we were able to really dive into looking at math data. So in that year that you see kind of the jump from 2016 to 2017, it started with the professional development, where Dr. Michael came and said, look, I just left the classroom. Here is my data. Let's dissect this as a math team, and let's look at where I missed some opportunities. And just was vulnerable and was transparent and got our teachers to see that's what we need to do. We need to talk about it. We need to look at opportunities, and we need to strategize. From there, we had a professional learning community that really took shape and took hold. You see that score from that year, 2016 to 2017, 9% jump in math. That is a big jump when you're thinking about math, and you can look at those subsequent years where that growth keeps happening. Not only did some of the work happen with that professional development work, what really happened there also was we started to think, well, what are the students doing when they're not with the teacher? And so we said, what is the value that's happening when they're not with the teacher? We started to look at small group instruction, and we said, well, we need something meaningful to be happening. So Josh and his team said, let's go to UMBC and let's see if we could recruit some college students to come out and become tutors. So that was the first iteration of math tutoring that happened at Lakeland. Now, if you go to Lakeland Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there are over 35 students from UMBC, not all education majors, who are in there working with students doing tutoring. 100 students receive 30 minutes of tutoring twice a week. It is now the biggest employer on the campus at UMBC, math tutors, and they work at over 8 campuses in Baltimore City. So you can see that work start to take shape. And what is great is when you think about improvement science and you think about the iterations of learning, it doesn't just stay stagnant. So we had our literacy team, our assistant principal Garcia and our resident principal Ms. Brooks, and they started to look at what needs to happen to take reading to the next level. So they dug in and they started to look at the data, and they started to realize if our students didn't score at least a 40 on the writing portion of the PARCC assessment, there was not much of a chance of them meeting success on the assessment. From there, we started to dig into writing. We started to practice on-demand writing. We started to look at student work and really reflect on what was needed. And you could see in that year of 2017 to 2018, we ended up with a 20 percentage point gain in our literacy scores. And that was primarily propelled by the growth in the work we had done on looking at data and looking at writing. That work continued to sustain. So that was something we were excited about.
Then the pandemic hits, and you can imagine at this point we had grown from a school of around 580 when I first started. We were hovering around 900 or so at that point. We were a school that had now around 59% of our students were English language learners. So imagine having a population that really needs to be immersed in language and not having them be able to be immersed in language. So we struggled, as you can imagine. We went from one of 12 schools that was a 4-star school to now a 2-star school. Currently identified as a CSI school, and that was something that was normal. How hard the pandemic hit, communities. Different communities in need of support was something that was drastic, and you could see that in that initial data. So for us, it went going back to some of the basics. So thinking of some of the categories and some of the areas that we really focused. We focused on strategic staffing and operation. When I think about this area, there was a lot of investment in developing and supporting teachers. Initially, we used to have a plan, and we rolled it back out this year, where if you were a 10-year teacher, every 3 years you got a chance to go to a professional conference. If you were an early childhood teacher and you were tenured and had a strong foundation in phonics, you would go to Orton Gillingham training, and you would get that next level of professional development. All 120 teachers in our school also had the opportunity to visit other schools in Baltimore City. So we identified classes throughout the city and where teachers could visit and learn from peers. When we're thinking of instructional excellence, I think about those, the personalized learning block and how we started to maximize the fact that we had tutors, and we had more tutors at this point than just UMBC. We were able to bring on school SFA program, Amplify, Reading Partners, and a number of other partners to do the work. So we needed to dig into how we maximized and supported that Tier 2 instruction. In terms of social emotional learning, we know that there was a strong need for it. We committed to building an SEL time in our day. We committed to monthly community meetings, and we partnered with Capturing Kids' Hearts, where we really anchored in core values that became kind of the central message and way to really accelerate and support students in our school. I will say the next category, opportunities and access, is a big thing. We always believe that, the work and the support of supporting students is not something that can be singular and can be, pinned down to one curriculum or a given lesson. It really comes down to supporting the whole child. So opportunities and access was something that we really pushed this year. Today, leaving Lakeland this morning, we have over 300 students who are attending summer school. So, you do not have to be a year-round school to have year-round learning and learning that goes into the weekends and into the evenings. We have some daily brain breaks that we built in. We have Genius Hour, we have GAL programming, pull-out chess teacher we were able to bring on board, and we have a team of music teachers who used to do private lessons, and instead of doing private lessons at Music and Art, we were able to bring them over to Lakeland and get them doing private and small group lessons. So, that is some of the work that you get to kind of see and we're sharing. When we think about community schools, that has been the anchor, supporting students, with wraparound services, with health services. During COVID, we were able to run vaccination clinics at Lakeland, and that was part of the work. And we would do weekend backpack homes, and we would do food for our families. And that was some of the work that really helped our community and our school during that pandemic. There was even a partnership that our community school brought where we were able to get internet through Project Waves, where we were able to get free internet into 35 homes in our neighborhood. So that's something that we were proud of. So. All right, so when we're thinking of the next slide, so, how does it look on the ground? I think, here's just a couple tables and samples. For us, it comes down to scheduling. I mean, the scheduling and looking at how and where we align people. So this is a sample of pre-K to 2, really, and on the far left, you see 2 interventionists who we have available. So it is how do we stagger the schedule so that those interventionists can be pushing into small group and personalized learning time. We know that we can maximize the schedule to really get the results to support students, and you get to see that. The next middle table gives you a snapshot of what were the opportunities and offerings we were able to gather at Lakeland. Some of those are Lakeland staff members, some of those are partnerships, but first it starts with a resource map and really looking at how many seats do we have for a given program, what opportunities and gaps do we have, and what do we need to seek out to create opportunities for our students. And then from there, it gets down to that level of looking at an individual grade level. So here you see a sample of 4th grade. Every day they have a 30-minute personalized learning time. 107 students get drafted into the program that is just right for them. That tends to be an 8 to 10 week cycle. Some of those programs are year long, but for a majority of the students, it's looking at the data and then coming back and putting the students in the right group. So that is some of the work that we've been doing. So, this, for me, in many ways, and for our team, this is considered, almost like our first year back, really. In a lot of ways, it's the first year of some normalcy in school. So you can see some of our initial data points that we have. I'll tell you, we exited 49 students, met success on the WIDA assessment. It's the highest in the city, probably one of the higher ones in the state, I would imagine. And you can see when we're looking at literacy data, we're talking about going from 524 down to 384 students, well below. So we are chipping away and covering ground with the amazing team we have. You see that increase happening when you're looking at our students who are on grade level. Similarly, you start to see that when you're looking at our math diagnostic. More than 200 students who were well below have moved out of that category, and more than 150 students are now on grade level. So you can see that acceleration. The next chart shows you attendance. One of the things that I think really helped, if students are not in school, it doesn't matter how good the work is happening. And that was something that, you could see how we were able to move the needle. And 2015 is really when we got to that kind of standard of being right around the state level. And the pandemic, took a toll on us, and we've gotten back to that level of pre-pandemic, and that's been the work of our team and our community school. So, I share this story as I've had the honor to work alongside some amazing students, students, teachers, and community members. And I share this story because I believe that this is something that is not unique to Lakeland. This is something that is possible in schools throughout Maryland and throughout Baltimore City and CSI schools. This last shot, on the far left, we have a student. One of the initial goals was, how do we get students from Lakeland into UMBC? This year, we had 2 students who got into UMBC. And, so that was a big accomplishment. How do we start to create that pipeline? And that's something we've always committed to. We've always looked at the work as being continuous work and a pipeline. For us, it starts with the Judy Center work, and then it goes all the way to career development when we're thinking of the partnership with Northrop Grumman and what happens beyond when they graduate from universities. You could see some of the pictures of our staff and our students presenting, and yeah, we're excited about what we've been able to accomplish. Know that it's a starting point, and we know how important the work, the work is that you guys do, and what happens in schools. So. Thank you.
Oh, before you ask your questions, today on the board report, you saw his name. This is the new Chief of School Improvement and Transformation for MSDE. I would put my own child in this school. They just come in lower because these children are living in abject poverty. Half of the schools are English learners. He has one of the toughest assignments in the country. So we're going to put school improvement under him. We're going to do community schools. We just hired our executive director of community schools, principal of the year in Howard County. He was in the board report too, right? Good people don't leave mid-year. I was waiting to steal them at the end of the year. Now Dr. Moderano's not happy. Sonia Santalisa's not happy, but that's okay. Baltimore City, she said, I respect that, right? She said she respects me for taking you, but she's not happy. She said, they're going to stop letting me principal shadow because it's also recruitment for me. So, and so he is coming on board. He's bringing Karen on board as a special project. He's going to bring like 7 or 8 other people. Now, my heart breaks for Lakeland, but my soul is excited for the state of Maryland. And so I repurposed my chief of staff pin because I was looking for my school turnaround. I wish I could replicate him and put him in every low-performing school or even high-performing school. He will get high-performing school students to achieve. And this is not a test, teach the test school. This is a community school where it's doing 80-20 dual language immersion. That is the gold standard. I thought I was back in San Antonio when I was walking to school. This is an amazing school. They just come in lower. Tier 5 depth of poverty, that is lower than 30,000 median income, right? And his attendance is 94%. It's possible. It takes a lot of work. And the high quality school day tutoring work that you just saw us announce, right? They're doing that work at UMBC. That's what I'm trying to also scale for schools like this. So I appreciate him coming. He thought about it long and hard. He had to do a lot of diner dates with me, but I convinced him on the weekends, and I appreciate him bringing his squad with him too. So we're gonna figure this out. Now you can ask him questions.
Thank you. Ready? Ms. Alley?
I had the privilege of visiting your school a few years ago, and it's been an inspiration, and I've talked to everybody about the school. So I'm very excited that you're joining the department. I am a little bit worried about, have you trained all your successors, because it's such an amazing school. I'm sure it's like your firstborn. You want it to succeed too.
Absolutely. I will tell you, my initial response was no, and then I had to step back, and I'm excited about the work that Superintendent is leading, and I believe in the team we have at Lakeland. We have an incredible team. Out of Lakeland, we have had 11 principals serving in Baltimore City and one actually in Prince George's County, and my assistant principal and the team, they're ready to lead. So I believe that they're going to do some great things, and I'm excited to continue watching.
Good. Thank you.
Dr. Michael.
I'll be quick. You spoke earlier today, Mr. President, about the importance of leadership. And I can speak, directly and personally to Mr. Jamal's leadership. I think we're going to find his leadership to be entrepreneurial. You've seen it today in the slide, persistent, principled, and visionary. So I'm really excited about what's ahead. I also want to draw our attention, you saw in this slide, our current state of affairs on funding for poverty schools leaves Lakeland below the average per pupil allocation in the state of Maryland. And so as we think about big rocks, our looking at the tiers proposal that the superintendent put forth this past year must be a top priority for us. Our current state of affairs our current funding is inadequate when we think about certain, in places where we have high poverty communities where we're undercounting students living in poverty. And so it's critical that we revisit that in the coming months as we prepare for the next legislative session.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Yes. I just as a follow-on, I 100% agree, but more money is not necessarily the thing that makes it work. Creativity, innovation, diligence, and attention to the details of children is what makes it work. And even when you have less money than other people have, when you have those other things, you can make tracks the way you've made tracks. So yes, more funding, but we need what you have, your secret sauce.
Senator Bates?
Thank you. So many times with education, we hear all the excuses for why children can't learn, they can't do this, that, and the other. And you've obviously seized that opportunity because every child can learn. Every child can be an outstanding individual. And I really appreciate hearing your story. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you.
Very good. Excellent presentation. We look forward to seeing you on board. Again, very exciting as we deal with these issues, these long-standing issues, and make a difference for children. Keep our focus on children.
Second week of July. He couldn't wait to start. He's already recruiting and everything, so I'm excited to have him on board. This is work near and dear to me, and I've been looking for someone I can, turn around and focus on other things, knowing that school improvement is in good hands. And so he's ready. So
Excellent. Dr. Getty?
I just noticed that one of the problems you attacked was attendance, and I commend you for understanding that basic fact that can increase academic achievement is you can't teach a child who's not in the building. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay. All righty.
Want to take a break? Since we're a little off today, it's up to you.
You want to pick up the MCAP after break?
Yeah,
after
we could
lunch?
do that.
Okay. Let's do 30 minutes for lunch, and we will come back. This has been a great morning. Yeah, well, I guess we're into the afternoon. I guess they don't really.
People are coming in for this one. Yes.
My comments that Mohammed agrees with, like, all of the requirements. Title I, with the things that on the regular basis.
that, we'll now move to the next item on our agenda, which will be the overview of the spring 2023 comprehensive assessment program update and reporting timeline.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Great. All right, so wanted to give you guys an update on what the release of the spring 2023 MCAP results will be. Now that we have standards set, we will not be waiting till December, January to release. And so we will be going back to our original release timeline, and I continue to make sure to work with the team to find ways to get data as quick as possible back to our systems. And we have, as you know, we have moved to computer adapted testing that has allowed for quick reviews and such. We still do have some challenges. It's not because of our inability to get back fast, it's because we do have some items on our test that are hand scored, that are like open response questions that a computer cannot, and Chandra can talk a little bit more about that. But overall, the timeline is back to a place where systems will have data in their hands going into summer planning to be able to plan for the right set of things that they need to do for students. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about reporting and anything else you want to talk about based on the presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. All right, so today, as Mr. Chaudhary indicated, I'll be just providing some highlights in regard to our assessment requirements, federal and state, some highlights from our administration that just recently happened in spring, our reporting timeline, and I'll just review some of the public reporting that we do in the state. So the Every Student Succeeds Act requires that states administer annual statewide assessments to all students in English language arts and math in grades 3 through 8, and then once in high school. Statewide assessments in each grade band for science, which is the Maryland Integrated Science Assessment. We typically administer those assessments in grade 5 and 8. Annual assessment for English language learners, ELs, is grades K through 12. And alternate assessments are provided for all Maryland students with significant cognitive disabilities. Maryland State also has requirements in regards to social studies. We have a new social studies assessment in grade 8, as well as a high school American government assessment. And we also administer the kindergarten readiness assessment in the fall of each year for kindergartners. So the administration windows for the 22-23 school year, the state actually has a state assessment window. Each LEA is able to pick the window within the state administration window that works best for them. This just provides when the windows were for this year. You'll see that, for example, we started as early as March for science, and then in April through May it was math and ELA. Social studies was in the month of May. High school, we actually offer a couple of administrations for Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, and ELA 10. We offer it in the winter, which is in December, January, and then again in the spring. LS MISA and government actually have 3 administration windows in January, May, and during the summer.
Can you wait right here? So it's important to recognize that we give windows where there's other states where this is the one window everyone has to do it in. So that impacts timeline as well, right? Because we're giving some flexibility on when systems can do it. And there's rightful reasons to do it, but I think that's important to know. I'm not used to multiple windows. Normally all systems have to do that window from given milestone, but that's important. I'm not saying to get rid of it. I'm just saying that it's important to acknowledge that you can't get statewide results until you have everyone complete the results, right? So just something to remember.
The second page, we have a couple of additional assessment windows for the alternate assessments. Those are in March through May. It's a very large window. English language proficiency is in the January to March timeframe, and then the KRA is in the fall of each year. So the reporting timeline, and as Mr. Chaudhary indicated, we are returning to a more typical release of data and results. This slide provides a reporting timeline for the assessment data, which is student-level data, which is provided to educators, as well as some reports that are used by local education agencies. As early as April. So as you, in the previous slides, we indicated that the window, for some of the windows, it began in March and April. Pretty much as soon as 2 weeks after the administration window opens, educators can start to get preliminary results for students. This is preliminary results on only machine scoreable items, but they can start to see some data on students starting in April. July 28th really is the pivotal moment that all of us are waiting for. That is the Every Student, Every Attempt file, which is provided to the state and the LEA at the same time. So the LEAs as well as the state will receive the student level data for all students, subscores, and a variety of information on every student and what their final score was. Then we have a couple of reports I wanted to highlight as far as releasing reports, August 11th and August 25th. So there are reports that are made available to local school systems, and it's important to note that those are before the start of the school. So we did try and make a push to get those as early as possible. We will have growth data available as in August 31st. All right, so the reporting timeline also provides individual student reports for every assessment. So this is a federal requirement that for every statewide summative assessment that we administer, that a individual student report is provided to the student and families. So this is the timeline in regards to the reports that we provided. Kindergarten readiness assessment was provided last fall. English language proficiency also just was recently released in May. ELA, math, and science are all released in September. And then the high school assessments, such as government and LS-MISA, are being released in a couple of different timelines, depending on when the student took the assessment. It is also important to note that once the local school systems have these ISRs, they have 30 days to distribute them to the families. So just highlighting the social studies grade 8, which is a brand new assessment. This is an assessment that is going through standard setting right now. So it is slightly delayed, and so I've highlighted the timeline for this one. It is a statewide requirement. So some of the peer review requirements, the federal peer review requirements, may not necessarily need to happen, but the statewide requirements is still in place in regards to having to go through a standard setting process so that we ensure that the reports, the results that we are providing to families are valid and reliable. So the similar reports are going to be available in September. The statewide file on every student, every attempt is available in September, and with the ISRs available in districts in October 27th. So the reporting timeline also includes the release of results to the public. And so knowing that we get the data at the end of July, we are targeting that state level data release in mid-August. Gives us a couple weeks to make sure that the data is valid and we can load it into our systems. We are planning on doing a state board presentation as early as August. September is when it would be published on the report card website. And then just as a reminder that that same assessment data is used as part of the Maryland School report card release, which happens in December. I provide a screenshot of the individual student report just to kind of highlight that there's quite a bit of information that is provided to the families on how the students did. They are able to compare themselves to their peers at their school, the LEA and the state. Information on the performance levels in regards to describing what they know and might need work on, and then also some additional information on categories within a particular subject area, for example, modeling and reasoning, or written expression, reading, literary for English language arts. So they're actually provided quite a bit of information. So what will LEAs be able to do with the data once we start receiving it at the end of July, early August? So luckily, we're returning to this more normal timeline where there's going to be the ability to do quite a bit of data during the summer before the start of the next school year. They will be able to use that data for school improvement efforts, decisions regarding student learning, acceleration, and interventions. They can plan for student learning, including differentiating groupings of students. They can start supporting low-performing schools. So there's quite a bit of information that they can do listed out here in regards to how they could use that data. Highlighting a couple of reports. This is the preliminary roster report, which is available during the assessment window. Again, it's the percent of correct for the machine-scored items. The open-ended items are not reported. They are available at that July 28th date, but it does give some initial information on how students are doing. The school content roster, this report is by grade and content area, and you can drill down into information at the student level. It provides the average percent of points achieved for the students in the state as compared to that student, and the student percent points achieved for each domain group. So just looking across this particular report, you can see that a student or an educator would be able to see for a particular student how that student did in comparison to the state in regards to the percent of points earned for, say, algebra, function, statistic, probability, and so forth. The third report is an evidence statement analysis. This is an analysis provided at the state, LEA, and school level. It provides important information in regards to how each of the items, how the school compares to the LEA and the state, so they can get a sense on where they need to work to make instructional shifts. It can also be reported for each grade level and content area. So the final section of the presentation for you today is just a reminder in regards to how MSDE is required to ensure the protection of personal data when we are reporting and releasing summary data. Just want to highlight that ESSA requires states to report a tremendous amount of data to the public, which we take very seriously. But along with that, we also are required to protect the PII of the students and their data. That data is entrusted to us, so we need to make sure that we are not disclosing their information. So some background information. Privacy of the individual student records is protected under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Under FERPA, states and local education agencies are responsible for protecting students' PII information from disclosure at all times. The PII information includes things like direct identifiers, which a lot of us are familiar with, such as name, address, even website addresses can be considered that, or student identification numbers. Indirect identifiers include information that can be combined with other information to identify individuals. Gender, date of birth, and race, ethnicity are common ones. So what is disclosure? Disclosure means to permit access to or the release, transfer, or other communication of PII by any means. The U.S. Department of Education has instructed states to assess the risk of disclosure considering FERPA's reasonable person standard. This is something that we hear commonly in our field of work. Whether a reasonable person in the school community who does not have personal knowledge of the relevant circumstances could identify individual students based on reasonably available information, including other public information released by an agency, such as reporting presenting detailed data and tables with small cell size. So when reporting data to the public, the state is required to not use disaggregated data for one or more student groups to report achievement results if the results would reveal personally identifiable information about an individual student, or they are also required to implement appropriate strategies to protect the privacy of individual students. So looking at the Maryland Every Student Succeeds Act, a 2018 state plan, the U.S. Department of Education approved our plan in 2018. The purpose of the plan, there was a lot of purposes to the plan, but one of the main purposes was to provide families and stakeholders with quality, transparent information about how the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, as amended by ESSA, will be implemented in Maryland. So as outlined in our ESSA state plan, or as outlined in the ESSA state plan that was provided by the U.S. Department of Education, states were required to document the minimum in size. So their guidance was provide the minimum number of students that the state determines are necessary to be included to carry out the requirements of any provisions under Title I, Part A of ESEA that require disaggregation of information by each student group or subgroup of students for accountability purposes. So states were also required to document how they will ensure that that minimum INS number is sufficient to not reveal personally identifiable information. And below is the guidance that was actually provided to states. I want to highlight the last statement when it says, when selecting a minimum IN size for reporting, states should consult the Institute for Education Sciences report best practices for determining subgroup size and accountability systems while protecting personally identifiable student information to identify appropriate statistical disclosure limitation strategies for protecting student privacy. So many of the decisions on in-size and privacy controls that we put in place were put in place as part of this 2018 state plan. And these disclosure limitation strategies and in-size have been continued since then. So why is the suppressed data more noticeable now? So suppression is a common data limitation strategy, data disclosure limitation strategy. So emerging from the pandemic, achievement and opportunity gaps have widened. Student performance, particularly in math, fell dramatically in both Maryland and across the nation. A couple of just stats here. I know we've heard several of them over the past few months, but of the Maryland students who took the grade 6 math test in school year 21-22, 18% were proficient, and just 7% of students who took the grade 8 assessment were proficient. The percent of students proficient in Algebra 1 was 14% in comparison to the below pre-pandemic percent proficient in 2019 was 27%. Disclosures of student PII are more likely when achievement is very high or very low. These percentages of students that are proficient, 18%, 7%, for example, and 14%, these were distributed across the state. We had a lot of our schools that had percentages that were extremely low. So this disclosure of PII is more likely when the achievement is very low or very high. So example 1, when there are no students in a school proficient on a given assessment, any reasonable person in the community and knowing a student at the school also knows that each student's performance is not proficient. Example 2, when populations contain low numbers of students, i.e. 10 students, when you are looking at the percentage of student performance, they may be more easily disclosed. MSDE released a document recently highlighting our suppression disclosure techniques, which were put again by ESSA. So MSDE applies suppression to publicly reported aggregate LEA and school level data that is connected to student education data and outcomes. I want to highlight a couple things. State level data are not suppressed. This is under guidance from U.S. Department of Education, but the suppression rules are in place for LEA and school level data. It includes things like assessment results, graduation rates, attendance rates, college enrollment, student group counts such as race, ethnicity, gender, economic disadvantage, and students with disabilities, and English learners. All of these are subject to data disclosure limitation methods, such as suppression. I also want to highlight that decision makers and those with an educational need to have the data on students have this data and will continue to always have access to all of the data without the suppression rules applied. A summary of MSDE's data suppression methods is available on the Maryland Report Card website and the Maryland Public Schools website for your review. A little bit on national perspective. So Maryland's in-size of 10 when reporting student outcome results is among the lowest in the states. MSDE continues to value the release of data, and you can see that here with being some of the only 14 states, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, set an in-size of 10 or fewer students, such as shown in the graphic. Many states have a larger in-size. As required by the U.S. Department of Education and outlined in the ESSA state plan templates, states are required to document the minimum in-size used in their state. Maryland's ESSA state plan, which was approved in 2018, documented that our established minimum in-size was 10 for accountability determinations. This minimum in-size allows for the maximum number of LEAs, schools, and student groups to be represented in the accountability system and provides an acceptable level of statistical reliability and validity. This change to the in-size was discussed in the ESSA accountability work group, which had consistent monthly meetings from July 2016, 2017. We also went on listening tours across the state, and when we published the ESSA state plan for public comment, we received feedback in regards to the in-size. So all of these things were very important when we were drafting our final ESSA state plan. So as required by the U.S. Department of Education and outlined in the ESSA state plan template, states should also consult with the document that I indicated earlier to identify appropriate statistical disclosure limitation strategies for protecting PII. So this is beyond just the minimum in-size. So in addition to the minimum in-size of 10, MSDE applies top and bottom coding when reporting very high and very low percentages. Percentages that are equal or that are less than or equal to 5% and greater than or equal to 95% have top and bottom coding suppression applied. And you can see how it's indicated there with the less than or equal to 5% and greater than or equal to 95%. If we are using top and bottom coding, the count corresponding to the suppressed percentage is reported in the data report. The numeric count will be replaced with an asterisk. All of these were put in place with the 2018 ESSA plan and our redo of our Maryland report card. Many of our counts were removed or were suppressed when the top and bottom coding was met. So here's an example of a data suppression in Maryland. I'll just step through a couple highlights. If you have questions, happy to answer it later. So the first table is a view of the data that would be provided to say our LEAs or schools. It's unsuppressed. I've highlighted a couple of items in red that are of concern. So this, which is the math, for example, the math 3, the tested count is 5. So this is obviously below our in size of 10. And so as you can see in the bottom table, that entire row would be suppressed because it did not meet the minimum criteria of having at least 10. So if you look at the math 4 test, the math 4 tested count is 30. It meets the minimum in size. No percentage is too high or too low. All percentages and counts are displayed. And so you see in the bottom table, there's actually no suppression applied. So the math 5 tested count is 40. There is some top and bottom coding of less than 5%. And so that is replaced with that less than equal to 5% notation I indicated earlier, and the corresponding count of students is removed. If you go back to the table above, you can see that, for example, in Math 5, for performance level 2, the count was 2 students. Those could be re-identified if we were to report that information. So it is suppressed with the asterisk. So the U.S. Department of Education does provide flexibility to the states. So highlighting here is some states that are near to us, but other states across the country that have different criteria in regards to when they suppress their data. A lot of these are spelled out in their Every Student Succeeds Act plan. Highlighting Pennsylvania, they suppress their data when there are fewer than 20 students, for example. New Jersey actually has a top and bottom coding of 10% or 90%. So that's just a couple of examples in regards to other states and how they approach their suppression. So I'll just end with acknowledging that there is always a challenge when reporting data. There is a balance in regards to providing as much data to the public, which I know is extremely important to this administration. It is an ESSA requirement to report data, but there also is this requirement to ensure the protection of and privacy of student data. We are entrusted with their data. We do need to take that seriously in regards to ensuring that we are not disclosing their PII data, their confidential and secure and sensitive data. So I just wanted to highlight that we are considering future public reporting, school-wide performance by subject area, performance reporting by grade span. Those two in particular, we already do a lot of that in our accountability system. If we were to actually look at our achievement data, we have school-wide and grade span reporting there, but we are considering expanding that into our performance reporting for assessments. And looking to enhance our school-wide reporting by student group. We currently limit a lot of our student group reporting, primarily because of the potential risk of disclosure of student information. But those are 3 that we are currently considering. The challenge with that is that if we do start reporting some of these future enhancements, more than likely there would need to be an enhancement to our data disclosure methods that we are considering at the state. And that involves a larger conversation, a larger engagement process in regards to making sure that we are transparent about how we report our data, knowing that there is a need to have this data reported. So I just want to close with saying that any changes to our suppression rules would be similar or even more than the engagement process that we went through when we wrote the ESSA 2018 state plan. There would need to be an engagement process. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Chaudhary, the board, and for any questions.
Thank you for this presentation. I appreciate, especially at the beginning, the reporting timelines and stuff. I guess my request would be that information be posted prominently on the assessments website, if that's not already in the plan, just because I know people won't necessarily know which board meeting to go back to look for these dates.
Yeah, we can do that.
Months from now. But if that could be posted kind of whether it's just these slides or.
We'll post it, and then we'll recycle this presentation all the way up to launch, and I'll look forward to you retweeting it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Just want to thank the superintendent and staff for bringing this presentation today. You know, this topic couldn't be more important to me as I think about our work. And the reason is, as we build public trust in our work for kids, transparency is such a critical component of building public trust in that work. And so I want to thank you for bringing this today. One of the things that, you know, learning, this is very technical. There's a lot of technicality here, and the staff has put extensive work in explaining very technical things that were set 5-6 years ago. One of the things that I've learned is that we've probably been out of compliance in terms of the spirit of the law for many years, and that these changes were really important. We saw many more low-achieving students in grades, but we probably were de-identifying kids before unintentionally. And so it's really important that we put that in balance here. I will say two points I do want to make, though, about this. This resulted in this change in our practice, although it was in our policy, resulted in a pretty substantive change in the way we release data on the Maryland Report Card. And so I would just ask that as we move forward, that's something we get at the release date. I think, again, it is critical. While I believe this policy change is what's right for kids and the state, it's important for public trust that we get that at the release point. And so just ask that we bring that. And the second thing is these recommendations. You know, I encourage all board members to go on the website, right? Let's think like parents. Let's think like teachers and citizens. Right now, if you want to know, you know, what % of kids are proficient at reading at Triadelphia Ridge, Senator Bates, you'd have to go in and weight the scores, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, weighted out by the number of kids in each grade level to answer a simple question in the data release. Now, you can go on the page, but if you then wanted to compare that to 3 other elementary schools, you know, we've got a lot of work to do to make our Maryland Report Card website more accessible for families. So I'm really encouraged by these things that we're looking at. I'm particularly encouraged by the school-wide performance by subject area. I think that's going to help, you know, consumers of this information, you know, really understand it. And I think that's critical as we build that public trust.
I agree. I think the goal with the data are that we give parents actionable information that they can then go back to their schools, to their local boards, come back to the state and ask probing, intelligent questions about why is this, and then not only their school, but also to be able to see if there are similar situated schools that are doing well, to ask the question, why can't my child's school do just like these other 3 other schools? So the real power on this is going to be as we continue to evolve this in a way that arms parents with the ability to ask tough questions of local boards, local superintendents, local schools, and of the state board. That's going to be real power. Ms. McCusker.
In addition, I really appreciate that we're getting initial results out to schools quickly. You know, the self-scorables are getting out to schools fast so that teachers can also take that data, because that's another really crucial and important piece of this. You know, it's not just making sure the public knows how the school is doing, but it's providing information that teachers and school improvement teams can act upon, and we're getting it out to people in summer. We're getting it out so that we can use it in planning and use it to make sure we're moving kids forward in the right places in really specific ways. So I really appreciate some of those really early releases that are getting out to teachers, because the more time we have to plan, the more specific we can be with our actions and our interventions. So really appreciate that piece of it. Thank you.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you. This is great, and I appreciate you reporting out how scores are reported and when they're suppressed. The work with the IDEA 2004, we did this work in talking about de-identifying children and making sure that individual student data wasn't released in terms of the number of children within a category. So I appreciate the fact that Maryland is following suit. The other thing I want you to know, I love that you were talking about identifying data by student group, but I would really encourage us to disaggregate data within the group of children with disabilities. There are 13 different categories, and I think it would be very helpful to disaggregate the data in that way.
Ms. Chang.
I do have some comments about, I know the AI has been working so quick. And especially I just dovetail to Dr. Michael. Yeah, I did act as a parent since my kids all grown up, but I did play with the report card. Yeah, people can adjust the filter and adjust many factors, but I would say how many people would be so annoying, just like me, to play with that many. However, with the AI technology, people can just put in a simple English sentence. I want to see 3 comparable sites with how many students, and the system will kind of look for those data. That's what I'm seeing our system can do in the future.
Well, I will look into how AI is incorporated into accountability reporting.
Yes.
I will not make any promises right now, but I will look into it.
We are using machine learning for the scoring and building up the engine to make it faster in the future. So that is part of it. Happy to come back at a future date because that is in the weeds.
I think she's talking about the insights.
Okay.
Everything you guys are talking about, I mean, Chandra can tell you, I'm used to that. We did that in Texas. You're asking for insights. Like, give me 3 elementary schools across the state in comparison to my elementary school. Tell me what their per pupil was, and tell me how they're performing, and being able to preset that and load that with 3 clicks or 4 clicks versus downloading Excel sheets and etc. Like, that is absolutely, we should do that. But it's like preset logic built into it. We don't do that. I've told her, like, we need to do that. That arms the advocate, that arms the press, that arms, ask people tough questions about how dollars are working. That's also helps people make school choice decisions as well. You know what I mean? So a lot of great things there. It's not, we're not necessarily, a lot of it is also, like we're constantly going to think of new ways to do a lot of that. But we will continue to make it better and better and better and better, no doubt. So.
Excellent. Any additional comments? Nicely done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, are your folks here? Big one? Okay.
You ready for our next presentation?
Yes,
all right.
Absolutely.
I will go ahead and call up my team who will do the intro. And I'm excited to partner with Marin on this presentation. I believe is this your last board meeting? This is official. I get used to the students and then they leave me. Jason found me, Kevin activated me, and Marin cemented, hopefully, me. And so I am looking forward to the great things that she's going to do. She's very passionate about English learners. It's something we have been talking about since the very first day. We had that lunch out in Salisbury, and she's like, I want to do a panel. I said, all right, well, we don't have a lot of meetings left, so let's do one. And so, English learners, they're the fastest growing group. They are the future face of pretty much the country. And we need to figure out how to make sure at scale we know how to meet their needs, and as well as making sure that they're supported. And so I'm going to have the team first give you a 101, just some basic stats, both for the public and the board. And then Marin is going to facilitate an awesome panel to really bring you more depth to behind the numbers. With us today is Dr. Collins. I also have our awesome English learner team. You have 2 coordinators on the team. You have Ilhe and Laurel. Laurel was trying to leave us to Anne Arundel, and she was a specialist, and I said, no, that's not happening. And she changed her mind, yes? right? She's like, and so, so you did. I was like, why impact Anne Arundel when you can impact the state? And so she's like, all right, you're right. And so I'm excited to invite them because they are really the heart behind the LEA support we do. I'm looking to eventually bring on a director of multilingual education. We've never had that. And so, but this team is doing great things under Dr. Collins' leadership. And with that, I'll give it over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good afternoon again, board members. So we are going to briefly, quickly give you some high-level information, and then we'll turn it over to Marin. We're going to provide you an overview of English learners in Maryland, talk about English language development services, English learner academic performance, and then long-term outcomes for English learners, and then we'll close just with a review of the work group on English learners. So with that, I will turn it over to Laurel.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. Okay, so I'm going to share just a general overview of trends and characteristics in English learner enrollment and data for our state. So the first slide shares the top home language spoken by English learners, and the majority of English learners speak Spanish as their home language, with the other top 4 being French, Arabic, Chinese, and Urdu in Maryland. So we look at what grade levels are our English learners in. As you can see, there are more than half of our English learners in an elementary school setting, with 18% in middle and 23% in high. Maryland's English learner population has grown 6 to 8% annually, with the exception of that 2021 year during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has rebounded and continues to grow. So who are our English learners? The majority of English learners in Maryland are of Hispanic or Latino origin, followed by Asian and Black or African American students. And when we look at English learners and identified as students with disabilities, they are about as likely to be identified as a student with a disability as a non-English learner, but they are more likely to be eligible for free or reduced priced meals. Okay, and now I'm going to give a quick look at the English language development services that our LEAs provide, and a little bit about the state standardized identification and exit procedures. So we have 4 basic program models for English learner development instruction. So a push-in or pull-out model, content-based English instruction, sheltered English instruction, and we do have some dual language programs in the state. A one-way immersion program in Frederick County and two-way immersion that's happening in Baltimore City, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County Public Schools. A review of how English learners are identified and placed into English language development services. Every student in Maryland completes a home language survey upon enrollment. If their answers indicate that another language besides English for 2 or more of the questions, they are screened for English language proficiency using one of our standardized state screening tools. Parents are then notified and have the option to accept or refuse services. And then we use those scores, those screening scores and those annual scores to help with decision making about class and course placement. And then the exit procedure for Maryland is annually students are assessed using those assessments that Chandra was just talking about, our English language proficiency assessments, the WIDA access and the alternate access for ELS. Those annual scores are used to make exit and course decisions. Parents are notified of an exit from ELD services, and then students become what we call reclassified English learners, and their academic progress is monitored for 2 years. This is just a look at how English learners exit EL status. Again, we have those 2 annual ELP assessments. So if you, the majority of our English learners take the WIDA access for ELs, and if they score a proficiency level of 4.5 or higher, they can exit EL status. And then students with significant cognitive disabilities take the alternate access for ELs, and when they score a P2, they are redesignated as reclassified English learners.
So now I'm going to talk a little about English learners' academic performance on MCAP. So looking at the data, on math and English language arts in grades 3 through 8, reclassified English learners often outperform their native English-speaking peers, and that's something that we must highlight. So reclassified English learners are the ones who have exited ELD services. So once they exit the program, they can really perform well, and as the data shows here, that they outperform English-only speaking peers. And then the same trend shows on high school state assessment. So reclassified English learners, again, similarly perform to their native English-speaking peers on Algebra 1 and English 10. And looking at the long-term outcomes for English learners, we did prepare data on exit, graduation, dropout, and post-secondary enrollment rates, as well as the college and career readiness. So based on English language proficiency assessment, we looked at how many English learners are exited annually. So starting with 2016-17, all the way to 21-22, annually around 10% of our English learners exited in English language development services. Now, it is low in 2016-17 due to the new assessment being adopted. But 2021-2022, that is the COVID-19 year, and that's why we have a little dip in that year as well. Looking at cohort graduation and dropout rates, obviously, English learners are working toward to achieving their English proficiency, and sometimes they drop a little short of graduation and dropout rates compared to non-English, compared to English-only students. So that graph shows that around 30% lower graduation rate and about a little over 20% dropout. And then we looked at the college enrollment. So in 2021 data, a quarter of English learners enrolled in a college within 12 months of graduating from their high schools. Lastly, we have college and career readiness data. So in looking at this data, ELs are much less likely to meet the interim college and career readiness standards compared to non-English learners. But if the CCR standards include a GPA option, EL's likelihood of meeting the standards would greatly increase. And I think that's something that MSD is looking into look at that. So you can see that light blue color shows that the EL's achievement increases when we have the GPA option. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Collins to talk about EL's workgroup.
Great. Oh.
Billy McCarthy, yes, please.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I have two questions. What percentage of students do not earn exit out of an EL program as they go through school? And that's a hard question because you never know how many years kids, depends upon when children enter. So when you looked at the reclassified students and how they excelled, what percent of English learners do not learn English well enough to become reclassified? I think that's my question.
At the end of high school?
That's open-ended. You tell me.
Oh. So that's the data that we will have to look at. We haven't looked at how many percent of these students are not getting where they need to be. So we do have what we call long-term English learners. So they are in English language development program more than 6 years.
Right. And I would imagine that might coordinate with dropout rates. My next question is, and I think, well, that was my same question, how many never exit? How many students by the time they graduate high school never achieve the score on the WIDA that is appropriate for reclassification? Just my question.
And that's the data.
Explain the exit rate. Explain how that's calculated so they understand.
Oh, so the,
Yeah.
so on, this slide, oops, one more. So in 2016-17, we are a member of the WIDA consortium. So in 2016-17, the WIDA adopted a new assessment. So the drop in the exit rate is there. And based on access for ELLs, once they score 4.5 overall, and they are designated as an exit, and as new assessment is adopted, usually we see a dip, and then it kind of goes up. So about 4 years, it was around 10, and then right before the COVID, it was around about 13. But then due to COVID, 21, 22, it dropped a little. But that's the base. So right now we have one exit criteria. They have to meet the exit criteria based on assessment. And right now, based on EL recommendation from the work group, we are looking into different alternate exit criteria, I should say, because some of these students are plateauing in their English language development. However, they are performing well on their English or ELA or English or math and other content classes. So that's one of the things that we are going to look into, see if they score a certain level on access English language development, English language proficiency assessment, but doing well in their content classes. Maybe that will be the exit criteria that we can add to what we have currently.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I think my question too was, how many years does it typically take a student to become proficient in English? There's old data on that and old research, which in the early 2000s was coming into question.
Yes.
So what is the recent data on that?
So usually in Maryland, we were looking at about 5 years or 6. Yeah.
Right,
So
by
if
fourth grade, the
yeah.
majority of English learners. By the end of fourth grade, the majority of English learners have exited.
So if they start out in kindergarten, they are exiting by the end of the elementary grade level.
I'm sorry, maybe they shouldn't have fixed my microphone.
Oh.
I have another question. Have you been able to look at the type of program a student has been involved with as to how quickly they become proficient in English?
Not the program, not particular set data, but anecdotally, when we are looking at different LEAs, the teacher-student ratio plays a huge role. When they are able to meet with ELs regularly and also plug into their content classes, those particular LEAs' performance is much, much higher compared to the other LEAs. So that's another thing that we're going to work into. When we are enhancing our English language development services, we will suggest type of services and then maybe teacher-student ratio potentially to impact their performance.
So that's a good segue, because some of what you were asking is some of what was uncovered through the EL work group. So just as a reminder, there was an EL work group that was convened and chaired by Mr. Chaudhary. There were legislators, educators, stakeholders, advocates, university professors, experts that participated on the work group. We met for 16 times. We started in 2021 and convened in 2022. There was a final report that is posted on our website. And during the work group time, we spent time looking at data around English language performance, but as well as services, looked at the methods that were being taught across the state, and then the work group made recommendations for improving services to students. Next slide. The recommendations that came from the work group, which we are working on right now, is to support and sustain multilingualism by promoting an asset-based approach. Oftentimes, we look at this group from a deficit mindset, so really focusing on the assets that these students bring. Equitable engagement and communication with multilingual families. Implementation of instructional programs for ELs. Our research is clear that the two-way immersion programs work really well. It does improve the performance of ELs. Literacy instruction that is aligned to the science of reading, and effective English language development programs. In terms of assessment and accountability, looking at equitable and valid assessments, transparent and equitable accountability reporting for our English learners, and also looking at new and expanded ways for how we reclassify our English learners. And then the last few recommendations was to look at teacher preparation programs and policies. All teachers prepared to serve English learners, not just those that get a specific degree, because many of our classrooms that teachers are teaching have English learners. So how do we provide the support and the knowledge that teachers need to feel comfortable working with English learners as well? Looking at the bilingual teacher certification and then also the teacher pipeline. We also, one of the recommendations was to look at the identification, but support for young English learners. How do we catch them early, right? And then get them ready to enter school and be successful. Also look at students with limited or interrupted formal English. You might have heard the term SLIFE. So what specific targeted supports are we doing for those children and their families? Looking at equitable access to college and career pathways for English learners, and then also looking at funding allocations and spending decisions. How do we need to rethink and revisit that? So with that said,
Yeah, I think there's another fact to remember. 85% of English learners are in the elementary grades are born in the U.S. 65% in the middle school are. There's other things going on as well when we strap that label on and how we treat and treat them. And the level of low expectations and other things come in. I equate it to ableism in the special needs population and the bias we have in our system. 85% of them are born here, going to school here. You know, their parents may not know, English well, like my parents, but they're born here. So there's a lot of other things to think about in terms of when families come and what they check off in the home language survey and what's possible. And the vast majority of our ELs in Maryland are in elementary. So we have them at a critical moment to really have them thrive. And then what's happening with a lot of our long-term ELs is we're strapping, we're over-identifying them as cognitively disabled and other things as well. We're not having that conversation. That's a different conversation. We're gonna figure this out. We have significant weights and dollars going in. It's still, I'm not used to how much of a new phenomenon English learners is in the state. I'm just not, just because of the numbers in California and Texas, the schools I've taught. They are thriving. They are going to college as their native here in those states. They are. And of course, they're like all student groups. There are students who have more challenges. Some of our systems, Lakeland, like I felt like I was in San Antonio in that school. I hit 50% of its population are English learners, whereas other systems may have 4 or 5 or 30 kids and such. But it's not a mystery, and we're going to use this moment to implement the work group's recommendation as well as school improvement efforts. You heard from Najib about the work that they did to reclassify, and he believes that he might have some of the highest any school improvement efforts is also going to improve them, right? And just through effective instruction. So it's not a mystery. I think just politically, they're not strong in Maryland. So there's other things involved, right, in terms of what's available, access, and everything else. So I think that's something I think about as well. But it is the fastest growing group. We have 100,000 ELs. A decade from now, Maryland's EL population is going to be even big. So if we want our NAEP rankings and other things to go up, you better figure out how to educate ELs well and other things. Yep.
We have a couple more questions. We are running behind. I want to make sure we give Mirren's panel an opportunity to speak. Dr. Michael and Dr. Millie McCarthy.
I'll be quick. I just want to anchor us back. We've been looking at NAEP data. I know you all have been looking at it, and I have been in my work. We fare so poorly when we look at Latinx students compared to other states across the country. Not all Latinx students, of course, are EL learners, but our largest population of EL learners are Latinx students. The improvement that we need in this area will show up in that data. We need to dramatically improve when we're looking at achievement of Latinx students. We've seen such dramatic declines over the past decade, 2 decades, for that population of students in our state. This is just critical to that work.
And I just have a quick plea or suggestion. As you build your staff, I urge you to include a bilingual speech pathologist on your staff to help look at and understand why some children move to English proficiency more quickly than others, and maybe why some never do. So having some in the ComSci area would be.
Amen. There were 80, 70% of my hires in my other state. Now I'm lucky if I even have the names in the pool, so I have to really source. We just hired a literacy manager who's bilingual coming from Montgomery County on today's board report. But, whereas in San Antonio, I would have hundreds of candidates with those qualifications. Here, it's very difficult to source. But no, they know. I've been sourcing. I would love my director of multilingualism to be a bilingual individual. It's just really hard in Maryland, and then I'm trying to get people to move. Yeah.
Ms. McCusker will be the last one, and then we're going to go to the panel so we can get the panel in. 'Cause you
And-
guys will be all over me at around 5 o'clock this evening. You won't remember that you asked
Well,
5.
stop talking. Let me ask my question.
Okay, all right.
And as I say all the time, and I'm going to say it one more time, when you look at the teacher preparation piece of this, it can't be a one-off faculty meeting where somebody just, gives you a little ditto and some resources and says, here's some things you can do. It needs to be comprehensive. It needs to have actionable things that teachers can get support on as they go through and try to work with their learners. It needs to be solid, evidence-based, comprehensive teacher preparation, not just a faculty meeting one-off. And it has to be for all, you have all here, but it's got to be all, because we all work with them. Same thing with our education support professionals, because they work with them, all of them also. So please just, eye on that.
Not that they don't speak English, but they do, but they just don't know, oh, when I go to school, I need to speak English, and by home, strictly Mandarin. So that's a differentiation. So just put in the mindset, something could be just easily reclassified that student as REL per se. So with that kind of mindset, I just try to see that graphing in this PowerPoint stack, that the English learner seems to have overall the lower performance and higher dropout rate or graduation rate, or lower graduation rate. So is it possible kind of drill down a little bit? How many of those students are reclassified?
That number only includes students who are currently active English learners. That's where it's important to understand that designation, right? So that doesn't include the students who have achieved proficiency and exited ESOL services. Those are students who are graduating presently as active English learners, yes.
I see. Yeah, because if our mindset tells me that if we look at back, the data pushed back, we probably get some different stories to share, and maybe we can drill down those critical area that what kind of factors attribute that some English learners not being pushed up to the next level. But thank you.
Thank you.
So as we get the panel set up on Zoom, I just wanted to give a little insight on why this panel is very important, something that we should be talking about more prominently now more than ever. I know personally I'm a sister of someone who was a part of the ELL program many, many years ago. But I understand firsthand what it is like to be from a family who recently immigrated and having to combat a public school system that doesn't really understand what it's like to be from another country and be excellent in that other country, but be deemed as someone and have a label. So I think having these conversations about these English language learners is something that we can understand with the different biases that different school systems may have to these kinds of systems. And so on this panel, we have 4 counties being represented, and the first one being from Anne Arundel County. We have the coordinator of the English Language Department, Leanne Riordan. We have a student, Oliver Christian Santana, a rising senior at Northern High School. From Washington County, we have Diana Harris, a teacher that teaches 9th through 12th grade at night. Student Solomia Marisiak, a rising junior from the same school. And from Wicomico County, we have Miss Tara Elliott, a grade 8 English language arts teacher. And from Baltimore City Public Schools, we have Miss Kelly Guerra, who is an ESOL department lead at the same high school.
Looking forward to the discussion.
So I guess my first question will be, what do you believe is the biggest challenge faced by these students? Ms. Riordan? Oh, we're muted.
Are you muted? Are you speaking? Because it's...
We're muted. Yep. What do you believe is the biggest challenge faced by these students? Ms. Riordan? Are we muted?
She's muted.
Big pardon?
She's muted at the moment. Can you ask her if she can unmute herself?
Can you unmute her? Let's do that.
What do you believe is the biggest challenge faced by these students?
Okay.
Sorry, we were muted for the first part of it, so we have no idea who you're asking the question to.
All right.
Ms. Guerra, you can respond.
There are too many challenges that our ESOL students face for me to narrow it down to just one. I think probably the biggest challenge, if we can address as a state, is the fact that we have a one-size-fits-all education. And when kids are coming from different educational backgrounds, we really need to take that into consideration. While I strongly believe we need to have standards and uphold our students to meeting those standards, we also need to understand the backgrounds that these students are coming from and figure out really what is the supports that they need. My background at Patterson High School, I've been there for 25 years. I've watched our immigration population explode from about 30 back in 1998 to well over 600 this past school year. Each kid is coming with a different background, different educational background, different values on education, and trying to meet these needs is a very, very difficult challenge. I know with the race to the top money, one of the things that schools have really been hit hard with, especially high schools, is the fact that we're required to graduate a student in 4 years, regardless of the level of their English and their educational background. And in the past couple of years, I've seen maybe, I don't know exactly how many, but we've had kids come to us who have never been in school before in their lives, and because of their age, they're placed in high school. So how is it fair for a kid to be expected and the school to be expected to graduate this kid in 4 years? So what we wind up with is kids being frustrated, that fear of failure, dropping out of high school, and then schools being penalized for the dropouts and or not graduating the kids in 4 years. So I guess that's my biggest thing, is the one size fits all education. That doesn't work for ELLs, actually doesn't work for any kid.
And for the teachers on this panel, can you please tell me what measures have you taken to ensure the success of your students?
Diana, you're muted.
Thanks, sorry about that. Okay, I've created a safe environment for students where they feel comfortable and accepted for who they are. They're willing to work for me and take risks because I've built up those relationships with them. I set the bar high for my students, and they have different goals that they each set at the beginning of the year, and I help them to achieve those goals. Additionally, when I have a class with multiple students who speak the same language, I let them communicate. I give them time to communicate in their first language as well. We want students to be bilingual. We do not want to just try to Americanize them. We need to remember that they're no longer getting that education in their first language. So we need to give them time so that they don't lose the progress that they have made. We need to make sure that they realize that it's a gift. And also when they make mistakes, praising for mistakes. It's nerve-wracking for them to even want to speak. If you can get them to speak and they give you the wrong answer, that's amazing. Praise them for it.
Sorry, can I jump in and add something to what Diana just said?
Most certainly.
So one of the things we've done at Patterson is really involve the community in an attempt to support our kids and help them to feel part of the community. I think our ESOL programs throughout nationwide probably have consistently been placed in a silo. So the kids, if you're not American, don't understand like what prom is or what a football game is, you don't feel part of that community. So really trying to be intentional with helping kids to feel part of the school community and a part of the community in general. We also have a lot of different community partners. Soccer Without Borders is amazing. RYP is also great, Liberty's Promise, and we've also established a mentoring program for our at-risk Latino males in collaboration with Baltimore City Police Department and some of our Latino business owners, which has been wonderful. But just thinking back, not keeping ESOL in a silo and trying to expose and get kids to really understand. And that goes twofold, not just the kids, but I challenge MSDE to require more cultural training for all educators, not just ESOL, so that we are better equipped to address the needs of the students. I think there's a big, huge demand because back in the day, it used to be, okay, let the ESOL teacher deal with that. But it can't be that anymore. The way that the numbers are growing, educators need training to understand what they are facing and how they can better address the needs of their students.
We also need more funding for ESL teachers or ELL teachers in our classrooms. They are very fragmented. I just saw data from NPR and it showed that Maryland has always had an issue with hiring ELL teachers. There needs to be less shortages and much more prominence placed on hiring ELL teachers for our classrooms. They are a boon to us to be able to work with our kids. What do I do in my classroom? I have learned that scaffolding is probably the most important thing that I can do as a teacher. And it takes a load of time to sit there and figure out how can I scaffold Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven so that all of my kids, regardless of what language they speak, get not only the gist of the poem, but all of the context and all of the clues and all of the vocabulary, as well as all the skills that they need to be able to access that particular text. I reach out to my kids and I break things down on purpose and intentionally. There are 3 groups in my classroom, the very newcomers that have just entered within the past year that speak very, very little English, the middle group, which have been here a while, but they still struggle, and the top group, which are kids that really, really get it. As a gifted language arts teacher, I have always strived to make sure that I reach a platform of giftedness for my kids, because I know when you reach for that gifted level, the kids come along. There is a dearth, a big gap in the state of Maryland between gifted students and students that are ELL. And students that are ELL are very seldom placed in gifted programs, and we need to look at why. Why is that happening? Because some of my students from wherever they came from, whether it was Honduras or Brazil, whether it was Mexico City, wherever it is in the world that they came from, they are exceptionally gifted students and will rise to that challenge. And we are missing a huge, huge opportunity for data growth and for student growth, because those kids are amazing. I had kids this year that came up 5, 6, 7 grade levels in reading because I pushed them and I challenged them on a gifted level. We need to look at that. We need teacher training. We need cultural training. That is the biggest dearth that I see. We need to stop shoving our ELL students into a hole and pretending they don't exist, because that seems to be what's happening on a great scale. I hate to say it, but I'm gonna.
Just one more word comment. Sorry, I have a big mouth and I like to talk, but especially with ESOL because it's one of my passions. But I would also challenge MSDE to find ways to better support with mental health, especially in bilingual or multilingual and multicultural mental health providers, ensuring that districts are able to hire and ensuring that there's an actual, what's the word I'm looking for? Strategy for hiring people, hiring mental health providers to be able to help students, because often the ESOL teacher and ESOL advocates in the schools wind up trying to figure out, how do I help this unaccompanied minor who's living in an adult situation find a room for rent, find a job, find a way to be able to take care of themselves. So we're addressing issues that are far beyond education in the classroom. And we need that support too, because we can't keep doing it. At Patterson, where we have a population of around 600 English language learners, it's tough, let me tell you, trying to figure out the individual issue of every kid and trying to support them. Education has very much become, as a society, the solver to all of society's problems. And if that's going to be the case, then we need to fund education and actually provide the supports that our youth needs in order to be able to address those issues.
I agree with Kelly. I think that's a huge thing. Mental health is a huge thing. Many of these students have PTSD. They've walked here. They've ridden trains here. They're fleeing from political tension. Lots of the girls that come over here, they're giving birth control just so they can get across the border because they will be raped and other bad things. They'll be robbed. So that's a lot of stuff for a teenager to handle. We need better mental health care in the school system.
Jordan, I know.
I'm here, yes.
With your experience as the coordinator for the English Language Development Program for Anne Arundel County, what policies do you think can be implemented for the success of these students?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So from the level of, building teacher capacity, I heard Kelly talk about this, and I think you all sort of said this. I think one of the things we can really look at is adding to our teacher credentialing for in Maryland, adding a requirement, integrated in so that all teachers are prepared to teach English learners and to be able to know how to anticipate the needs and the language demands and to be able to scaffold so that they're being, so it's not just, the ESOL teachers or English language development teachers who know how to do this, because students are learning, bell to bell, not just in those classes with those teachers. So I think that's one thing that would really help is adding in that requirement. I also think about remembering, I preach about this a lot, but remembering that English learners are not a monolithic student group. And so while we, just can talk about the students new to the country or students who are new to the country in general, we also have to think about the fact that more than half of our students are US born and have, enter in at kindergarten and are not reclassified by the time that they go into high school, right? And so the needs of a long-term English learner are far different than a student who is new to the country. And so I think about programming and what are we offering for, that intentional class or that intentional need. How can we have more co-teaching models in our classes, particularly in secondary, so that students can receive the language development through the classes that they're already taking, rather than having to take a separate class that, might pull them out of something that they're really passionate about, orchestra or art or something else, right? I also think about classes that are designed for long-term English learners. We just started in Anne Arundel County last year an Avid Excel program for middle school long-term English learners, and that seems to be going well. I think that's a promising approach. And then the other thing I really think we have a need for is how are we providing reading literacy instruction or interventions for older students, that are outside of the primary grades? Because often I think the reason that students are not able to reach that full proficiency is from the literacy piece, but yet most of our programs are designed for young children. and that initial like foundational literacy. How do we do that for students who either don't have literacy in their first language at all, or who have stepped in the middle at that point when we're not teaching that? They come in like 4th or 5th grade, or they were here in kindergarten and first and second, but didn't really understand what was going on enough to latch into that. And so like creating that urgency to build in that, to build in specific approaches for older students or students who are like grade 4 and 5, so that they don't become long-term English learners. And I think that, those are my things: teacher credentialing, program models that are for specific groups of students, really like looking into the needs of long-term English learners, and how do we prevent students from become long-term English learners? Like we shouldn't wait until they're in 6th grade to be figuring that out. How can we identify them for at risk at like grade 3 or 4? And then reading and literacy opportunities, designed for them. And I'm not going to mention mental health because you guys did that, but obviously that is a huge need as well.
Thank you so much. That insight is extremely helpful. And for the students, so Mia, I know being from Washington County, what has your geographical location done to enhance the ELL program experience you faced?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for your question. And first of all, I would like a little bit introduce myself. My nationality is Ukrainian. I have been living here for 8 months. And I also would like to say thank you for the State Board of Maryland Education for giving the opportunity to express the feeling of immigrants and for trying to make our life easier here. And my answer is, like I said, I moved to United States not for a long time ago. And be honest, it was a quick decision. If you may know, now there is a war in Ukraine. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit worried. So yeah, and there is a war in Ukraine. And maybe you can a little bit imagine how to live during the war, but I wish you never know how it is. And I'm totally sure that all students in Ukraine, they're worried about their life. They focus it on more important things, how to survive. They can get a good education at schools. And now I'm thanks to God that I'm here, I'm at safe. And based on this, I'm good at school. I improve my English, and I don't have to reason to worry about because I'm at safe place. And yeah, I don't know what to add, but.
Well, that's really insightful, and I'm really appreciated that you took the time to tell us about your experience on being an English language learner. Oliver, how has your coordinators and teachers from Anne Arundel County contributed to making you feel more comfortable?
Actually, since I moved to United States, I moved many people. Some of them became really good friends to me. And my teachers, people who survived me, they really helped me with my English. My family members, they support me. And for me, it's easier to cope with some of my problems when I have a good people next to me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Solomia. Oliver, what do you have to say about what has Anne Arundel County done to help you feel better?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to introduce myself really quick. I'm from Dominican Republic. I've been living in the United States for a year and a half, almost 2 years, and my ESOL teacher, especially, it's been the one that have helped me the most. Even outside of her classroom, she's been helping me a lot. She always makes sure I'm straight with my grades in all of my classes, and she always helps me and makes sure I understand the content and not just give me the topics that I need to study by myself. She makes sure I understand it and that I'm ready for tests or any assignments or assessments she gives me. Also, my counselor especially, she always check my grades and make sure I'm straight. If I need anything, I feel really, thank you, by the way. I feel really, really safe with her, and I feel like I can talk to her at any time. I'm having a problem at school or even at my house. I can just walk into her office and tell her about the situation. And my teachers, pretty much most of them, they help me feel better at school, in my classes, and even when I'm nervous or worried about something, they always make sure I get everything I need and all the materials I need to assure my success at school. And yeah, that really helped me a lot throughout my school years.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the insight you all gave on educating the board on how the experiences students and educators have faced within Maryland. I appreciate it.
Thanks for including us, Marin. We really appreciate it. It's good to have a voice in this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just have one more thing to say. Wow to both our student participants. Your guys' English is amazing. Your resilience. Keep going. You guys are freaking amazing. I'm so proud of you. Keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Very nicely done. Any brief comments, anything from the board? Excellent. Excellent. Very good.
Marin, could I add something that I
Yes.
didn't say, and I'll try to be brief. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes.
Okay, so when I was talking about the recommendations, one other thing I forgot, and Kelly touched on this, but when we have the expectation for students to graduate high school in a set amount of time, so 4 years, for a native-born American who speaks English, that is designed for that. But when we have students who enter with, they're new to the country, new to the language, and they're put into 9th grade because that's the starting point. If we could evaluate and reconsider the amount of time that we are planning and giving them to be considered, on time graduation, because in 4 years, to be able to complete all of that work within 4 years, or else the school is penalized or judged or whatever. I think if we could have a separate criteria for English learners who are new to the country and how much time we give them to graduate, that would be wonderful.
I just want to piggyback one thing on that comment too. Thanks, Leanne, for bringing that up, because I actually wrote it down and forgot to mention. Stop penalizing schools for meeting the needs of kids, but also the well-rounded curriculum, expecting all 9th graders to have those courses. If a kid has extreme interrupted education, how can you possibly expect them to be successful in an Algebra 1 class, a biology class, a U.S. history class, when they do not have the educational background, and the scaffolding is well beyond what teachers can do to get kids up to what the level is. So re-looking at the well-rounded curriculum for our ELs and looking at the graduation time. Like I said in the beginning of what I first brought up, if we can stop looking at a one-size-fits-all education and actually looking at graduation plans based on the actual need of the kid. Thank you. I'll jump off my soapbox now.
I would like to add on to that real quick, though. Kelly, I had the same thing written down about Algebra 1. And a lot of these kids know math, but they come here and we're doing it in a completely different way than they've learned. So they get very discouraged because they are not doing well, but they know it. So eventually they just end up giving up. We need alternate pathways and curricula that leads to graduation that encompasses the skills for ELs that they need to graduate.
Fear of failure is the number one thing the kids face. And honestly, that's where most of your behavior issues come from. That's where absentee rate comes from with ELL students, is fear of failure. We need to address that. We need to hit it hard. Thank you, Maryland State Department of Education, for listening to us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tashio?
No, I just wanted to thank Marin for putting this presentation together for us, and I'd like to thank the panelists. It's been particularly helpful to hear from the teachers, but hearing from the students, it's an incredible testimony, and you all are terrific folks who are struggling under circumstances that most of us will never understand. So you're doing a terrific job. You're incredible folks, and we wish for you the best. We know already that you're going to be successful in whatever you do, because under the circumstances that you're living in now, you're just doing incredible things for yourselves and for your families, and I'm sure for your community. So thank you.
All right. Nicely done. Okay, I think we'll transition into the strategic plan. Going to turn this over to the superintendent and to Mr. DeShiel.
Do you want to take care of the Comar items right quick, or it's up to you? It's up to you if you want. I'm just given that.
Can we move through those quickly?
Yes, unless you have a lot of questions about them.
Well,
yeah. I have our transportation directors here, so if you have any questions.
If you've got it, let's go.
Okay.
Let's do it. Sounds good. Okay.
So which one is first? Why don't you start?
Superintendent, if I could just set the stage.
Always. I always love hearing you talk during board meetings. You hardly talk.
Okay. Well, just to make it efficient for the board, you have 4 regulations that have already been out for publication. They've been through public comment. They've come back to you. I believe 3 of them came back without any public comment at all, and 1 had minimal public comment. So, those 4 are at the stage to approve final for final publication, final approval and publication.
Okay. We could start off with the ones related to childcare.
Oh, well, that's not one of the ones I talked about. Then there's the one for permission to publish. You want to start with the 4 that's final? Because
yeah, let's start there. Okay. All right.
Okay. We're going to the 4. Okay. 13A 108. Okay, 108. Okay, got it. 13A 0108, Public Information Act request permission to adopt.
Any questions related to it?
Okay. So this was the regulation, if you recall, where there is a Public Information Act law, but MSDE did not have its own Public Information Act regulation. So this is a law that's consistent with the state's Public Information Act. It did not have any comments when it went out for publication. Are there any comments about the regulation? The second regulation, 13A0109, correction of amendment of public records, is related to the Public Information Act. If individuals have requests to amend any public record, that's what this regulation addresses. Again, there weren't any public comments. And then the lawful absence was expanding the reasons, 13A0801, lawful absence, permission to adopt. This was expanding the reasons for lawful absence to, I believe it was mental health absences. And again, no comments came back. Is that correct?
And then we have the Student Transportation Permission Act. Is that would also consider that right here? Okay, please.
Good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, and members of the State Board. Today I bring before you for adoption the published revisions to COMAR 13A0607 Student Transportation. These regulations were last before you at the January 24th meeting when they were approved for publishing. Thank you. The regulations were published in the Maryland Register and open for public comment from April 1st till May 22nd. During the open comment period, the MSDE received 4 comments in opposition to the proposed changes, and a summary of those responses is included in the board materials. Yesterday, the MSDE received a letter from Howard County Executive that asked that these regulations be revised. The MSD proposed changes to these regulations address the county executive's concerns. The MSD appreciates and thanks all the individuals that submitted comments for consideration. Following a review of all the comments received, the MSDE is not proposing any revisions to the proposed regulations. Therefore, MSDE is requesting adoption of COMAR 13A0607 Student Transportation Regulations as published.
Thank you. First, are there any questions of clarification? Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for motion to adopt the four cited regulations. Ms. Morrow?
Can we do them all as one motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt 13A0108, 13A0109, 13A0801, and 13A0607 as presented.
I think it was General was second, I believe. He had indicated that. Floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? The motion carries. Great. Now we have an emergency, requesting permission to publish an emergency regulation concerning cannabis in child care. Just to give the board a little background, we have informed the leadership of AELR. We have met with Senator Washington, and we have we've informed as a delegate, Rosenberg. So we sent the information to him. He has not requested a meeting. As you know, the AELR could choose to hold a hearing, but we've given them an update, and we'll just see what happens there. Now we can have the discussion of the regulation and emergency regulation. I believe we're also going to concurrently do a permanent regulation as well, right? Okay. So it's the emergency and then a permanent regulation as well. Okay.
All right. Today, I would like to discuss the proposed regulations in which, has already been stated, MSD is seeking both the standard and emergency regulation promulgation process concerning the use, storage, and accessibility of cannabis, cannabis edibles, smoking, and vaping paraphernalia and byproducts. These regulations have been carefully developed to establish clear guidelines and restrictions in this domain across all four chapters. Moving on to vaping, the proposed regulation defines it as an act of using a device that can deliver aerosoled and vaporized products such as nicotine or cannabis to an individual who inhales from the device. To the proposed regulations, we would like to also expand the list of potential hazardous items to include alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, cannabis edibles, as well as smoking and vaping paraphernalia and byproducts. By doing so, these regulations aim to address potential risks associated with these substances and related items. Regarding the administration of medical cannabis, the proposed regulations stipulate that in very rare instances of medical cannabis administration by a caregiver who is qualifying medical cannabis patient should adhere to the regulations set forth by the Maryland Department of Health as outlined in COMAR. To consolidate and clarify the existing regulations, the proposed amendments merge the regulations concerning smoking, alcohol consumption, and drug use into one comprehensive regulation. This change is necessary because cannabis, unlike alcohol and tobacco, can be both smoked and consumed. Additionally, these amendments ensure consistency by extending the prohibition of alcohol and tobacco use to encompassing vaping and cannabis use as well. Furthermore, they introduce the following provisions that I'd like to highlight. Parents considering placing their child in care must be notified about any smoking, habitual smoking, vaping, or cannabis use in the home. A residence is prohibited from consuming alcohol, smoking, or vaping in the immediate presence of a child in care. Providers and individuals with child care responsibilities must refrain from consuming alcohol, smoking, or vaping in the immediate presence of a child in care or allowing others to do so while on the premises.
Providers and individuals with child care responsibilities are prohibited from consuming or being under the influence of alcohol, cannabis, or any illegal or non-prescribed controlled dangerous substance during the child care program's hours of operation. This restriction also applies while providing or assisting with care during off-site program activities or transportation. Providers and individuals with child care responsibilities have the responsibility to ensure that all alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, cannabis edibles, smoking, and vaping paraphernalia, as well as their byproducts, are kept out of the reach of children in care. This measure aims to prioritize the safety and well-being of children. In summary, the proposed regulations outline comprehensive guidelines and restrictions pertaining to the use, storage, and accessibility of cannabis, cannabis edibles, smoking, and vaping paraphernalia and their byproducts. These regulations define cannabis and vaping, address the proper disposal of biohazards and biocontaminants, expand the list of potentially hazardous items, provide guidelines for the administration of medical cannabis, and consolidate regulations regarding related to smoking, alcohol, and drug use. Moreover, they introduce measures to inform parents, restrict consumption in the presence of children, prohibit substance use during child care responsibilities, and emphasize the importance of keeping such items out of children's reach. These regulations have been proposed with the intent of promoting safety, clarity, and responsibility within the realm of cannabis use in early care and education settings.
Very good. The floor is now open for any questions or clarification.
So,
Yes, Dr. Miller.
as you started talking, you used the phrase immediate presence.
Right.
Can you help me understand that?
Yes, just to clarify that, in a family child care home, we are making a distinction in the regs that if someone is outside of the immediate presence of children and not directly responsible for their care, that this can happen out of the realm of the licensed portion of the facility, with notification to families.
So if it's an in-home daycare situation.
Correct.
And a person in that structure is not involved in the daycare.
Correct, and in a portion of the home that's not licensed.
During the hours of operation.
Correct.
I struggle with that.
Yeah.
I don't think there should be any use during the hours of operation.
Yes.
Just on that matter, how do we handle tobacco under those circumstances?
It's treated in the same way.
Ms. Chang?
Yeah, I would say with our central heating system, the air is circulating within that structures, especially I would consider it's closure environment, and even part of the structure is licensed for that care purpose, while the other portion is not, but they're all breathing the same air. And as you notice that the other secondhand smoking victims is worse than the first-hand smokers.
Right,
Yeah,
and
so-
to further address that, when discussing this with the OAG, we discussed what if this was on the premises of the home, but in a garage or outside, and how does that change our purview in terms of regulation?
What I propose is this, once we've gotten all of the clarification questions on the table, what I propose then is that there be a motion to proceed with the regulation. That'll then provide an avenue for someone to propose an amendment. We will deal with any proposed amendment, giving the board an opportunity to vote on that amendment. So if there's a question about whether it should be in the premises or what, the board members will have an opportunity to come forward with an amendment. We will address each amendment that will be voted on, and then we'll vote on the overall proposed regulation. Yes, right now. Absolutely. So what we need now is a motion, and again, a motion doesn't mean that you necessarily agree. The motion allows us to move to the next phase to be able to entertain a potential amendment or two. Ms. Morrow?
Are we ready for? No, not yet. I was gonna make a motion that we approve this set of emergency regulations related to cannabis.
Okay. Do we have a second? Dr. Michael? Now, the floor is open for a discussion of the motion. If a board member wishes to propose an amendment, this is the opportunity to do that, and speak slowly so Mr. Hands can write it down, and then we'll know what was said. And then we'll vote on each one, each potential amendment, and then once those have been disposed of, then we will go back to the motion on the regulation itself. So the floor is now open for anyone that wants to. Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment that strikes the phrases immediate presence and restricts use to outside the hours of operation. Is that clear?
Yep. It's clear.
Do you have that, Mr. Hand?
An amendment that would strike the phrases immediate presence and restrict use to outside the hours of operation. Did I recite that correctly, Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Is that what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess so.
Does that say what it means? I think it does.
I think it has to be a little bit more explicit because we're not just saying the licensed part, we're saying the entire structure. So be clear that it is not just outside the hours of operation, but we are going outside the licensed area as well.
Anyone within that structure.
Yeah, within the whole structure.
That can be changed in the chapters related to family childcare and large family childcare, so we can be specific in that, if that helps.
So how do we, is that a friendly amendment to the, how it?
Well, it's an amendment.
Yes.
And so it'd have to be voted on.
Well, but it could be rolled into, Dr. McCarthy's, if she accepts that, it could be rolled into her amendment. Do you accept that language from Dr. Getty?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear what Dr. Getty suggests. I'm sorry. I didn't.
To include outside the licensed structure.
Dr. Geddes? You got it, okay. I think.
So it would strike the phrase immediate presence and restrict use to outside the hours of operation and outside of the licensed structure. Does that capture the essence of what you were saying, Dr. Getty?
All-inclusive of And in other words, what Dr. Getty is saying is anyone within that structure, whether or not they are involved in the daycare center, they will not be able to use any substance during the hours of operation of that daycare center. That's the intent. I don't know how to word it.
Second
Ms.
that
Morrow.
motion.
Ms.
One
Morrow?
second.
Can I ask, I'm ready for a question. Can I ask a question related to that?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Okay, so this is a little bit of devil's advocate and maybe a question over here. How many centers in the state of Maryland are open beyond kind of a, 8 to 6 daytime? Do we have centers that operate really early mornings, really late at nights? And how would that amendment impact structures like townhouses, condominiums, apartments that are shared housing complexes? Because I guess those would be my concerns with making something that is so broad that then we make it harder to pass AELR.
Can I add something? Because there might be some confusion.
Absolutely.
Because in the regulation, as it is being proposed, both as an emergency and going through standard promulgation, right? We're doing two things at the same time. This as inside. We could always break them apart. And I think you understand the reason for the emergency necessity is because cannabis takes effect in a few days on July 1. And the biggest concern is not this as much the smoking and vaping as it is the edibles, because edibles are packaged. Even though they're not allowed to be packaged, they look like gummies. And so we're very concerned about that. But in the family child care section, under regulation .11, health, and this is .11 D, it says during, and this is what you're voting on, during the family child care home's hours of operation, if an enrolled child is or will be on the premises, the provider and any other individual who has child care responsibilities may not smoke or vape or permit smoking or vaping anywhere inside the home or on any outdoor area approved for child care use. So you're addressing 90% of what the amendment is. So I don't know if that addresses your concern. It's already in the reg.
So I saw that and I was confused that why it was worded that way later on, and in the beginning it said immediate presence. So if we can rectify that, I think that immediate presence was very confusing.
And what you just read, it's about the provider and people providing the child care responsibilities. So what Ms. Melly McCarthy is including is the people who are also present in the home who don't have child care responsibilities. You have a kid come home from college in his upstairs bedroom smoking cannabis or whatever. It's just such a well-known fact that the smoke is harmful to young children. So why would we allow that? Go ahead.
I think it's really important we get these emergency regs off. I don't think they're perfect. In my mind, I want to get these off now because it needs to be really clear what we're doing. My concern right now is this is consistent with where we are with tobacco. And to me, it sounds like we actually need to revisit tobacco as well within the home. They probably were made before we had, pretty wide use of central air. And so I would suggest we consider approving the emergency regs as is, revisiting these in addition to looking at tobacco at our next meeting for the submission of the permanent regs that we would then send to AELR.
I am so vehemently against substance involved in the lives of children that I'm struggling with what you're saying, although I understand it. I could be convinced to separate this emergency reg from a permanent reg. Mm-hmm. However, that being said, I would love to have in here, even if it's not perfectly stated, yeah, I know, right? That we exclude the term immediate presence, and we also talk about anyone in that structure during the hours of operation for the emergency regulation, and then recraft the permanent to be more inclusive of all substances. That's just my suggestion. The board, of course, can do what they want, but I am very adamantly against this in the presence of children.
Go ahead.
As I'm looking at the health, chapter 11, 045, and it says what we were just talking about during D, 05D, during the facility's hours of operation, if an enrolled child is or will be on the premises, the provider and any other individual who has child care responsibilities may not smoke or vape or permit smoking or vaping in any outdoor da-da-da-da-da. If you changed it from any other individual who has child care responsibilities and just made it during the facility's hours of operation, if an enrolled child is or will be on the premises, the provider or any other individual striking who has child care responsibilities may not smoke or vape or permit smoking or vaping in any indoor or outdoor area approved for childcare use. And that encompasses, because that is part of the reg, the immediate thing earlier is sort of overridden by this, because this is talking about the health part of it.
But we could still take the immediate presence out. Because I think it's confusing.
Okay. Yeah.
I agree with you 100% with what you said, but the fact that there's immediate presence in there a few times, I
Right.
think it's confusing.
And it's also here, it's each for each different thing here. You've got all the large care, and I'm like, wait, it's over here too. But, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, but I think if you take out that piece of it, it encompasses what you want.
Mr. Hand, do you understand where we are? I don't.
So, is the consensus now to remove the phrase, or to say the provider or any other individual may not smoke, to remove who has childcare responsibilities? Is that?
Yep.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor right now. I think you would need to withdraw that and then make that separate motion for that language that Ms. McCusker.
Do you withdraw your?
Yes, I withdraw.
So the motion before the floor on the floor right now is the amendment that Ms. McCusker just outlined. We would strike that phrase. So the floor is now open for any discussion of that proposed amendment. So we'll dispose of that one way or the other, and then we'll go back to the overall motion itself. Seeing no discussion of that motion, the floor is now open for a vote on that, on that amendment, Ms. McCusker's amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
And this is only for the emergency, right?
Wait, pardon? It would be both.
There we both? I thought we separate up.
It would be both. You're not going to restrict one and then go with a broader one for the regular one. This would be both.
And then when the way I understand it is we get the emergency reg on, and then this is going to go through the regular promulgation process after that. And so there could be other things, it could still be changes after that. But this gets the emergency reg moving and starts the promulgation process for the permanent reg, which could get more amendments later on, but this at least
Absolutely.
gets something on the books in time for the cannabis laws to take effect on July 1.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
On the amendment still,
Of
right?
the amendment.
Yes.
This is the amendment. Opposed? Abstain. Okay. So the amendment passes. So now we are modifying the original motion to include the amended language from Ms. McCusker.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch who the second was.
On the amendment. Dr. Miller?
Okay, okay.
Or no, Dr. Malou McCarthy.
Rachel and then
Dr. Michael. And now, okay, so that amendment passed. That amendment now is added to the motion for both the emergency and the regular reg, which will go through the regular process. We don't have to, all we now have to do is just vote on the revised motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Those opposed? Abstained. Okay. So the emergency regulation as modified was approved, along with starting the process on the regular regulation. Dr. Michael.
Just one request. One of the things that came up while you were out is how this may also relate to tobacco use. And so I would just ask that we review at a later meeting the regs on this specific issue that relate to tobacco use in a very similar way.
do that. Now, that would be, I think we have,
So that's included.
That's
That's all
we're good?
included.
That's
So
Okay, sorry.
So
All right,
what you just
got it.
voted on includes tobacco.
Thank you.
included, yeah.
Great, all right, good, good, good. Thank you.
Oh, no, they are. They're
Okay.
here. Cigarette. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Okay, very good. Thank you, Dr. Cook, appreciate it. Okay, now
Yeah, I think it's everything.
we can, I think, move to the strategic plan.
Yeah, the
So
orange,
this will
yellow.
be superintendent, and we're going to turn it over to Mr. DeShiel. We, again, appreciate your leadership, Mr. DeShiel, in helping us get to this point, and thank the department for its efforts and support, and for the board members that were actively engaged in this. So we'll run this. We'll have the presentation by the department. Mr. DeShiel will make some opening statements. There'll be an opportunity for the board to comment and/or potentially add an amendment or two for consideration, and then we will be set to go.
Okay. All right, thank you, President Crawford. And so as President Crawford indicated, I have some introductory comments about where we are in connection with the release of Phase 3 of our strategic plan today. And after my comments, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to make the presentation, and we're getting some material now that will be available to you to review. I know you've already considered some of the materials that have been presented as a part of our materials for this meeting today. But good afternoon, everyone. And as chair of the Strategic Planning Subcommittee, and on behalf of the other board members of the subcommittee, including President Crawford, Vice President Getty, Ms. Halley, and Ms. McCusker, I'm excited. I know it's late in the day, but I'm excited. And I hope all of you are excited. I know that you are, because this is important work that we're considering today, releasing Phase 3 of our strategic plan. So since February of this year, the subcommittee has been meeting regularly to develop the flagship programs, initiatives, and strategies that are outlined in Phase 3. The work of the subcommittee continues to be a truly collaborative effort, and I want to underline that, as I have in previous presentations. It has truly been a collaborative effort on the part of the State Board and the State Department, and we can all be proud of that because much effort has been given by this board and also by the State Department to put together this very important strategic plan. Each of the participants has brought important and different perspectives to the process, and it has resulted in a thoughtful strategic plan focused on clear priorities and outcomes. I want to say again, it's been rewarding to work with MSDE staff on this initiative. We've appreciated the leadership of Matt Duquet, Director of Research Planning and Program Evaluation at MSDE. We also acknowledge the important work of the department's Office of Communication and Community Engagement, overseen by Deputy Superintendent Dr. Sylvia Lawson. We extend our thanks to Lindsay Malik-Mayhew, Deputy Director of Community Engagement, who has helped to lead the unprecedented outreach and engagement that has been so essential to the success of putting together this plan. And we extend appreciation to the many other offices and individuals across MSDE whose contributions have been instrumental in the development and design of all three phases of our strategic plan. Most importantly, this work would not have been possible without the leadership of our state superintendent. The superintendent has worked with his team and our committee to provide invaluable insights and perspectives at each of our meetings. He has set the bar at the highest standard so that we can be assured of success in the transformative change we are all planning for. Stakeholder engagement has continued to be a central focus of our plan. In addition now to surveys, community roundtable discussions, listening sessions, regional data walks, community conversations, and events, we have further engaged in this phase our stakeholders by facilitating several charrettes with education leaders throughout our state. These leaders have provided us with important feedback that has clearly informed our work in finalizing this plan. In addition, each of you, board members, have had the opportunity to weigh in on the programs, initiatives, and strategies of Phase 3 through office hour sessions and written feedback. With that feedback, the subcommittee added its unanimous support for moving forward with the initiatives and strategies that are before us today. What we are releasing in Phase 3 of our strategic plan will serve us to strategically be focused on meeting the educational needs of every student in our state. When fully implemented, this plan, which is aligned to the landmark blueprint for Maryland's future, will result in the excellent and equitable outcomes that every student in Maryland deserves. I'm happy to turn to our state superintendent to lead the presentation of today's release of Phase 3 of our strategic plan.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chip. And I will go through, I'll zoom past some of them, but if you want me to slow down, let me know. I can talk fast. But let's just jump to slide 4. So, we've gotten this question before multiple times. Every high-functioning organization has a strategic plan. You need a strategic plan. Our school systems have a strategic plan. Some are in the middle of it. Some are revamping it. Every high-functioning system has a strategic plan, right? The strategic plan embodies and anchors several things, right? And ultimately, it's our anchor to be able to execute the blueprint with fidelity, as well as making sure that we hit upon the things that it did not hit upon. There's no such way for you to think of everything in one piece of legislation, right? And ultimately, legislation is not implementation. And so the strategic plan enables us to do that. And we are at that moment. Normally, organizations or my colleagues usually take a year. We decided to take a little more than a year, which made sense. More than we kicked it off in late fall, so almost 2 years or 2 school years. And it made sense, right? That first year, quarantining and masking regulations, right? It wasn't a year to just launch a strategic plan, right? But it allowed us for us to engage in a way that a state Department of Education has not. And I would challenge someone to point somewhere else the number of hours and times and miles and wear and tear on car and everything else that we have done in order to reach this point. I would ask anyone, but it is unprecedented in that way. And what was great about it is, as a new superintendent, it allowed me to really take in the state in a very authentic way. Let's keep going. Slide 5, the strategic plan has multiple elements. We have officially completed the development of all of the elements, and that's what we are recommending for you to adopt today, right? It has a revamped mission and vision. It has revamped values, revamped priorities, enablers, goals and metrics to assess our progress, and then ultimately it will have a set of strategies to make those goals and metrics true, right? And we will also have targets, right? We are going to target set after spring 2023 data comes out. It just makes sense. That's why we have that note there. So it's important for people to know, right? We have our spring 2022 data, but we didn't want to simulate off of 2022. We wanted to simulate off of 2023, which is coming. So we'll be back to you in the fall to set that target as a supplement to the plan. Let's go on to the next chapter, the blueprint. Let's go on to slide 7. You know, the blueprint creates this amazing opportunity. I won't spend too much time explaining the blueprint today, but it's this amazing opportunity to look at everything at the same time. You just don't get that moment sometimes in states, right? Usually you do piecemeal reforms. Everything is up for review, everything, right? From 0 to 5, through elementary to middle and high school and college and career and beyond. Everything we are looking at, teacher pay, teacher induction, right? The curricula that the kids are exposed to, the outcomes that will define success. We are examining our accountability system, right? Career ladders for our veteran educators. Everything is up for review. And so this is one of those once-in-a-generation moments, right? And so our strategic plan is that anchor to make sure we get it right, because we won't get this moment back. And these are those critical early years of the plan, right? Let's keep going to slide 8. I'm not going to give you the 101 of the blueprint, but this is our how to pack the hundreds of pages of laws and its core initiatives in one slide. You've seen this before. I'm just going to say that it's here, so I won't go over every pillar. But the pillars are a set of policy roadmap that allows us to think through on, what are the things that we have to execute well, and what are things we have to fill in that fit into these pillars, or even right alongside it to be able to get it right. Right? Let's go on to the next slide, the development. Let's go to slide 10. As Chip said, we had a subcommittee approach. Chip chaired it. And then we had our teams. The team is here. I'm going to talk about their engagement. Lindsay's not here today. Marie's not here. Tati is here. Raise your hand. She is one of our coordinators. They have attended hundreds of events. If you're not a social media person, you should, if you are, you will see that. But I can give you the list. Hundreds of events, setting up a table, a chair, surveying folks all across, and not just in the core, all across Maryland in an unprecedented way. We have a community engagement team. That was not a thing in the department, let alone in most SEAs. And so it's led by Lindsay, and we have a great team in Tati and Maria, and they've been on the ground. And we're learning a lot, and we're just going to continue doing that. We're not going to stop. This wasn't just for the strategic plan. Let's look at slide 11. You see our windy road, right? We launched the plan in 3 phases. I won't go into what every phase is. That's already embedded in the presentation. But after this phase, it's about implementation and continuous improvement. We're not going to stop engaging. We want to do implementation charrettes now that everyone knows what a charrette is, and it's not a crazy word I made up. And we're going to want to do updates, right? We're going to want to make pivots where it makes sense, but stay focused, right? A pivot is different than a change, right? And so things that we're going to want to do to make sure that we get it right in these critical early years. Let's keep going. Slide 12, again, is a deep dive into the phases. I won't rehash that. You guys know that very well. Let's go over to our stakeholder engagement summary. Let's go to slide 14. It was about having a two-way conversation. It was about meeting people where they're at, as well as inviting people to spaces that they've never been invited at. And we did that. We leveraged multiple strategies, listening sessions and existing meeting structures, roundtables, hours and hours of roundtables are on MSD TV, on YouTube, with you guys involved facilitating deep conversations with individuals who may have not been invited to the table before. And across our school systems, parents, guardians from every community you can think of. And we really stressed expanding the tent. That was very important, of voices who can shape policy. Let's go on to slide 15. You can see who those stakeholders were. Let's go to 16 to look at some of these stats, right? Now, I didn't get my 100,000 respondents, but it is still a significant number of respondents for a survey of this nature for a governmental entity. And the survey just continues to hold true, right? Early literacy continues to be number one, right? For every stakeholder group, it continues to hold true. So the pulsing of Marylanders was truly done through this survey. That's how I see it, right? But that wasn't our only thing, right? We had several roundtables, we had listening sessions, we had our data walk across the regions. That was very popular. We finally got a poster maker in the department. Was really excited about that. And we really changed the conversation on how people can look at data and how people can connect with one another. And then we did the charrettes, which was a very unique way and a focused way to help people shape what implementation and strategies should look like. And we're not going to stop. Now we know how to do this. This is part of our toolkit. Now people know that this is something that we're about. This doesn't stop when it comes to implementation. Let's go on to slide 17. Here's just a view of some of those things. The team told me to share this stat, right? Over 1 million impressions were recorded. That's a social media stat, meaning that people were exposed to it, saw it, etc. We used things on transportation corridors and such. You saw them at bus shelters. You saw them on the train. Right? We did everything we can, and as well as on-the-ground flyering. 70,000 direct mail pieces were submitted. So we are proud that the survey is reflective, and more than half of the respondents were parents and guardians. So that's important to know as well in terms of who shaped, right, ultimately, and whose voice we want to hear in shaping education. Let's go on to slide 18, just another view. As you can see, we had toolkits. We gave districts and our community-based organization, here's a toolkit. You just have to open it up and be able to share the survey with your constituents. You can see the view of what we did when we spent some engagement dollars to make sure people saw it on transportation spaces and such. Let's keep going to our engagement methods. Let's go to slide 20. As you see, we leveraged multiple strategy. Each time we added something else to this wheel. The charrette is the most recent addition, and if there's other things that we're not thinking about, we will definitely come up with that and do it. But I think all of these are very powerful, right? They meet people where they're at. They also invite people to spaces that they may have not been used to, and they're not just sit and gets, right? They're not sit and get methods of engagement, which is what I'm proud of. Let's keep going. The survey respondents, as you can see, we got over close to 30,000, and parents were the majority who were represented on that survey. And so we will keep it open because there's insights that we can grasp from it, but did want to share that stat. Let's go on to the next slide. The takeaways, we have multiple takeaways, right? More than 86% of respondents believe that public school is extremely important, right? Majority of our stakeholders across racial groups agreed that it is extremely important. There was some variation, but not too much. However, when you start getting into a positive opinion on the performance of Maryland public schools, you start seeing differentiation across that, right? You start seeing where 54% of the respondents in the business community had a positive opinion compared to 77% of school leaders. And then you see differences between our racial and ethnic groups, 81% of Asian respondents holding a positive view versus 68% of Black and African Americans and 66% of Hispanic and Latinos. I should kind of think about that and think about our student outcomes and what we see, right? And so that tracks, right, in terms of what their experiences are and how they see the education system impacting and shaping them. So I'm not surprised by these numbers, but work to do there. Let's go on to the next slide. Let's go to 23. As you can see, vast majority ranked early grades as their top priority for improving public education. Nearly a third chose supports for social emotional learning and mental health. More than 27% of respondents said developing excellent teachers or critical thinking and problem solving was important. Black respondents included resources to underserved communities in their top 5 priorities, and business leaders, no surprise, stress career technical education in their top 5. So we covered the gamut in terms of what Marylanders want to see in their education system, but reading and writing in the early grades is right there, number 1, hence the ready to read priority. Let's keep going. Slide 24, roundtables. What were some of the insights that we got from the roundtables? Let's go on to 25. A lot of educators stress the importance of diversity, right? Making sure that our educator workforce looked like our student population, reflected our student population. That was very, very important. Wraparound services was a consistent theme in roundtables. It is not just about the academics, it's also ensuring that wraparound supports are in place. Community schools are a major part of the blueprint. Next year, we're going to have over 400 community schools, right? When you consider years 1, 2, and 3 plus schools, that's a significant number of our schools when you think about our 1,400 schools. And then finally, making sure that there's just better coordination. You'll start hearing more and more people talking about blending the latter years of high school with college and career and that experience and what that looks like. So Jobs of the Future talks a lot about this blending approach, right? What does that look like in terms of that blended experience for students? So we really need to think about how we continue to scale that, hence the apprenticeship, as well as other things like early college, high school, dual credit, etc. Let's keep going. What else did we learn from our roundtables in phase 2? Again, students were very big on being able to have options and flexibility in their pathways. They're like, they don't want to be stuck in one pathway. They want to be able to change it up. That's an interesting tension, right? We want them to stay focused and be able to finish a pathway. I think the ultimate message is that students would like to be able to diversify their pathway with other interests, right? If they want to learn a language, they want to make sure that their arts, love of the arts is continue to be cultivated while they're heading over to college. All of those things need to have to be in place. So let's make sure that our course sequences don't completely take over in the academic front, where they're not able to still learn a language, be able to play their instrument, do those other things that they might be interested, or do a CTE class because they're just interested in it. They're not necessarily interested in becoming a welder, but they'd love to learn some skills around welding while they go off to college. So those are some things that came up with our students. And our families discussed about the importance of incentives for recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers, especially within historically disadvantaged communities. Our families know. They know what they're getting and they're not getting, so very, very important. Let's keep going. This is my first board meeting with thunder in the background. Feels it's kind of cool, I think, as long as no one gets struck.
Talking about the strategic plan.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
yeah. And then finally from round 3, the takeaways was more exposure to career programs. Again, no surprise, things are spiraling. And then the other big one that I would share is social emotional learning continue to make an appearance, and then partnerships with partnerships with schools, with colleges and such, to make sure that exposure is happening on the front end. So a lot of things just spiraled. I just wanted to share the takeaways from the roundtables. There were other takeaways, but everything held steady. So I'll zoom past the other takeaways, but if you want to talk about them, please let me know. So listening sessions, again, slide 29. You're seeing things held true. Early education really was prominent during our listening sessions. We did roundtables focus on early ed. We just did a charrette not too long ago on Ready for Kindergarten. But, you know, it all starts early. We've got to get that right. Maryland is going big on that. We want to make sure that our 0 to 5 experience is a very powerful experience in collaboration with our private providers. Making sure our pathways are equitable, making sure we don't recreate tracking in our quest to set a new standard, right? And what that looks like, because we have that problem right now. We can easily recreate that if we're not careful. Let's keep going. Community conversations, slide 30. Slide 31, again, you can see the different community conversations. This one was one Susan and I had with the alternative education community, especially alternative education high schools. You know, one thing that's fascinating about these schools that serve students who are undercredited and overage is they change up their schedule to meet their students' needs. Like that. It's not a thing that we should limit to just that student group. Like, we don't do that for the rest of the group, right? You heard a lot about students who are coming in as English learners later on, right? That flexibility can also support them as well. So, but we don't necessarily think of just that being the modus operandi for the rest of high school when we really should. So that's just something to think about as well. Like, we wait till the alternative education setting to grant more flexibility when we could use more of that right out of the gate. Community events, slide 32. There's Tati right there. You see her. There's many, many pictures of her like that all across Maryland. Let's keep going. Student shadows. Very proud of being able to do that. So just looking at slide 33 and 24, but let's go to 34. Sorry, 33. 34. So every year since I've started, I have done a shadow of every a student in every one of our systems. I started the first year with a shadow of a student. It's usually 3-4 hours, and then I shadowed the superintendent, and then this year I added the principal into the mix. So I took some time away, kept the student at 3 hours, and I shadowed a principal as part of that. So I had shadowed in Argyle Middle School. I shadowed an 8th grader, so that's what he was referred. That's before he got real famous. So, but I knew there was something up there because Argyle is doing amazing things, and so. It says 47 superintendent shadows because my first year, Donna Howland had a conflict. She met me at the school to say hello for the shadow, but then we couldn't keep the rest of the day to shadow her. So for that reason, it is not 48 there. And so, because I'm going to be honest about the numbers, and so 47 superintendent shadows, and then she retired. But I has spent a lot of times in classrooms, and these are not dog and pony shows, doing assignments, hanging out. Let's look at slide 35. I get to do this and come back, and now my team is required to do this. Every time I meet a content team, what school have you visited? What have you done there, right? The math team just visited schools that had strong performance on mathematics, and they spent the day there. This is very, very important, right? And you get to see amazing things happen, and sometimes you get to steal talent, like as a result of it. I won't do that too much, I promise, superintendents. But it really allowed me to get a great snapshot of our schools and what they're doing, and just do things, you know. Dance during music class, sit crisscross applesauce during kindergarten. They always, I'm going to pick next year, I'm going to pick the student because a lot of the picks ended up being at the high school level students who have full AP classes and everything, and I can only take Calculus BC so many times. But I have refreshed, but it works out. My anxiety kicks in, I raise my hand, and the teacher helps me. And so I get to see that, right? And so, but I'm looking forward to next year. I am looking forward to shadowing a student who is 2 grade levels behind, or an English learner, other different types of student groups, because our schools are for every student, right? So this is something that I'm proud of. Regional gallery walks, slide 36, as you can see, we had several. We had 5 of them across the state of Maryland. Slide 37, the big takeaway there is more people want more of these types of experiences, right? They want to be able to connect with their colleagues. I realized that this has not been happening. And I don't mean just meeting with the content supervisors with our content team. I mean bringing groups of people together, board members, superintendents, and really exploring practice. So the department has that responsibility, it gets to set that table. So we're going to keep doing that, right? We did that with learning labs this year with early literacy. And so people are hungry for being able to connect with their colleagues. We have 24 systems. We don't have 1,200, 1,400, or 300. We have 24. There's no reason why we can't figure this out. Let's keep going. Charrettes was the most recent one. There you see Mary Gable running a charrette during a breakout room. And even Krishna was running a charrette. He liked it so much, I was like, you need to focus on operations, not academics, Krishna, but he loved it. But that's what's powerful about them. People from different aspects of the education system being able to come in and see how they feed into student outcomes. And I think that was important. I had my team also made up that way when I deployed them during the breakout session. I didn't just pick people from the academic side of the shop, so I think that was important as well. Lots of things came out of the charrettes, but key takeaway, slide 39, was just making sure that we continue to focus on what I was most impressed about the charrettes is the evidence rises to the top. People know what is tried and true evidence-based practices. You talk to enough people, you engage, you expand the tent, most people are rooted in the evidence. That's the thing that was most powerful. And so that's what we saw. We saw that most people wanted to make sure that evidence-based practices is what we were focused on when we developed our strategies. Let's keep going. Slide 40, same thing, other types of one of my favorite charrettes was ready for high school, right? We don't talk enough about middle school, and I'm looking forward to us going big in middle school, pending the approval of the strategic plan, because that's something we need to do, we need to get right. And we just have not, that's where we see our biggest drop-offs, that we see discipline hikes, disparities, and then there's good research. Bob Balfen's here out of Johns Hopkins, who has done the early warning indicator research nationally and the leader of this. You can have one of the ABCs, attendance, behavior, course credit, and predict, right, how likely or not likely they're going to graduate. Now, it's not means every single student's not, but it is pretty darn good in terms of the level of prediction. So when we have that data, we need to respond. We need to intervene. It's about the right intervention at the right time. So I'm looking forward to working to operationalize that culture further in our schools. Let's go to slide 41, just more examples in our workforce or our elevating the stature of the teaching profession. A lot of things came about, but what was great is a lot of things the board has already been thinking about. Flexibility and licensure. Right, you did that in the regulations and making sure that you are not limiting. New data's coming out. There's data that just came out of Massachusetts and New Jersey specifically, that during the pandemic, folks who came in through an alternative approach that wasn't just limited to praxis are doing as well, if not better, as their traditionally prepared pathway folks as well. That's important, and they're more diverse. So, I mean, this is not surprising, but this is something to think about as well as we continue to diversify our profession. Let's talk about the elements, 42, and let's go to 43. This is our revamped mission and vision. I'm not going to spend too much time reading them, but you see them. I think at the end of the day, what is within our power, both as the board and as the department, right? We live in the world of policy, and department lives in the world of implementation, but ultimately policy is the big lever, right? Being able to set policy conditions. So I'm looking forward to the board taking more of an active presence in that as we go to implement the plan, because we are going to have to look at regs, we're going to have to look at policies, we're going to have to think about legislation to further reinforce and ensure the success of our plan. Let's keep going to 44. This is our revamped values. I'm very proud of that we have both excellence, equity, and accountability alongside one another. I think that's very, very important. Again, we will take responsibility for our commitments and maintain open and transparent and responsive communication on academic, operational, and financial policies and outcomes. I'm looking forward to us continuing to hold that true in every regard. Let's keep going. Here are our priorities. Truly, it's the continuum of where a child's educational journey goes, from ready from kindergarten through ready to read, ready for high schools, and ready for college and career. And embedded in that is our strategies, right? And then in addition to our priorities, we know that there are structural conditions that also have to be true to support those things. So that's where our enablers come in 46. As you can see, here are 4 enablers. We'll talk more in depth about them as I talk about the strategies that rose to the top through our charrettes and what we're proposing, but just wanted to call those out. Again, that enabler for Maryland is ensuring student success by supporting health and wellness and social and emotional learning, right? Again, it's not just about academics, so very, very important. Let's keep going. We have identified the core metrics that we want to use, so you can see here's where they are. The new concept in terms of where we're going to focus on, it's not a new concept in the sense that we don't have this data, it's just being able to look at that data more carefully and leverage it in decision making. It's the ABC. So P3, ready for high school, right, we're going to look at that ABC's data, and I do want to invite Dr. Balfens here, he's right here, he's not that far away, to be able to talk to you about how schools have responded to this across the country. So just looking at that data and how the department can systematize reporting and decision making around that. So there's the other ones. Let's keep going. On 48, we also thought about metrics and goals related to our enablers. As you can see, All throughout the plan, there are tight connections to the blueprint. So in E3, we want our teachers to not only be able to be diverse and go through successful induction, which is going to be one of the most important things you promulgate going into next school year. We have a work group right now where they're making recommendations, but we also want our teachers to be able to move up in the career ladder, especially the leadership track. The concept of the career ladder is very powerful. We could talk about the details about what should be the elements that enable people to move up, but the concept of it is very important, right? For teachers to be able to make 6 figures sooner and earlier in their career rather than waiting 30 some years compared to other industries where they get the same level of education and move up faster in terms of their career. Let's go on to our next slide. We're also going to look at other things. We're going to look at low-performing schools. We want to make sure that there's a decrease in the percentage of low-performing schools re-identified, and then follow that cohort to make sure they're growing. Again, we're going to always have low-performing schools. I want the baseline for what low performance in Maryland increasing, and I don't want the same schools reappearing, right? That's the goal. So we're going to focus on that. And then cohort data. I'm a huge, huge fan of cohort data. I would ask the state board to think about down the line how we can embed cohort data perhaps into our accountability system, right? Every new cohort should get the best version of ourselves. And then when you pass students on from one grade to the next to another school, we should see them improving, right? We should not see drop-offs. We're seeing that in literacy. It's not as dramatic as we would want, but it is gains for cohorts. But in math, they're losing proficiency. There's a negative effect on what they're getting, especially as you get to the latter grades of elementary and then middle school. That's a problem. And so we need to think about how we're looking at cohorts of students over time. Let's jump into the strategies. So slide 50, again, here's a view of the goals and metrics and priorities side by side and the engagement that informed our thinking on this, plus the charrettes. So let's go ahead and jump to slide 51. So for kindergarten, we have really 4 core strategies, right? Ready for kindergarten. We want to make sure we increase access to childcare and early learning settings that are excellent through a mixed delivery system. What that essentially means is partnering with private providers. We have 7,000 childcare providers in our state. It is an important part of our infrastructure. Childcare is infrastructure. You've heard people say that. That is not a feel-good statement, but we need to think about how we further elevate. And they are some of the lowest paid individuals, so we need to think about how we revamp that and work with our partners, as well as raising quality as well. I think there's a lot of talk about other things. We also got to remember the instruction that is also supposed to happen, right? Especially that research around intentional play and then the early elements of the science of reading that begin to kick in as a child develops and gets into kindergarten. Expand early learning hubs, the 2-generation approach. We want to make sure that our parents and families are supported so they are their child's first teacher. And so there are both simple and less and complex things they can do at home, and making sure that our Judy and Patty centers are able to provide that service and expanding that. 3, early learning standards. We have not revamped our early learning standards in a long time. We are in the middle of that. That is going to really shape the instructional components of what our students need to know. So we're in the middle of revamping that and developing those. And then finally, being able to use a smart assessment system that looks at the whole child to be able to drive decision making. So we have the KRA, our kindergarten readiness assessment, because the KRA should be an indicator of what's coming in grades 1, 2, and 3. That connection is not tight right now, so we got to make that tighter. And then in our early learning assessments, right now it's kind of the Wild West. We do have some that the department offers, but it's not mandated. I'm not saying it has to be mandated, but what I'm saying is that there is a lot of power in our ELA assessments, ELA as in early learning assessments in the early grades. We need to think about how we can incentivize their use some more. All right, let's go on to 52. Well, 52 is just a deep dive. I'm going to go on to our next slide. Let's go on to our next priority, which is ready to read. And so lots of talk about reading and literacy and how we're going to pull this off. we are going to pull it off. And I think we have a really good foundation right now to work off of, but we do have to strengthen some things as we go into the adoption of the strategic plan. So let's talk about those things. So 54, we have our Ready to Read Act. A Ready to Read Act is not a comprehensive literacy law similar to other states, but it has enough in there to be able to make sure that we reaffirm by what we mean when those regulations and that law was passed. We also have made significant investments and strides through Maryland Leads. Significant, right? That money is where the majority of our state set aside went, is on the science of reading. So our entire army of K-3 teachers, elementary principals, reading coaches, special education are going through rigorous training right now. The way other literacy laws work is in 3 years show evidence that you have trained all of your teachers. That's how they worked at Colorado, Mississippi, other places. And so we are making sure that our teachers are going through that rigorous training. So that's happening. Coaching is also very important. I am thinking long and hard on how I can use my precious positions that I have, that is not a lot, to be able to provide more coaching or more coach-to-coach type of approach, and being able to expand that and be able to assign coaches to regions. Ensuring high-quality instructional materials. Again, we used Maryland Leads to make sure that folks had the money to adopt and pilot the right materials that are culturally responsive, as well as the research-based and the tools that come with them, the assessment tools. And then finally, getting better about data-driven instruction, right? That's where the Ready to Read Act really leaned in on, the use of screeners. But people were in the middle of changing up their screener. People were not quite sure how to respond to screener data or how many times a year. That's why this year we did those learning labs around screener data. The essential question was, how do I leverage my screener data and respond with the right intervention at the right time? And we did one in Wicomico, Calvert, and Baltimore City. And those were really well attended, and people want more of that. And so we're looking forward to doing that. Again, these are the right strategies. And the blueprint template, I ask everyone to go read the blueprint template CCR section specifically related to literacy. Every district has to adopt a comprehensive plan around these elements. And what Maryland Leads allowed is money to be able to pay teachers for that stipended time. Like, that's a big deal, because it's like getting another master's degree if you're going through letters training. So it's now about execution. Now we should think about what is missing, what are the gaps, and in order to get this right over time. But we do have the right foundations to build off of. I'll just put it that way. Let's go off to slide 56. This is about making sure our middle schools are strong, our middle grades, early adolescence. I'm a middle school person, right? We just have not done middle school well in the country. It's hard, right? Like, if you kind of ask yourself, like, can you point to 3 middle schools that are just exemplary middle schools? It's hard to do. You can point to a lot of elementary schools. Lakeland is a movement where the superintendent at the time shifted to this academy model where you bring middle schools and elementaries together. Again, I will tell you, grade configuration isn't like some panacea. Like, there are amazing middle schools, and they are a special group. Brain development happens early on in the first 5 years of life, and then there's a lot of brain development also still going on during your hormonal stage of middle school. And we responded to it as a threat rather than as an opportunity to do great things with our kids. And so let's talk about some of those strategies. So here you go, 57. So one, being able to really leverage early warning systems and indicators. That ABC data is too powerful to not respond to, right? We know this data, we have this data, we're just not responding to it with the right intervention at the right time. So making sure we create a culture and infrastructure in the state of Maryland to be able to leverage EWS data in middle school in creative and strategic ways. That also means that we need to also think middle school schedules in more flexible ways. Middle school schedules need to be less rigid and make sure that we promote more enrichment, interdisciplinary teaching. I'm not necessarily saying everyone has to do block scheduling, but you have to make sure you have a schedule that allows kids to fluidly access interventions and support and enrichment. You can't just think like, just automatically, you know what, they're all grown up, treat them like high schoolers. They're not. And then also we drop off too many of some of the care ethic from elementary school too soon. So there's a lot of things. I was a middle school teacher, so very passionate about this topic. So I'm looking forward to leveraging early warning systems well. I'm looking forward to making sure that we can create the policy conditions and, if need be, the financial conditions to ensure middle schools are all staffed adequately and what they need and what in order to thrive. So that's middle school in terms of our strategies and what rose to the top. Let's go off to slide 59. This is our ready for basically college and career, right? All things in the blueprint converge at the 10th grade mark, and then if they're not ready by 10th grade, definitely by the time they graduate. And so the question is, how are we, one of the most important things you're going to do this year is adopt a new CCR standard. And that new CCR standard is really going to set the tone, right? Because everything else is going to change around it, right? And what we're trying to do, let's go on to slide 60, is make sure we're not limiting readiness just to standardized test scores when we know the power of the GPA, if not being more stronger than standardized test scores. So we're not there yet. You guys ultimately have to make, we have to make a recommendation based on the research study and adopt. But what else needs to be true in high school? One, we need to make sure that there's high quality instructional materials. We need to make sure that there is also the use of early warning systems at high school. That freshman on track indicator is very powerful. That's why you're seeing more shifts. I know the Caroline superintendent was here. He used Maryland Leeds to reconceptualize what his freshman academies look like, and he is seeing more students on track than he has ever before. He's working with the BAR program that has been known nationally to do a lot of great things. And so making sure that freshman year is a very powerful year for our kids, making sure that we can also bring high quality school day tutoring into our high schools. That's where schedules get more rigid. That's why I decided for our Maryland Tutoring Corps really to put that challenge out at the secondary level. It is definitely very powerful. You just have to make sure you do it very thoughtfully to be able to maximize and create more flexibility. Because if kids are not CCR ready, right, you have to get them CCR ready by the end of 12th grade. So what are we going to do? You can't just put them through rigid schedules again. And remember, going back to the alternative high school settings, right, that flexibility is important now more than ever. So we should definitely make sure that we incentivize and support those learning conditions at our high school level. And then ultimately, it all goes to pathways, right? We want our students to be able to access rigorous CCR pathways. I would argue that they should get access to those pathways while they're on the way to becoming CCR ready. Not, you cannot take a CTE course or an AP class unless you're CCR ready. Like, that makes no sense with the research that is shown that the power of those things that they do. And then they continue to take more as they become CCR ready and either pursue an associate's degree, more dual credit, more AP, or an apprenticeship. Let's keep going. To slide 62, enablers. So let's talk about some of our enabler strategies. The first one deals with the tools and the reporting that the department does. So let's look at slide 63. Department has to put out things that are relished, that are wanted, that are needed, right? Some of the directors I brought in is like, when's the last time you went to the department site beyond the framework to download things that have really improved your practice? Right? And their answer was not a lot. I want to change that, right? There should be, school systems shouldn't have to go spend dollars or consulting dollars to solve different problems of practice. The department should be able to provide that free of charge and be in harbinger of best practices. We're not going to know everything, right? Sometimes we have to bring a partner, but we should not be able to be not a source of where problems of practice are solved, right? And right now, we're not there yet, but this is what this is enablers about. And so we're going to do that through learning labs, lesson studies. We're going to make sure that assessments matter. We're going to enhance our reporting. Chandra and Teaching and Learning are working together to figure out how we can better create our content teams, working with them to do professional learning on how to best leverage MCAP data and respond to plan lessons and interventions around it. So we're going to do those kinds of things. That's what this is about. And this is not just true about instruction, but it's also going to be true about our operations as well. Justin and Donna and team have been working on a new statewide finance data system that the blueprint called for that will give you per pupil dollars down to the school level to see exactly how those dollars are working. So we're looking forward to rolling that out. Enabler 2. deals with basically making sure that our slide 65, that our classrooms have high quality instructional materials. Right now, there's been some work done in the past, but it's been loose. The way COMAR reads is, hey, you have to show us that you are adopting a curriculum that is either on this list that we put out, which is not as comprehensive as it needs to be, so we're revamping that work, or if you show us some level of research, then we'll sign off on it. And not all research is rigorous, not all research is legit, and so we're going to have to do a reassessment of how that adoption happened. Fortunately, through the blueprint template, we required a reassessment of math and ELA curricula, so that is important. So we make sure that we did not recommend any plans to the AIB that was not rooted in high quality instructional materials, with the floor being ed reports, right? But there are other things that we should also look at, such as ed reports does not look at whether this curricula is successful with ELA students, with special education students, etc. So that is something that we're going to do to enhance our work. Let's look at the next slide 66. Another thing that we're going to do is think about the early warning system as a statewide element as well. Massachusetts does this and a few other states. So I want you to think about key markers where if a student is truly not ready at some point in a specific milestone, then a set of interventions and support should kick in. So we're thinking all the way from ready from kindergarten to not being proficient in math by 5th grade, and then of course our attendance and behavior metrics that we're looking at middle school, all the way into being college and career ready. All of these have to have a playbook for how to support students, and the department needs to make clear what those playbooks are. And those playbooks should be able to happen in various school settings, right? Not just schools that have block scheduling, for example. And so I'm looking forward to really being able to lay out the playbook for intervention and support for our kids. And we should be able to have those published and be able to work with our educators. And the answers do exist on the ground, and the answers already exist out in the world. We just have to make sure that we're able to create versions of this for teachers and principals to be able to run with them and adapt where it makes sense. So that's our our second enabler. Let's go off to our third enabler. This is about elevating the stature of the teaching profession, but I appreciated the board's push about, and the blueprint was not as loud about this, and that's fine, we're going to be loud about it, is the power of principal leadership, right? Principal leadership is very, very important. You know, there is strong research that principals can even take an average performing teacher and get the best out of them. And so that is very, very important. So it is now about raising the stature of teachers as well as school leadership. And so that's where the strategy is. So if you go to slide 69, right, we are thinking across the continuum of teacher and principal prep. We're thinking about growing our own, right? Making sure Maryland is growing an army of assistant principals who are our future leaders. So there's strong legacy planning, right? I know you guys were really worried about Lakeland, and he looked at you and said, I think my AP can take the reins, right? Making sure that we create those benches and playbooks. Looking at induction, we talk a lot about teacher induction. We don't talk enough about principal induction, those critical early years and what that looks like. And then career ladders for principals. What does that look like? I don't know, we didn't talk about this, but Principal Jamal, he is responsible for, in Baltimore City right now, they have a structure where they create this structure where not only is he responsible for his school, but he also takes another set of low-performing schools and he coaches those principals and supports them as well too. So how can we do more of that? So one of the things that I'm going to do and put under his office is a revamp of our leadership development work, principal academy work, all those kinds of things. You heard him say he has an AP and also a resident teacher, right? That's another baby principal growing up under him that Baltimore City wants to take and place in another school. So how can we create a statewide culture of that? And how can the department make sure that funding is not an obstacle to our school system? So I'm looking forward to that. And then finally, our last enabler around social emotional learning. I understand there's some conversations of potentially some amendments here, but the heart of it is that wraparound services matter more than we've known ever before. The question is that how do we do it most effectively? The department itself cannot provide mental health services. The department create policies and conditions, incentives, and supports with partnerships to make sure our school systems are equipped to deliver those services, right? The department does not directly provide, but so the question is, what are the strategies we most want to lean into? We want to make sure community schools are strong. We want to make sure that they're tied to school improvement. That's why I appreciated the comment in the morning related to that. We want to make sure, because there's a significant amount of dollars. Our highest poverty community schools are getting close to another $3,300 per pupil. That is nothing compared to the school improvement of state set aside Title I of $75 per kid. So if you're going to turn around that school, you need to make that $3,300 work better than the $75. And so that's not happening right now. We got to revamp that. We also got to think about how to scale the capacity of our school systems to be able to do strong mental health programs. It's also a new frontier. Right? People didn't go to ed prep to talk about mental health. That's a thing that has become normalized in the lexicon today. That wasn't a conversation before. It was always there. So that's good that it's been normalized, but what does that mean for ed prep? What does that mean for our schools? And also, again, are schools now the permanent sites for mental health? And is the staffing structure going to have to change as a result, or is it about partnerships? I think it's all of the above, right, when it comes to strategy. So I'm looking forward to making sure we do that. We have a lot of good work that we've done, and I'm going to bring you an update on this later in a future board meeting. Through Mary and team on our mental health response program, we partnered with the National Center for School Mental Health, which is based here in Maryland. They're one of the gold standard organizations. So we're looking forward to scaling that. And then finally, we are one of the few states that have a Maryland school survey, but the problem is we don't use that survey data to apply lessons learned and tie it to academics. Some principals may be doing that, but at scale we don't. And the department really has not led on that. So I'm looking forward to working with Matt and team on looking at not every single domain, but which domains are the most predictive of academics, and really you got to focus your school culture and climate improvement efforts in. With that, I will stop. Let's look at what's next right quick, and then I will take questions. Next is implementation. It's about, if you adopt the strategic plan today, we get to work in implementing it. Some of these things are already in motion, right? I'm not, we are implementing elements of the blueprint, but what the most powerful aspect of this is, we now really hone in on our focus on pulling this off. So what are our gaps in policy? What are our gaps in rerouting funding that's not being used appropriately? Or what are our gaps in funding? What are our gaps in department infrastructure? All of those things. And if there's legislation needed in terms of big rocks, what are those that are needed to further strengthen implementation? But I always told people in the roundtables, we're doing 1,000 things. This does not mean we're not doing other things. But these are the things we really want to hone in on because they touch the other things, and the other things become that much better if we get these things right. 76, finally, everything is online in the website. We have a strategic plan website. This is just a mock-up. There is a fancier paper. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to print it out in the fancier paper today, but this is a mock-up of what it's going to look like in terms of strategic plan and the engagement report. So it's all here. Really proud of the team, the Office of Communications and Community Engagement. This is not easy, and we did this all in-house. We didn't bring a consultant or a vendor into it. We did this all in-house. These are the types of folks that we have in our department, and all of these folks on the team. Our community engagement team was new, but Amy, who runs our marketing and design team, was already here when I came. It was about tapping into her abilities and scaling what she's able to do, and so just really proud of this work and what we've been able to do to date. I will take questions.
I want to thank the superintendent again for his leadership and for this incredibly comprehensive presentation. I know as you look around the room and you see the material in front of you and all of the posters that are around us, just how comprehensive a product this is. And it's not just a paper product. It's substantive, and I think is an incredible thing for us all to be proud of. There was a lot of work that went into this from many, many individuals, and I'm particularly pleased that it was done on such a collaborative basis, and I hope you'll feel the same way. We have come a long way, but there is still more work to be done. Today, we have released the final phase of the foundational framework for the future of education in Maryland schools. The next step will be the implementation of our plan. Regular monitoring throughout the implementation process will identify areas of improvement for this plan. Through continuous refinement and improvement, our plan will remain relevant and responsive to the emerging needs of our children. Further engagement will also remain critically important in moving forward with the implementation of our plan. All our stakeholders, including our students, educators, school staff, families, community organizations, elected officials, business leaders, and higher education partners, must continue to have a voice in our conversations. Their thoughts and perspectives must continue to be heard so they will stay invested and feel ownership of our plan. Our goal has been for our plan to belong not only to the State Board and the State Department, but to all the citizens of the state of Maryland. Working together, we have a unique opportunity to move forward with the implementation of our plan and transform the educational experience for all the children of our state. We have a dedicated and highly talented State Board and State Department. We have a diverse and extremely capable group of stakeholders. We have a highly motivated and committed state superintendent. We have a detailed roadmap with the blueprint and our strategic plan to lead us forward. Maryland's children are counting on us. They deserve the success that we are all planning for. So in order to get the discussion moving, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Maryland State Board of Education's and Maryland State Department of Education's strategic plan.
I would like to make a motion, please, to make an amendment.
That's fine.
All right, so
Can we
I.
have a second to the motion?
Second, do a second,
Okay.
and then do the
Yeah,
Rachel,
I
a
already
second.
seconded,
Okay.
so that, once we second, we can open the discussion.
Okay.
I would like to propose a motion to modify the second strategy of enabler for supporting student success socially and emotionally, and to also add a new strategy in the category. Many of you have seen the Maryland Youth Risk Behavior Survey that has data from the fall of 2021 and into the spring of 22. But 39% of high school students in Maryland reported that they felt sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more in a row that impacted their functioning in the past 12 months before the survey. 21% seriously considered suicide in the past year, which was an increase of 29% since 2013. 17% attempted suicide in the past year. This is high school students. If you look at middle school students, it's 11%. This is not a problem that's unique to Maryland, but it is a big problem because it's hard to meet your best academic potential with mental health impairment. So the recent increases in poor mental health outcomes call for improved access to more comprehensive mental health supports. So I would like to go ahead and propose a slight modification to the second bullet that you guys can see that's an enabler for. So it's this one.
Slide 72.
Let me see, slide 72. Yes, sorry. Yes. Thank you. So I'd like to add, I'm going to read the full bullet. scale the Maryland School Mental Health Response Program, and strategic partnerships to support local education agencies in addressing student and family mental health needs by enriching the work of site-based student support services personnel through enhanced training and consultancies on mental health promotion and services. That includes risk assessment, crisis stabilization, safe and supportive schools, linkages and triage, brief interventions, etc. So that would be those are the modifications that I would like to make to the second bullet. And I would like to add a fourth bullet, and that would be to enhance Tier 1 school-based mental health promotion services and supports to foster positive social, emotional, and behavioral skills for all students. Tier 1 activities are implemented school-wide at the grade level and or classroom level, and services are delivered by both school and community-employed professionals working within schools. For example, school-wide mental health literacy, school climate improvement efforts, restorative practices, classroom-based social emotional learning for students. So this would be mental health education, pretty much. And I think it's timely to include this because the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports has provided guidance on what would meet criteria for that Tier 1 and has a process for LEAs to apply for funding to be able to implement or expand their efforts that they're currently doing on that front. And that RFA will be released, I believe, this week or next week, if it hasn't already, so that they can tap into some funding and resources and get guidance on these types of initiatives that will help with student mental health.
Second.
Mr. Hans just sent the language around to you so you can look at that language. We had a chance to look at it some last night so that you'd have that.
I can second that amendment. Do you need that?
Yes. So is there any discussion of the amendment? Seeing no discussion, then the floor is now open to vote on the amendment. If people, I think people just reading, give them another minute to do that. Are we ready now to vote on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? The amendment passes, so that will be added to the strategic plan.
We need to vote on the motion now.
Now, we need to vote on the motion now on the plan. Bring that back to you.
As amended.
As amended.
Well, I wouldn't think so. I think you just take a vote
Okay.
on the motion
Okay.
as amended.
That's right.
We'll take all right, we're at a point now, we'll now take a vote on the motion to approve the plan as amended. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. So the strategic plan is approved as amended. Nicely done. Chip, we really appreciate your leadership in doing this. We've got a couple more things to do. The good news is that since we're behind time, by the time we come out, it'll have stopped raining. It will probably be snowing. But we'll have missed the rain.
You better order some more food.
Get the Christmas tree out.
I'm going to take this time to just acknowledge our board members who will be rolling off. I want to just, these have been great folks. We have been through everything you could ever, just about everything you could ever imagine for a school board to have gone through. None of us had any idea when this thing rolled out that we were going to be involved in all of these things. Want to acknowledge and thank Senator Bates. One of Senator Bates's roles was to watch me and keep me under control. So now someone will have to pick up that responsibility. I don't want you, because no, I see, no. I want someone other than Dr. Getty. Rachel, okay, I'll go with Rachel. I'm not going to go to Dr. Getty. No. We have Chip DeShield, and again, Chip has served as vice president. He did an outstanding job in leading, helping lead the strategic planning process, and thank him. Gene Halley, who also served as vice president, has just been a great contributor, great ideas and energy. Lori Morrow, she's been great. She's been going out. She's visited a lot of these school systems for us, the board meetings, and she was also our social media person. If I ever needed to know what's being said about the board, the department, the superintendent, or anything of that nature, Lori was tapped in. And thank you for bringing that teacher perspective to what we were doing. I'm sorry, parent perspective. And then also want to just acknowledge Maren. Bright young woman, great future ahead of you. Keep us posted on what you're doing. And again, thank you so much for your contributions. You have been, our students have been outstanding. Our students, they carry a title of label as student, but what I've seen is that these folks come and they are full contributors to all of the conversations and all of the actions and everything we've had. So I wanted to just thank you. I want to give the board, Lori said, don't give people a lot of time to say anything. So if you talk a lot, then you will have to deal with Lori, but give the board an opportunity to voice any comments, and then we're going to go into executive session. The floor is now open. Anyone? Dr. Millie McCarthy.
I've already broken one mic. I don't think this works. So I just want to say that I have really enjoyed serving with our board members who are rolling off, and I learned so much. You bring things to the board that are not within my wheelhouse, and I have enjoyed learning from you. I've enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed laughing with you. And I personally am going to miss working with you.
Clarence and I have been traveling near and far, and we promote the board wherever we go. And our message is this board is amazing. The talent and the skill, the experience, the expertise is here. And our ability to work together and come to conclusions and consensus is probably a very rare thing in 14-member boards. So I want to tell all of you that are rolling off that we will miss you, and we will have a hard time making a transition to so many new people, but we will do that too. Thank you so much.
Mr. DeShield, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say what a privilege it's been to serve on this State Board of Education with all of you for the past 4 years. serving as vice president of the board and as chair of this subcommittee for the strategic plan has meant a lot to me. And when I joined the state board, I had a pretty steep learning curve. I've learned a lot. And I've made some new friends. And most importantly, I hope I've made a positive difference in the educational experience for the children of our state. One of the rewards of serving on this board is learning about the many, many good things that are happening in the classrooms across our state. And today has been another example of learning about those things, and it's my favorite part of the meeting. I always come away encouraged by all of the good things that are happening. I extend my thanks to all of you in this room and to all of those outside this room who are teaching and leading and making the educational experience for every Maryland child the very best it can be. The example of those people is why I joined this board. I'm glad to have served beside you, and I wish for each of you continued success in all the important work that lies ahead. Thank you all very much.
Senator Bates?
Serving on this board has just been one of the best experiences of my life. You all bring such diversity to the board. We all have our kind of places that we have experience, and you've given me the opportunity to learn about a lot of other needs. I enjoyed being on Vermeil's, Black Boys Task Force. I've seen the needs of a lot of students, but working with her in that and coming up with recommendations for a group of students that really need our help in many ways, and seeing her passion for that. Working with the students on the board, I did have the experience of being a teacher at one point, and I never ceased to learn from students. But it's just been an absolute joy. You guys have taught me so much and have put up with a lot of my stuff for the last several years, and it's been a real joy. Thank you very much.
Okay. All righty. I'm going to read the statement. Again, thanking our board members. It's a very easy thing to serve as president when you have high-quality folks involved. I'm going to read this statement, which will allow us to go into executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 3 appeals, 1 draft order, review procedures for election of State Board officers, personnel matters consistent with Section 3, subsection F of the State Board's Governance Manual. We will be in executive session not to exceed 90 minutes. We're going to set not to exceed 90 minutes. Our goal is to move more quickly than that, but not to exceed 90 minutes. And then we'll come back and have a brief report out. So the floor is now open for a motion to allow us to go into executive session. That's Dr. Millie McCarthy, and then seconded by Dr. Wilcox. Seeing no discussion, the board is now going to take a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. So we'll be back in no no longer than 90 minutes, hopefully less. Good evening. Good, it's 6 o'clock. Okay, we're reconvening, and again, thank you for members of the public for hanging in there with us. This is now time for State Board Committee reports. Any updates or committee reports? I think Lori had mentioned that she was leaving, that there are always opportunities to, NASBE's always looking for folks to participate. Any other updates that board committee members would like to make? Yes, Dr. Wilcox.
We have 2 more NASBE American Academy of Pediatrics meetings coming up, one next month and then another one after that. So we'll be reporting back on how that goes.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yes.
Big Rocks has another meeting scheduled for tomorrow afternoon as we try to get some things finalized in preparation for a permanent political agenda committee.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else? Okay. All righty. The floor is now open for any potential future agenda items. You can express them now. You can contact Zach or contact us. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Me again. The letter we received this past week from Ms. Boast about recess got me thinking about, I don't know if you saw it, but she did. She sent about the benefits of recess to students, and that apparently not all students in the state of Maryland have recess, that it's not a guaranteed kind of thing. And so I would like to take a look at that. I know as an elementary teacher, on those inside recess days or days when they can't get outside, it is not pleasant. It is tough. So I'd really like to know a little bit about the research of the benefits of recess, whether or not there's, key time frames, once a day, 30 minutes, what is that? Are there key age groups where it's more beneficial, and what are some of the academic and social benefits? Do we have some LEAs where recess is guaranteed? Like I know elementary is guaranteed in Carroll County, but where else is it? Who doesn't? How long are their recess periods? If they don't have recess guaranteed for our youngest students, why not? If the research shows that it is clearly beneficial, I find it a little bit of a concern that there are possibly places in the state where our 6-year-olds aren't getting outside once a day to play. I think it's a really important thing socially, but I'd also like to know if the research backs up.
Okay. The only thing is, if we do do the agenda and you want me to, this is one of those kind of like how many left-handers there are in terms of data collection. I don't mean to use that metaphor, but it's not a standard data collection. So we would create a survey, push it out to LEAs, and then ask them how many of you. Matt and team will do that. They know how to do that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not like an urgent issue, but it's certainly something I think that we ought to be looking at, because if kids aren't getting out to play, then
just let me know if you want me to take a baseline approach. I mean, either way, I'll have the team create something, but then we give the school systems a window to shoot it back to us. I'm pretty sure they probably have local policies dedicated to it. We have general guidelines, but we don't necessarily have mandates. There's schools that do an hour lunch rather than 30 minutes. So when I was at Queen Anne's and I shadowed a 4th grader, I sat through an hour of lunch, 30 minutes of eating, 30 minutes of play. There are schools that do 30 minutes of lunch, 15 minutes of recess, so it really all depends.
I think there's a great deal of variety, and I'd kind of like to know where it is.
Yeah, that's what I have seen on the ground. I have not seen, I've done recess and I've done an hour of lunch, and then there's secondary. So I think we just have to, let me get a baseline. So just let me know what board meeting you're thinking about. I wouldn't say July, but you got to give me a chance to collect it from school systems. This is their kind of vacation time too.
Yeah, but certainly wasn't urgent. Just something I would like for us to take a look at and follow up on.
Sometimes it's because of their lunch schedules or whatever, and sometimes it's transportation in that jurisdiction.
So let us do some work on that, and we'll come back to you with some timeline as to what seems to make sense. Dr. Wilcox.
I would love to pick back up on something that that Superintendent said earlier, the Maryland School Survey data, I would love to be able to look at that in relation to academics and kind of overall. And I think there may be a new batch of data that could be ready as soon as September. And I don't know if we could try to think about getting those data on the agenda for a future meeting.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for this last day. Remember, the survey is still new. That's why in the strategic plan we said we wanted 3 years of data. So we're going to use 3 years of data to cross-analyze what is most correlative to academics. So we want this year's data. So yes, absolute. The answer is yes. It's a core part of the strategic plan you just adopted in that enabler that we said we're going to do. So that presentation is coming. Just waiting to get all that data. So I don't have that timeline in front of me, but it is definitely in the early fall. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So again, we'll get back to you and let you know sort of what we will do, but we definitely will add that to the agenda. It's at a future meeting. We'll figure out exactly when. Anything else? Okay. At this time, we'd like to turn to Mr. Schoen. I think we have a couple of opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Members of the board, yes, we have 3 opinions and 1 order to announce today. In the matter of Baltimore City Public Charter Schools mandatory blueprint fee, which was related to the application of a minimum school funding formula, it's opinion number 23-17. The State Board denied the petitioner's request for declaratory judgment. In MA versus Queen Anne's County Board of Education, this was a student discipline case, opinion number 23-18. The State Board declines to grant jurisdiction in the matter and granted the school system's motion to dismiss. In Carrie B. versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education, this is a student residency matter. It'll be 23-19. The State Board affirmed the student withdrawal decision of the local board. And the 1 order is Kelly G. versus Baltimore County Board of Education. This was for failure to exhaust administrative remedies, and the matter was dismissed. It's a board opinion 23-11.
Okay, very good. Are there any remaining items for the good of the order? Seeing no remaining items, then the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. I always sort of feel like it's almost like my life is in danger when I say that, because it's such a great movement on that issue. I'm glad we don't have to rush to the door. So that was, who was that? Okay, Ms. McCusker, and seconded by Senator Bates. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passed. Thank you guys very much. We've had a great meeting. Thank you. And for the board members who are rolling off again, thank you so much for everything you've done.